And we're getting nothing but the dregs in here, man. Like, I'm serious. Just like the barnacles of fucking the internet. Yeah, we had Elder Bear come through late last night. I don't know if Fritz here. Elder Bear came through. I wish this chat could hold like or record the text like for hours ago. You guys would be amazed at that guy, what he was saying.
I hadn't heard that guy in like a year or something. Oh,
Elder?
I almost didn't even recognize him. Yeah.
Well, he didn't do any talking when he was here, but.
Oh, that's why. Okay, because I was listening. I was like, who? I was like, who are you guys talking to? And somebody was chiming in. It didn't sound like him. Like,
yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he was in the text channel. He didn't want to come onto the mic.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, but if anybody that's brand new to the forum wants to have a discussion, we got Mick on deck, so you can talk to him. He'll tell you. He'll challenge you, actually. So Mick wants to feed his wolf pups. He's looking for a sparring partner. If you think the Earth is a globe, and you know if it is, well, just let him know. We got Fast Teddy with the, I don't know, our avatar. Anybody in here think the Earth is a globe? Yes, no? Maybe so. How about Jacob? Does Jacob think that the Earth is a globe?
Sorry. I'm actually just here to listen because I debate, but I don't debate this topic. So.
Oh, yeah, good shit. What do you debate, dude?
Normative ethics and meta ethics is what I normally focus on. But yeah.
What's your win-loss ratio? Good? Bad?
I don't know exactly, but I feel like I'm good.
Really? Okay. Well, I mean, if you feel like you're good, that's fine. What is there room for that here in politics?
Not for meta ethics. I don't think so. I mean, obviously, people talk about ethical stuff a lot, like abortion and what we should do, like politically and stuff. I mean, but I mean that's obvious. But I don't think I've ever been in here and seen like a meta ethics discussion.
Oh, it doesn't get to that level. We deal with, like I was mentioning earlier, the dregs of the internet that come through here. So just you got your lowbrow content mainly. We deal with those. Every now and again, we'll get a PhD or some academic that wants to challenge us, but nothing really that's like a rousing debate.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's always entertaining though to hear like people that are just like radically skeptical, like in epistemology and stuff. So, I mean, I like.
Never know. It's kind of a mixed bag, really. Every now and again, like I said, you'll get somebody that knows what they're talking about, and then it becomes challenging to actually, get in a discussion with them. Challenging not in the sense of like the actual content, but challenging in like seeing what angle they're coming at you with and trying to undo that. Like I think there's a certain dynamic within a debate because there's tactics, right? So it's not just the actual information, it's how they apply it within the construct of the conversation. I don't know, doing this for a while, you really get you can cut your teeth, man, in debating. Because our position here is not a debate. Like, so for us, it's like the obvious truth. when we start talking about like things of the physical natural world. So if you hear long enough, you'll be able to we'll be able to demonstrate that to you if there's good and a good opposition or interlocutor, however you want to put it.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
But if not, then you're just gonna hear us like chatting about like fucking cheese or whatever, like how's the day going or some shit. We're just trying to fill dead air. But we're live on YouTube like 24/7, so we have recorded content. So if there was a discussion that occurred and we want to play it back, or if there's somebody that was like, no, I didn't say that, and we're like, yeah, well, you did. We'll play the audio back. And usually when we do that, once we play the audio, they bolt, so they don't want to, face the reason that they said something that they say they didn't say. It's quite peculiar. But yeah, man, it's been a very interesting discussion for about 10 years that I've been doing it. So,
Dang, 10 years is impressive.
Dude, me personally, I've been over thousands of debates with people of all different intellectual status. So I couldn't even tell you, right now, the level that I'm at, I can undo somebody's argument, and then I could get them to actually commit logical fallacies because I'll lead them down a path where they'll start questioning themselves, and it's crazy. But it's almost like you get to see, it's like playing chess, and you know exactly all the moves that someone's going to make the moment they take the first step. So, yeah, once you get good with the conversation, you can already see what's coming. Because there's only so many avenues that someone can take in a debate like this. Oh. Because when dealing with the physical and natural world, you can only stay by empirical evidence, right? Things that you can prove and you can test, you can verify or falsify. Right? It just depends what it is. There's a lot of debate kings that come through here, and they find out that this isn't a place for them to actually have a debate. They get pretty upset, dude. Ain't gonna lie. They get pretty mad. And most of these guys that have been doing it years and years, like me, you got Big Daddy Flurf that's in here, Crit. These are top tier in this room. If you see them in here, they open up their mic. Sporadic E. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't get no better than that, man. I like kicking back sometimes when they're handling it. So. Everybody's muted up though, so this room is number one for a reason too. So everybody's interested about the topic. Do you have any questions about it? I mean, I'm not gonna full on engage you or whatever if you're just listening, but do you have any questions about?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm working right now.
Oh
no, I don't have any questions. To be quite honest, I'm not a flat earther at the moment.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But
we have people that are Globers.
Yeah.
They're pretty chill. Yeah. I call a guy that comes in. He comes through here every now and again. He's a meteorologist. His name is Brendan. And he's a pretty chill guy. He's,
I guess
he's a Glober too. I mean, he's not a flat earther.
I guess, okay, here's kind of just here's a question. Not really what you're expecting though, probably, but okay, what do you think is what's a piece of evidence or argumentation that has come closest to even remotely convincing you that the Earth is flat? Like, what do you think their best possible thing they have to say is?
I'm going to be very frank with you because I don't know how much time you have, but there isn't anything. And I'm
think it's like all equally like garbage. Like,
yeah, well, the reason why is because the premise is faulty. Like, it doesn't start with empirical evidence. It starts with assumptions. So everything about it is fictitious. You could name anything. I mean, it doesn't really matter what you think it's possible. Like, from images to the idea that it's been measured to, it's just everything. We go through it very meticulously, so we can demonstrate that to you at any point. So we have on our home server, right, 24/7 Discord, we have like the data that's in the room in the Discord, and it goes into like terabytes of data. So I mean, PDFs and videos and like just you name it, man. All the things that we've collected over the years. Hostile witnesses, people in academia that are saying things about, flat Earth. So there's so much. There's a lot.
Okay.
Did you barely just hear about this topic? Because it sounds like you're not really familiar with the topic.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Of course, I've I've been made aware. Like, I'm just a normal guy, but like I'm aware that people like actually buy into that stuff, but I just haven't like personally been made familiar with the dialectic and like what people commonly talk about in the dispute and that kind of thing,
Okay. Well,
But yeah.
It is what it is.
I'm back on the fence, you guys. Back on the fence again.
Who's that?
Alien, Robot Ghost.
Robot
Back
Ghost.
on the Yep, I'm back on the fence.
Good shit, man. We got you back on the fence.
Yep, I'm not a filthy fucking glober, but I'm back on the fence again.
No. I mean, you don't have to be filthy, but that's something.
Wait, so what does that mean to y'all, being a glober? Like, what does that mean?
It just denotes somebody who's of the mindset that the Earth is a globe. So
yeah, somebody who supports globular Earth theory.
Globular. Wait, so like in shape, that it's like spherical, or like what?
Yeah. Yep.
It's a glob. They think it's a glob of material floating around in an
No, we don't think that.
Universe.
We definitely don't think that.
But I found myself back on the fence again. God damn it.
Okay.
I got into an argument with a guy, and he made me admit that I can't prove that the Earth is flat. Okay, Bleh. Okay, you can't prove that it's round. I can't prove that it's flat. I also can't prove that it's round. I don't fucking know, so I'm back on the fence again. So, it sucks.
Alrighty then.
It sucks.
Oh, why does it suck? I mean, if you know the truth sets you free. It doesn't suck.
But I don't know the truth. That's the whole problem. I'm back on the fence again because I don't.
The truth.
Because I
yeah,
don't
the
know.
truth. Yeah, but check this out, man. The truth is obvious. It's obvious, right? So you don't need to ask your friend about it. You can just observe for yourself. It's obvious. Do you get me? Like, your friend doesn't have to tell you that the Earth is flat. You can just go outside and see that it's a horizontal plane that extends off into the distance. So you're good.
Yeah, he put my feet to the fire, though. He's like, prove that it's flat, prove that it's flat. And I didn't have any good arguments.
Flat? What? Isn't he challenging you to prove that it's a globe? Why would he ask you to prove that it's flat?
No, he thinks that it's a globe. And I was trying to bring him back into the world of reality, and he was like, he wouldn't let it go, and he demanded proof that it's flat.
Yeah, but that sounds like a him problem. Like, you don't have to prove something that's obvious. I think I said that before. The horizon is always horizontal, so it's definitely indication that when you see the Earth, it's demonstrating itself as a flat Earth. You don't have to prove something to him. You can just tell him, "Well, go look at the Earth." It's demonstrating
But
itself.
his argument is that it's so that the Earth is so big and it's such a large ball that from your perspective that it appears to be flat. And I didn't have an argument against that.
Oh, that's easy, man. That's probably the easiest thing you can do. Just tell them, demonstrate how it's a globe in the way that people can measure it. Like, how have they measured it to be a globe? See, the onus is on him because he thinks it's something, the Earth is something it's not. It doesn't demonstrate itself to be a globe, nor does it measure to be one. And if you don't believe me, ask him. Ask him to measure the Earth as a globe.
He had some kind of stupid argument about a tower that's a very tall tower, and then 800 miles away, there's another very tall tower. And if you measure the shadows on the tower, then at whatever, I forget exactly what he said, but he said if you measure the shadows on the tower that are 800 miles away, and that test had already been done, and that's how they figured out that it's round. So
Yeah, like Eratosthenes, right?
yeah, I don't know anything about that. But that's the argument.
So they measured diverging rays from a point source in the sky, and then they claim those rays are parallel when we use them in a diverging manner. Go figure.
Right. That sounds pretty close to like what he said. He said that the rays that are coming from the sun are parallel, and so if it was flat, then the shadow would be exactly the same, but they're not, and so I don't know. I didn't have an argument against.
Right.
This.
No, we see the sun at different elevation angles depending where we are on flat Earth.
Well, and I said, how do you know that the tower is perfectly straight up and down? I mean, have you ever heard of the Leaning Tower of Pisa? I mean, that thing's leaning. That thing's leaning.
I wouldn't go down that route with them. I mean, that sounds pedantic. Don't you agree?
Oh yeah, I guess you're right.
How do you know the sun's real?
Why would you say something like that?
Like, how do you know it's real though?
I see
there
it.
does seem to be a large. Yeah, there does seem to be a large. There does seem to be a round, a circular shaped source of luminosity in what appears to be the sky.
We call that the sun. What's the big deal? What's the controversy?
Yeah, we call it the sun. Sure.
Yeah. What's the controversy? So the guy who said it questions if it's real. Like, what's the controversy?
There's no controversy. It's just something to think about.
What if it wasn't? What if it? What would we expect? What would we expect it to look like if it was? If it was the difference between it being real and it not being real? What would be the difference?
Well,
crickets.
Next question, please.
Oh, good.
Too far short of a Happy Meal. Not playing with a full deck. What other euphemisms can we come up with, Alpha?
Wait, so where does the sun fall if there's no space?
Where does the sun what?
Like, where's
fall?
the sun if there's no space?
What do you mean by fall?
Like, where is it? Like, where is it?
Yeah, why'd you say fall?
It's a figure of speech.
It's in the fucking sky, dude.
Yeah, it's in what appears to be the sky.
Yeah, if you go to where the sun is when it's low on the horizon,
I'm just asking a question.
You'll be underneath it. You'll be looking directly up at it, right? I mean, like, you see the sun setting on the horizon. If you could call your friend over there, he would say, no, the sun's directly over my head. It just appears low on the horizon because it's far away from you.
Right. That's a given.
Yeah.
It's called perspective. Anyway, my confidence has recovered, so I'm going to go and argue with this filthy Glober now. I'll be back.
Good luck. It's like, why would we expect anything different from what we know to be true?
Okay, so I'm actually curious. So, okay, at least what I understand is that the Earth is roughly a sphere. So whenever y'all say Glober, that's like insulting them, because if it's not flat, then like what shape is the Earth?
Well, I suppose if you don't hold Earth to be a globe and not flat, then what would you hold it to be?
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know. I'm not here to argue what people make up in their own heads as far as the cosmology goes. I'm here to argue the prevailing cosmological wisdom that says that Earth is a globe and has a specific set of dimensions
Oh.
constraining its shape. Right?
No. You mean Earth behaves like a globe, but like it being a globe, it being an actual globe is something else. Like behaving as a certain shape and being a certain shape are two different aspects. Because like here, like whenever we study like things about Earth and Earth's atmosphere, we always get results as if Earth is behaving as a globe. So all of our mathematics.
Oh, really? Okay, like hold on, pause.
That's incorrect.
That's a new claim. So you're like flat Earth behaves like a globe due to the atmosphere?
No, I'm not talking about flat Earth. I'm talking about like Earth, like with calculations. Like Earth in calculations behaves like a globe, but it's
Well, not because people calculate a globe out of flat Earth, right? I mean,
no. Here, like this is the logic is that if our calculations show, like the calculations work only when Earth is like only when the calculations are about Earth being a globe and nothing else. Therefore, the Earth must be a globe. But this is not necessarily always correct.
That's fallacious, though. That's a pragmatic fallacy because it works.
It's not logical.
True. Yeah, because it works, therefore it's true. That's a pragmatic fallacy.
Absolutely is, and it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. It's circular logic.
That's what I'm saying. Is that like Earth behaving like a globe does not mean that Earth is a globe.
That doesn't make any sense.
Earth does not behave like a globe.
What do you mean by behave, though? I'm trying to figure out what that means. What do you mean by behave?
For example, like whenever we do like aerial calculations about like the trajectories of airplanes.
Right, pause. Calculations make Earth behave like a globe. Are calculations real? Are they in reality? Is that how Earth is actually measured?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that these calculations do not necessarily entail what is the real. So if the calculations are like they show that Earth is a globe, that does not mean that Earth in reality is a globe, because these calculations themselves, yeah. So we're saying the same thing.
Great.
Hold on.
Yeah. So
hold on.
People calculate Earth to be a globe and reify it.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that Earth is really a globe.
Something though, that's not true. Actually, when it comes to flight dynamics and landing the plane, that they don't treat the Earth as if it's a globe at all. They actually,
for example, like
axiomatically, they treat the Earth as a plane because they're using trigonometry, pure trigonometry.
Like to try to explain this like in layman's terms, when it comes to like flight calculations that they make, so that it reflects like how they make them in relation to Earth being a globe on calculations, is that like it comes into many aspects of flight, such as moving from point A to point B. Is that when a plane moves from New York to Paris, it does not take a straight path; it takes a curved path. They say because it's like the distance between. Okay, like we might like not agree there, but like also another point to bring.
I'll tell you why you think it takes a curved path. It's because you get your coordinates using curved paths.
That's what I'm saying.
Coordinate reference system. I know you're using a spherical coordinate reference system called lat and long, latitude, longitude. Okay, you can use a potato chip. You can use a hyperbolic. Will work on flat Earth. As long as you apply it consistently.
You're saying exactly what I'm saying. Like here, I'm not saying that the plane actually takes a curved path. I'm saying on calculations. Remember, all what I'm saying is in calculations. It's not in real life. I'm not trying to say like a plane takes a curved path in real life, because I have never seen that. I never really like followed the plane in the sky, the journey from New York to Paris, and say, oh yeah, this plane follows a curved path. So all I'm saying is that on calculations, on the GPS, on everything, all of these things that reflect calculations, we see that a plane takes a curved path in the calculations. And what's even like more interesting is that that also applies for landing, like landing aircraft bombers or high-speed bombers or aircraft. Is that like a bomber that is really big and really heavy that takes a really big runway? The runway, like being like in calculations, like they have to account for a certain curve so that when the plane tries to land, it needs to land at a sharp angle.
No, they don't.
It needs to be really.
Not at all. They don't even account for Coriolis. Listen to what Elijah said about dynamics. He didn't say kinematics.
That's not true. As a matter of fact, when I find out where I put my other phone, I'm gonna post citation in the chat. But that's not true. Like I said, they use trigonometry. There is no curvature involved, especially when you're talking about a landing distance of 75 nautical miles. There is no curvature there.
Bingo.
Yeah, here, like I'm not talking about like low speeds for small-sized aircrafts. I'm talking about.
No, it's not about. It's not about.
Speed.
Well, the speed is accounted for, but we're talking about the distance. We're talking about 75 nautical miles, for example. Having a flat adjacent in trigonometry.
1 second. Here we're talking about two different things. I'm not talking about a plane in general. I'm talking about a plane in specific cases. A heavy
I'm talking about a plane specifically.
That takes a long runway.
I'm talking about a plane specifically as I'm talking about a plane specifically too. In the flight, as far as landing is concerned.
I agree.
Talking about a distance of 75, as far as the distance of 75 miles is concerned, there's
I'm talking about a specific case. 1 second. I'm talking about a heavy bomber, like really fucking heavy, that takes a long runway to land, such as a B.
Jeez Louise, dude.
Yeah, I just told you it's not true. Like, do you have a citation for that or something?
Yes, I have citations for that. I'm talking about two cases. I'm trying to finish the point.
I heard
the
two cases that you made, but can you just drop the citations?
Can I finish the points first? The two cases where this is accounted for is a heavy bomber that needs a really big runway.
It's like Peter with a voice changer.
Or a high
sounds like Peter with a voice changer again.
Okay, I'm being interrupted.
How many voice changers you got, Peter?
Well, I mean, you did.
How many voice changers
you did already,
use, Peter?
But again, you did already say that. And can you drop the citation?
Yes. I can drop the citations very quickly. Just give me 1 moment. So we said like a heavy bomber, okay? A heavy bomber.
Peter, knock it off.
You can't quit us, huh?
Ditch the voice. ditch the voice changer and talk to us like a man.
He's so tempted. Sporadic.
Hey, Alpha, am I coming through okay?
Yeah, I heard you just now.
Okay.
There's a tiny bit of background noise, but it's manageable, I think.
Yeah.
Not unless anybody else
Sorry
is.
about that. I'm driving too. So, Peter, just ditch the voice changer, man. Otherwise, this is going to go south. Worse than it already is. Did he bail?
I don't see him.
Peter left the church.
He can't quit us,
I
man.
thought that was Peter. As soon as he opened his mic, I'm like, that sounds like Peter.
You could tell by his mannerisms when he's.
Yep, mannerisms. The accent still comes through.
Yeah.
Fucking dork. You see, we know it's curved because you have to have a heavy bomber.
Jesus.
No. You can't just use a regular 777 or you got to have a heavy bomber. That's how we prove Earth curvature. It's the only way to do it, guys. You got to get a bomber, load it up with bombs. You got to try and land it. If you pretend it's a flat Earth when you're landing the heavy bomber, you're gonna fuck up. That's how we know it's a globe.
And I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you pesky flat earthers.
Yep.
Scooby-Doo and shit.
Oh shit! He was in a time ago with the voice changer. Like, was it with the female voice or?
Yeah, I think.
Rich came in with the female voice.
Did he really?
Yeah, last night.
Oh, Rich.
Last night, yep. There was a girl, right, who popped in, and she was white knighting for Rich. Like, why are you guys so scared of him?
Yeah. Rich.
And then she dropped a. Then she dropped a phrase that Rich Evans said before, and said, "Forgive the vulgarity," but said, like it's for listening to me.
So he didn't drop the citation then?
He left.
He left, bro.
He's gone.
Figured.
That was Peter.
That was Peter.
Look at what they have to do, man.
I know.
Okay.
He's mentally ill.
Okay.
Mentally ill. Holy shit.
I hope they're this much when I'm in Florida over the next few days.
Oh, you're going to Florida?
Yeah. Have a little kickback. Yep.
Hell yeah.
You think GF6 is passing around the login information for a voice changer?
Very well be, man. Who knows? It's just.
Yo, guys, try this out. Here's my login.
Jesus, dude. That made you chuckle, didn't it, Sporadic? Just thinking about him, like, rats got foiled again.
Everything, just you know. They're using voice changers, dude.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's like the guy who, at lunchtime he's going through once, and then he puts a mustache on, tries to get it again for free. Like, he's like, dude, I know it's you. No, it's not me. So funny, dude.
Listen, man, you don't have to put on a disguise to come back and buy more beer.
Exactly.
Hope you have a good time in Florida, Flat Earth Ranger.
Oh, that was that wasn't Ranger. That was Eli.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I thought they were both in here.
They are,
Okay.
but Eli was the one that's going to Florida.
My bad. Yeah, my connection's spotty. I've just had to flip it to 5G. Cool, man. I like Florida. Golly.
Yeah, you thought you were gonna get somebody good, huh, Sporadic? You're like, man, well, all right, we got Eli on deck.
I know. I was like,
It'll be a good fucking show. Nope.
nope. Yeah, for the audience, sorry for ruining it if you wanted to hear that conversation, but
Shit, he's on
Come on,
Twitter,
man.
man. Fucking, as soon as we went live on Twitter, guess who was the first to show up? Fucking Peter.
Peter the Glober, yeah. Fucking Peter.
And because he's permabanned from here, like, he tries everything he can to get in there. Like him and Rich and like most of the GF6, like, man, like being in here is like gold to them.
I mean, they win when they tie up our intellectual resources to keep us from talking to other people. That's really all that it is, talking to new people. But the joke's on them because we're recording this shit on YouTube and Rumble and places, so it's going to be archived, and anybody who stumbles upon the channel will be able to go back and listen to all these conversations about Flat Earth, and you can't stop that.
Nope.
In fact, when you come in and you think you're tying up our resources, you're actually creating content for us to share with new people in the future. Think about it. You lose. We win.
Oh, you're hitting a dead zone or a spotty. Right. Damn, I'm gonna have me some breakfast. We'll catch you dudes later.
See Alpha.
The Earth isn't flat.
I'm sure you'll tell us all about it.
Well, I can prove it. Just go to your window and look outside.
I don't see a globe.
No, look out the window. It's not going to be flat.
I don't see a globe.
There's going to be valleys and mountains.
I don't see a globe.
Other sorts of topology.
I don't see a globe.
Sure you don't.
Ever seen curvature before?
Well, when you say
Never
you're
seen
going to prove
curvature of the Earth.
something,
Sure. You've never seen it, right?
when you say you're going to prove something, I mean, you didn't do anything that identifies anything that has to do with the globe. Just saying.
Did I say the Earth was a globe?
Yeah, and then you said you can prove it too.
Right. I said that it isn't flat.
Oh fuck, a Bevtard. Shit. Gotta mute him too, huh?
Why?
Well, because in Planet Bevtardia, they claim that its surface isn't flat if you zoom in at the quantum level and observe all the vacuum fluctuations. Therefore, the Earth isn't flat.
That's non sequitur. Because flat is synonymous with level and straight. We're talking about straight. And mean sea level is 2D. So
It's like the same argument that P. Trenker used to bring in. You know, Earth isn't flat. I'm leaving footprints, and it's moving. Look at what earthworms do.
What's going on?
How you doing?
Hanging in there.
Under the weather?
No, I'm hanging in there. Like hanging.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like that.
Hanging.
Do that poster, like the cat, like hanging from a rope. It goes, hang in there.
Yeah. You just missed Peter the Glober came in with the voice changer. We called him out and he ran.
What a phony. Well, I mean, I knew he's going to come in eventually because, like, you know, the update to the bot cleared the ban logs. And I was wondering how he was going to do it. Like, how was he going to pull? Like, what was he going to do? Was he going to come in, hey, guys, it's hey, me, Peter, and pretend like nothing happened? Which is what I would do. You know, I would try to just play it off. You're like, right. Mackie came in here and got banned instantly. He's like, why did I get banned? I go, wait, what? Dude, you're on the permaban list. Do you think just because the bot cleared, that means you're not banned anymore? You're not. So they update the bot, they change the bot to a new bot that doesn't have the same data that the old bot has, but somehow that means you're not banned. He always talks about he's confused by the lack of rational thinking displayed by human beings. Rationalize that for me, Scott Mackey. Why the fuck? You knew to get unbanned, you got to start unblocking mods. Did you unblock mods? No. Are you unbanned? No. Then why did you join the channel thinking you're unbanned?
Right.
Rationalize. He's so concerned. Everyone else. I look around the world and all I see is irrational actors. You're irrational.
Yeah, that's some irrational behavior.
That's deeply irrational. And then be confused that you get instantly banned as soon as you stick your head in here. The fuck, dude? Yeah, with Peter, you know, like the same thing with Peter too. He's like had a problem with all the mods. I got problems with these mods. You need to get rid of these mods. He's like, yeah, we're getting rid of you. Be like, he could have said, hey, I was wrong. You guys definitely sustained. You know, he's been banned for like a year, or so. I don't even remember how long it's been. He could like, yep, I was wrong. Okay, some of the mods I thought were toxic or bad for the channel. And I'm eating crow right now. I want to be here, and I accept them as the mods of this channel. But instead, he comes in here with a voice changer thinking he's fucking cloaked. Like he's
cloaked. It sounded like Rich was in here with the voice changer last night as a female.
Oh, yeah, so yeah. I heard that too.
I'm wondering, Crit, is GF6 passing around like a group login to a voice changer app to try it out on us?
Oh yeah, probably. That would be what they do because they always think technology solves everything.
Yeah, and they have their little back chat in their server. They talk about raiding us. They scheme little plots that they hatch to come in and fuck with us.
Yeah, you know what they did? They purged all the flat earthers from that server. So now I
heard about that.
Yeah, they can talk amongst themselves and no one can see what they're doing or look at it.
Well, that's funny because they were begging me in invites to come join it just a few months ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I go, if you want to talk about Flat Earth, you know where to find the content. Come to our server. Listen, if you want to talk about Flat Earth, you know where to find the content. Yeah, come to our server. Okay, try again. If you want to talk about Flat Earth, you would go to where Flat Earthers are. Okay, go to, where are they? Are they in your server? No. Okay. Do you want them to come to your server? Give them a reason to. And he goes, you're scared. Okay, sure. If I'm scared, do I go to your server or do I go to the places where I'm not scared? You know, like, just completely they give you a reason. Here, hey, take this invite, but don't take it. Okay, sure, I won't take it. You didn't take it. Well, you told me not to. If you wanted me to take the invite, give me a reason to do it. Present an argument. And this really showcases just how bad they are at this conversation. They're so bad at this.
Yeah, that's true. They were daring me not to take the invitation when they sent me the invitation.
Yeah, don't do it. Okay, you're like, here, can you come talk to us? Well, certainly I would come talk to you. Well, about what topic? Oh, you won't come. Okay, I guess I won't come then. Sure, no problem. Ha! You didn't come. But did you want me to come? Well, yeah, we want you to come. Oh, well, give me an argument. You're scared. I'm like, all right, I guess I'm scared then. Sure, to let me know when you're able to fix your logic type thinking. Your logic thinking that you want people to do things that you also don't want them to do. This deep-seated, broken worldview. Meanwhile, I just simply said, if there's a topic you want to talk about, not me, you said you want to talk about a topic, go to where those people are talking about that topic. You volunteer. You opt in.
Yeah, we're all about opting in, right? Like, we honor consent. If you don't want to talk to us, we're not going to stalk you like you stalk us.
Yeah, that's a big problem. They used to say that flat earthers are doing X. I go, what am I doing? You're spreading misinformation. I am how? By sitting in my own channel, minding my own business, talking to other people who are doing the same thing. And they're like, yeah. So what you think by me spreading information is minding my own business in my own spot on the internet. And they're like, yeah. And they're this completely irrational, illogical, just victim status. This is what the problem was. When victimhood became a currency, the counterfeiters rolled out. These guys had to invent victimhood to try to advocate for their globe. Their best proof of their globe is how they're a victim. Grow the fuck up. Grow up. Like, this is the problem with the same thing too, the fall of the Western culture. This constant need to be offended by everything. Flat earthers are offensive. We'll go listen to something else. They can't. Why not? It's everywhere. It's not. It's a very small group of people inside your own worldview. As said by you. You said flat earthers are a minority group that don't matter. So how are you offended by that? Like, what the fuck?
Good boy.
They're not playing with a full deck, man.
Yeah, which it explains the talking point this morning. Why come in here as a voice changer thinking you're fucking cloaked? What the fuck is that? Like someone's not going to figure out who you are?
So his claim was that a fully loaded bomber landing on a long runway proves that Earth is a globe.
Huh, that's pretty... To me, it just sounds like it proves that fully loaded bomber can land just as easy as it takes off.
Yeah. So when we talked about general, like Eli brought up just flight dynamics in general, he said, no. Not just any airplane. It has to be a fully loaded bomber on a specially designed runway. I've got the citation. Peter, is that you? Is that Peter with the voice changer? Skedaddle ran, he's off.
I wonder if some video came out of like some video game with bombers or something recently. This is like the most accurate. Yeah, the most accurate bomber video game to date. Buy it on whatever platform you play for $1.09, and you can pretend to be the bombers of the days of yore, flying over Germany, like forgotten country, and they play the video game, they lose, and they lost because they did something, they tried to, but then the other guy said, I unlocked the achievement landing with a full deck. And you're like, oh, wow. I wonder if flat earthers could do that. And you're like, dude, it's a video game. It's literally a video game. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you think I give a shit about your video game achievements? I came up with this one because of Kerbal. When Kerbal was really popular, they would come in here and talk about, like, I got to Nimbuk-2 in 8 hours and 40 seconds. And I'm like, that was complete word soup to me. I knew the game you're talking about. What the fuck is that, dude? That's like a little kid. I got little kids in my family talking about what video games are playing. Cheese it, dude. Cheese it.
Like Eggshells thought that we'd be triggered because he was playing Kerbal Space Program and he was talking to us, and he used to do this all the time. Like, who gives a fuck?
Oh yeah, it was interesting too because like one time he was doing that, he said, "Oh, I just figured you guys would find it interesting," and blah blah blah, and he's trying to get his thing to crash so he can redo it, he can rebuild it because you can only have like one thing in orbit at a time, and he's just going around and around the planet Kerbal, and I'm like, can you turn it to like an oblique angle so it's hitting more of the atmosphere? And he's like, oh, I guess I could do that. And then Cyclone's like, holy shit, dude, the flat earthers are playing your game better than you are.
That's funny.
And then he turned it off and just quit playing. He's like, I'll do it later.
Somebody yesterday was asking us about all the mentally ill people that we have to put up with all the time. This is a great example. Like, if we could timestamp all of this that just happened, we can send it to that guy again. It was TCAP. Remember TCAP?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Freaking traffic, dude. Sorry about the noise.
Did he get thrown out of here?
No, he's been relatively pleasant.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I saw on Mod Blog, he had talked about, I keep getting banned for no reason. And I'm like, okay, well, what happened? I don't know. Well, how do you know that you got banned for no reason if you don't even know what the fuck happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened either. Like, I don't know who banned him or why.
Yeah, but I asked him, he goes, unban me. I go, or can you unban me? I go, sure, I can unban you. Tell me what happened, and I'll give you just some slight feedback on how to avoid it next time. I was banned for no reason. I'm like, okay, well, what was the context? No context. I'm like, who are you talking to? I don't know. I'm like, dude, you're not giving much to go on at all. Like, there's literally nothing to go on. Okay, how about this? Just ignore all of that. Go read the channel rules and tell me that you, as your word as a man, you will follow them to your best of your ability. He messaged me like 2 minutes later, yep, I agree, I'll follow all those. I go, okay, because if you break your word, we got bigger problems now. Because, I mean, these aren't very hard rules to follow. Very simple shit. Stay on topic and don't be like an insufferable troll. That's it. It's really that's what the rules boil down to.
I'm like, we have to keep an eye on him now.
Yeah, well, he said that he would agree, and he says, yeah, he understood, and I posted the whole thing in Modlog, so if he comes around saying, I don't remember seeing a rule about staying on topic, and you're like, well, that's exactly what you talked to Crit about. Exactly. He said, hey, stay on topic. Be like, huh, did you forget? Did you forget already? I mean, you have to come up with some excuse here, dude. Your excuse would be what? You forgot? Or you didn't care?
All right, I got a jet. I'll be around later.
had to take a call real quick. I don't think I missed anything though.
No, he said he had to go and we'll be back later.
What are you watching, chap?
Are you still here?
What are you fucking watching, chat?
Is anybody here today?
Yep. Just watch this video with me really quick.
So we still have people that think they live on a spinning ball and literally nothing. Is that correct? Anyone here? Is my mic working? Mike, checkity check check. Am I here? I'm only 99% sure that I'm here. I don't know. Anyway, as far as I know, Earth is not a ball. That's incorrect idea to think that you live on a ball. Back to you guys.
Yeah, all good, dude. Loud and clear.
Oh, my mic was actually working there.
Yeah. We're all just hanging out here. Just making some coffee.
We have no empirical evidence of the globe idea, correct?
Not yet. Still waiting.
That's unfortunate for the people that continue to try to perpetuate the globe idea. You know?
I concur. That's why I'm still here, man. Just in the odd chance that there's that one guy that comes in, hey, I know it was so-and-so, and he did this, and I did, I double-checked it, and, bang, it's a globe. Still hasn't happened.
All it would take, speculative, it would take two globe guys that believe in the globe. They just find an island like 10 miles off of a coast somewhere, right? And just document that whole thing where they have the 66-foot drop in elevation showing clearly, repeatable, and none of us would be here. You know what I mean?
Right. Yep. The curvature rate is all anyone really cares about, I think.
I mean, to have a ball, you have to have curving water, correct?
Yep.
So we're not seeing the bendy water. Anyway.
Nope. As far as I know. I mean, there is this one guy who came in earlier. I'll put it in the chat, actually. I think it'd be good to what is it? To revive there? Probably got lost in the chat. The guy came in and posted this. I don't know if anyone else has seen it before. I haven't. But this is what they claim. I pressed the guy. I'm like, where'd you get this? What'd they do? All that. And he got very, very heated. He's like, oh, well, look at it. You should be able to interpret it. It's like, no, this is just output data. I don't know what they did or how they did it. Could you run me through the process, And he didn't want to do it. Called me an idiot and all this stuff and all that. So as far as I know, this is like the quote unquote latest and greatest that kind of describes, measurements of supposed drop over distance that somewhat correlates with what they expect. But to me, it's not conclusive.
No details on that at all. He just told you here it is, and what is that?
Yeah, he just threw it out. He just threw it at me. I mean, it's hard to tell, really, but my guess is, so from reading the little bit that I do, the orange curve when you look at the legend there, it describes like some expected curve, some expected rate of drop over distance or something, right? It says GLB STD height, so globe standard height, I guess. And then the blue is what they measured. So they kind of come close, but they don't really, But the problem is it says nothing about refraction. It says nothing about the method, what they, all those details. You can't really cram that into a single image, right? And he refused to go into it. So, okay.
That's just a bunch of numbers and a chart, and there's nothing attached to physical reality in any of that I see. Just looking at it, I just now seen it. But anyway,
it's just observation. Yeah, it's measurements they took from an observation, but there's limited accounting of what's actually involved. Right? That's the issue.
That's the only thing they can do is keep everything convoluted and confusing, and smart people figured it out. So they're working,
and obscured too, because if they said, "Look, these were the method. This is the method. This is how we did it. It's complicated, but this is how we walk through it." Somebody would be able to double check, right? Because sometimes things are complicated, but when you actually describe the entire flow and somebody is able to replicate it, that's all good and fine. We don't control how complicated things are. Sometimes they are, right? In this case, the claim is that it is complicated, but we're not going to tell you how we did it.
Right.
It's like, well, fuck off then. Okay, it's not very helpful.
People smarter than me got it figured out, so you guys don't need to worry about it.
That's tough to swallow sometimes, man. If it's going to take me 10 years to figure it out, that's one thing. It's another thing to say, oh, well, it took us 10 years, but let me scrutinize it for you, break it down for you, and show you how I got there so you can get there too in the most expedient manner. That's different. I'd welcome that, at least to try, But no.
There's some scientist somewhere that has done physical experiments on convex bodies of water, but won't share it with the rest of us. Isn't that kind of frustrating?
Only the results, I mean, the results are cool, but if it can't be replicated, well, sorry. Anyway,
so all we need convex body of water. You're breaking up a little bit. I'll shut up.
No problem. I said sorry. I'm just gonna make some coffee. I'll be back in a bit.
You're making coffee on a stationary, level, planar surface, as far as I know, not a ball. Anyone on this panel would like to defend the globe idea? Go ahead. What's your best globe evidence? So we either have no globers or no one that's on here that can speak. I'm sure they'd have some idea of showing this drop over distance that we need to start to even think about living on a ball. Go ahead.
All right, I'm back. What do we got here? LXR, is that how we pronounce it? Or read it? Welcome to the chat. Do you have any proof that that we live on a spinning water ball, sir? Or ma'am?
I'm guessing that's me? No.
Is that how you pronounce your...
Lucifer, funny enough.
Oh, shit, okay.
Yep.
I saw the L, the R, and what looked like an X to me. Excuse me.
L, the Eye of Horus, Symmetry, Broken Moon, Snake on a Staff, Stylistic F, Leviathan, and R. Yeah.
Okay, nice. Formerly known as Newt, right? I recognize your voice, sir. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you.
So we're in here looking for evidence of the globe idea. We don't have any of that. Is that correct, sir? Did he already leave? Am I talking to nobody?
I'm looking at black hole accretion disk stuff right now.
Okay. Do you have any proof of the globe idea? You do not? Is that correct?
No, I try to focus on functional ideas beyond even this planetary system. So the shape of planets is by forces beyond, and I don't really focus on the shape that much, man.
You're already making the assumption that there's planets, so how did you get there?
Easily. Satellites, stuff like this. You guys and I, they exist. Everybody's BSing at the companies, so it's not worth arguing, because you just deny that.
Name one person in here that you heard say that satellites don't exist. Name one.
No, their actual capability to look light years out, though. That's the thing.
All right, you're just going to talk nonsense. Are you just here to troll?
No, I'm literally looking at research papers. So trolling is looking at research papers and believing it.
Well, go research your black holes and go back on mute. You're good,
Thank
man.
you. Yeah.
All right. So that's what we have so far this morning. We got black holes and satellites. Anybody got anything else for the globe? Go ahead. So that's all we have for globe evidence is silence. Nobody's got anything. Pretty pathetic.
Not at the moment, it seems.
Like dozens and dozens of different
doubling the linear dimensions, length, width, and height of an object, increase its surface area by 4 times L squared, and volume, and thus mass, by 8 times L to the power of 3. But when you scale down,
Right. So is there like a model, like a molecular model of general relativity?
No.
Does general relativity appear in like gas law equations, and is it described in the kinetic theory of gas? No.
Yeah, I would rather have this conversation with an actual physicist to see what his thoughts are.
Maybe you could ask one of the 100 that published a book saying they disagreed with him.
I would love to have a conversation with them about this.
Yeah, we've got quotes and citations from lectures and books throughout the ages, and nothing we're saying is like conspiratorial or even controversial in the mainstream. What we find is a lot of people coming in here to defend it don't know what is and isn't controversial in the literature and in the ongoing discussions. Because people have a very popular science view of the world and how it works. People read science articles without reading the papers. So we've got this big contradiction before us, and that's like the existence of a pressurized system of air that we're breathing against the backdrop of an infinitely expanding vacuum of outer space. Relativity, if it's true, is violating the second law of thermodynamics, because it means that there's a gravitational compression and it resulting heat and friction of gas molecules on Earth. But that's
so relativity, if it is true. Wait, let's examine this. Relativity, if it's true, it goes against the second law of thermodynamics about
the behavior, right, of gas molecules in the air we breathe. Yeah, it's
let's examine this. Let's see what I find about this.
Right, but they'll, and you'll find claims that, oh no, it doesn't, because what we are doing is we are contracting space-time itself. Yeah. So you know what? I say, okay, how did you determine that there is a contraction of space-time? They say, well, it's not empirical. Nobody actually saw or measured a contraction of space-time. It was another one of these things, like with dark matter and dark energy. They had to introduce a concept that nobody observes in order to explain what is observed. Space contraction, the Lorentz contraction in space-time, is another ad hoc rescue device for relativity that is unscientific.
Introducing concepts to explain or to make your ideas consistent with each other is not a bad thing, right? You would probably do the same thing to explain why we fall down.
I mean, I could come up with explanations, but if I were to be honest about them, I'd have to tell you that if my explanations are not backed by evidence and logic, then they're just stories, like the globe, like relativity.
Yeah, you just have to be honest. Say, I can't prove that. I don't know. Even right. That's a good answer too.
Right, so the current system of explanation is the only one that we have at the moment. To explain
why is one even required? Like, what's this illusion that people have that they think, well, it needs to be explained?
Okay, you're not interested in explaining it, sure, but some people are.
Right. You know who's really good at explanations? Liars. People in your life that lie to you. Con artists. People who pull off petty crimes using con games. They're
Detectives are also good at explaining things.
And they're great at explanations without evidence.
Detectives are also good at explaining things with evidence or using the limited evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can subject these claims of relativity to a courtroom-style examination, and it fails. The very claims of relativity are in contradiction with what we can test and prove thermodynamically.
I don't think anyone is here is qualified enough to say if it fails or not.
That's just your opinion. Are you familiar with the Sagnac effect?
Sorry, Sprout, go ahead.
Just asking. You familiar with the Sagnac effect?
No.
So, what's claimed in the Sagnac effect is if I shoot one laser in one direction and I shoot laser 90 degrees offset in another direction, and then reflect the laser beams back to their point of origin. If I examine the oscillation of the light waves, that they won't match even though they travel the same length.
What is it called?
So, the Sagnac effect, SAGNAC.
Yeah, okay.
It's often provided as proof of relativity. They say that this is measuring Earth's velocity through space.
It says here in opposite directions, is that right?
Opposite in this case means 90 degrees to each other.
Yeah, so you shoot one to your left and one to your right, that's what it means?
Yeah. One to your left or right and one straight ahead or backwards. 90 degrees.
Which means that the angle between them is 180, not 90.
No, it's 90. It's going to be 90. It's going to be like one to your left and one straight ahead, or one to your right and one straight ahead. And what they've done is they shoot one leg towards the north and they shoot the other leg towards the east. So what they found is that the light waves, and they recombine, they do not match, which suggests in people's minds that there's some kind of drag, that there's some kind of interference happening. There's some phenomenon at work that is causing the light to recombine and not produce the same pattern. So you know what they do? They look around in nature for explanations, and this is why it's not scientific. They didn't determine the cause. They look around for explanations. And you know what they've decided? They've decided, based off of a philosophical preference, that this has to do with the sidereal motion of the stars. It doesn't have to do with the motion of the sun, which is different, or the motion of the moon, which is different, or the motion of the planets, which are different. They said, no, it has to do with the motion of the stars. And under that assumption, they then calculate the velocity that they think it should be. That corresponds with this interference pattern that they see on a plate. But the interference pattern itself doesn't mean there's velocity of any specific or determined magnitude and direction by itself. They have to choose a reference frame for it, and they just arbitrarily chose the stars. And this created a big debate between geocentric people who believe the Earth is in the middle of the universe, and a heliocentric, or I should say universal, like Big Bang, big attractor-centric view of the cosmos, that Earth is not the center. But there's no way to philosophically differentiate between the two with any real determination.
The Sagnac effect is actually at its strongest when the beams are counter-propagating, which means that the angle is 180 degrees between them. And at 90, the effect diminishes because of the geometric projection of the loop area. It reduces sensitivity.
Well, there are variations of it. I'm talking about what Stagnac did. But there are variations of it. Yeah, they've even got one where they put these lasers in a square configuration and they put it on a table and they spin that fucker around. So the very fact, though, that the process I'm describing to you is a process of induction, which is not scientific deduction. They have this phenomenon and they're looking around for possible explanations. And they choose what they think makes sense based off of what philosophical preferences and how they've interpreted and evaluated other data that came before. And where I was going with this is even within Einstein's relativistic framework, looking at the Sagnac effect, the honest position to take working within Einstein's framework is that this does not differentiate between whether Earth is moving or whether space is moving around Earth. Einstein introduced, in order to get away from the geocentric claim, Einstein proposed that perhaps space-time is contracting as a result of Earth's velocity under special relativity. And that this contraction of space-time has caused a length shortening in one of the arms of the lasers or light beams. And that's what caused the interference pattern to show that the light beams were not the same. That's, again, like nobody sees an actual contraction of space-time. They came up with the explanation, and it's something they don't see to explain a phenomenon that they do see. So this is all pseudoscientific, bro. This is why astrophysics is not applied physics. It's why it's theoretical physics. It only exists as thought experiments on paper. It only exists as possible explanations. Granted, it's backed by a lot of math and a lot of philosophy, but at the end of the day, it's not scientific, it's not empirical. And many of the claims are in direct opposition to what we can prove is happening in reality. They claim that contraction of space-time gives the appearance of entropic law violation when it's not really happening. And there's no way to actually test or prove that is the case.
They claim that the contraction of space-time violates entropic law shows entropic law violation.
That's what I say. It's a way they try to reconcile why their explanation violates entropic law. They come up with
how so?
A metaphysical framework.
How does it violate entropic law?
Because without the metaphysical framework as an explanation, they are supposing that gravity is causing the compression of gas molecules around a ball, forming an atmosphere for us to breathe.
How does that violate entropy? Or the increasing of entropy, yes.
Yeah, because gas is supposed to disperse. Gas's nature as unbonded matter is dispersing through a medium to equalize the pressure based on the forces that are applied to it, right? Well, gravity's not a force, so there's problem number one under relativity.
So I'm looking.
Might be the only problem to get into, really. They'd have to claim
it's representing the unavailability of a system's thermal energy for conversion into mechanical work, often interpreted as the degree of disorder or randomness in the system. So, if the distance between the gases and the Earth keeps shrinking under relativity, I don't see how this violates the definition of increasing entropy.
Well, right, because you have to have that metaphysical framework to provide an explanation. Without that framework,
if it provides an explanation, that means it doesn't really violate it.
Well, the explanation is only as good as how much evidence you can use to support it. But you haven't observed that explanation happening in the first instance. to even test for it. It's a story.
Right, so it doesn't directly violate it because it can be explained away.
Well, explaining shit away.
No.
Explaining shit away doesn't mean that you've proven that your explanation is correct.
That is true, right? But it also means that the hypothesis hasn't been proven to be violating the system or the rule.
That's not how it works, man. That's not how it works.
Yeah, that's reversing the
because if
burden
you've
of proof.
actually formally proved that it violates the system, no amount of explanation would be able to make it consistent.
Bro, you haven't even proven that the conditions exist.
Yeah, you're reversing the burden. Are we supposed to, by default, accept any explanation? It sounds
No,
good.
you can choose to not accept it, right? But you're saying that it
entropy
violates it.
Entropy stands.
You're asserting that it has to not be true.
It would, if it was true, it would be violating it.
You're asserting that pseudoscience can be true, that an unfalsifiable claim is true. It's your assertion.
I'm asserting that it can be true, yes.
But the globe is the claim, and we're just saying prove it.
Proof by explanation. You know, is the force of an explanation something to determine truth with? Can you determine what's true by the force of an explanation? The answer is no.
No, if you want me to prove to you globe Earth, someone like me who doesn't know enough about physics, the only way I can think of is just going up there and taking a picture. But since neither of us can do that, no amount of explaining of physics or geometry would be able to settle this. And I don't like how you're pretending that it can settle this.
So let me get this straight.
Because both of us are not qualified enough to start to speak about these things.
No, that's just your opinion. Listen, this has been settled.
For the last 20 minutes, and now you're sidestepping the fact that you know nothing about physics and you're using some appeal to incredulity. What the shit are you on, mate? You either know it or don't.
Do you know?
I didn't claim to. You have.
I know.
Did I claim to know about physics to disprove
You've been
it?
speaking about bendy space warp time for the last 20 minutes.
He's been speaking about how it's disproven.
You have. Why did you not say right at the start? I'm sorry, I don't understand this.
You're done.
No evidence.
I'm just trying to show that he also doesn't understand what he's talking about.
He's done.
So
he was appealing to incredulity, dude. He's done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Appealing to
Sounded
what?
to me like he knew a lot. Sounded like he knew what he was talking about, man.
Well, that's what it would sound like to someone who doesn't know, but to me it just sounded like he's repeating words that he doesn't understand.
Why is that? Can you give me an example, please? I'd like to clarify.
So, for example, I asked, what is the equation that proves your claim? And he said the Hubble constant.
No, yeah, so
that was actually a hilarious bit to me.
Why?
Because the Hubble constant is not an equation, it's a number.
Well, yeah, equations.
But when he says scales up and down, I asked him why do they call it scaling up and down, and he couldn't answer. And so what I'm seeing is that he's reading off of a script.
I did answer it.
He doesn't really understand the equations he's talking about.
Shit, dude.
You chose
I
not to
explained
listen.
that it doesn't. I explained observations at the macro and the micro scale. How there's not a relativistic model of molecular behavior, and the relativity model for the cosmos doesn't describe galaxies. What part of that was difficult for you to understand and seemingly laughable? I'm finding this quite frustrating, to be honest. You seem to be very dishonest engager here. So I'm going to disengage with you, and somebody else can pick this up if they wish.
Let me go back to what I was reading before about the scaling.
So, how would it sound like that to you, what you described, if you don't know enough about it?
You know, I think it's really funny that you're projecting so hard. You're acting like we are the ones reading off of a script when you are literally Googling your own worldview and reading off of a script.
Yeah, I'm fucking driving to work, dude. Like, I don't have Google in front of me. I'm in my damn car.
Yeah, it's amazing. Usually incredulity works that way. They like have to project it onto someone else, like to project it off of themselves, because they don't want to come off incredulous. No one does, but it's okay to say I don't know.
Projecting means that I would be accusing him of things that I am doing, right? But I am not trying. You're incredulous. So yes, I'm accusing him of being pretentious. I'm accusing him of being pretentious about being.
Oh,
So,
you're
Elgin,
trying to
that's
say
what we're
he's
saying.
incredulous.
You are quite literally doing what you are saying that other people are doing. You are Googling your own worldview, and then you're pretending that other people are reading off of the script. That's what we're trying to tell you, is that you're intellectually dishonest, and you're projecting what you are doing onto everyone else in the room.
I mean, you said as much as that you don't know enough about it to be able to like evaluate the veracity, and then said that he's just just reading off a script and doesn't understand the words he's using.
I was about to continue my
How would you know
sentence.
he doesn't understand the words he's using if you don't know enough about it to evaluate whether he knows
I'm busy replying to this the three sentences ago. Okay, I'm gonna reply to this sentence after I finished my reply to the 3 sentences ago. So I'm accusing him
because I was leading up to the question. How would you know he doesn't know the words he's using if you don't know enough to evaluate whether he knows knows the words he's
by Googling.
By Googling.
Yeah, so I'm going to give examples after. Wait. I'm not finished.
I waited very patiently. So, because you're using Google, you are now more superior at physics. But yet, you still had the appeal to incredulity. But
it's because he's got someone.
Which one is
Matrix? Somebody's in this guy's DMs telling him that I don't know what I'm talking about, and he believes him. That's really all there is to it.
Well, one thing he asked for was like an equation, and then he was upset with what? What did he get? Hubble's constant? What was that? Because like numbers have to have an equation in order to derive the number in the first place. What is this, dude?
It's like saying the number 7 is an equation. But yeah, to finish my reply,
it can be.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
If you break it down into 3 plus 4, yeah, that's an equation for the number 7.
I'm accusing him of being pretentious, of being a physicist, because he's not a physicist. And I'm proving
you're not either. So how can you judge this?
Yeah, I was actually about to say why.
That's a fallacy, sir. That's an appeal to credentials fallacy. So that's not acceptable in debate as a rebuttal. So that's not a rebuttal. That's just a non-point.
Thanks for interrupting. Yeah, I forgot what I was about to say.
So you're not going to take that?
I just remembered.
You've been talking for freaking hours, bro, and it's been nonsense coming out of your mouth. You're like, I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm going to continue talking for some reason. Does that make sense to you? If I said I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm going to just continue talking?
To be perfectly clear, Elegant, he is not interrupting you. He is moderating you.
It seems that he interrupts me after every 3 words. How is that moderation?
Well, when you're wrong, you're going to be stopped immediately, and you will be corrected.
That's not how a debate works.
It's not a debate, bro. You're not having a debate. You're using fallacious reasoning the entire time. And what you're doing here is doing meta nonsense. You're constantly just talking about the debate. You're here telling us
we're past the hour.
Wait.
Sorry, Hubble's constant
I was asking actually trying to reply.
There's how to
the
calculate and derive it from the formula. All right, there you go. Enjoy.
So, and then I asked him about the Sagnac effect. He said, he actually brought it up. He said that it happens at 90 degrees. I said, does it happen at 180 degrees? He said no. I googled it, and apparently
Sagnac didn't do 180. He did not, because you're wrong.
So I asked him, does it happen at 180? And he said no. I googled it, and apparently the effect is strongest at 180.
We talked about that too. There are multiple variations of this, okay? Sagnac himself did multiple variations, but the effect that has talked about the Sagnac effect is with two arms that are 90 degrees to each other. Those are considered opposites.
Yeah, that made perfect sense. I understood what he was saying. Why didn't you understand? Wait, so you're telling me that you think? Do you understand the concept that he's going over with the Sagnac effect in order to understand why he made the claim of the 90-degree arms in that particular scenario with the interferometer?
As I was saying, it's strongest at 180 degrees and weakest at 90. And that's the opposite of what he said.
I was trying to describe Sagnac's setup to you. Okay?
Sure.
All right.
And Hubble's constant is an equation.
Yes, derived from an equation. I posted a link on how to do it. I posted a link on how to do it. It's 17 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, equation equals derived from an equation.
Dude, the constant was... You're just being disingenuous. I gave you more than just the equation, right? I gave you the derivative, like what is actually being claimed here. So, sorry you don't understand enough to appreciate it.
He said he doesn't know enough, so obviously he wouldn't get, it's not his fault, you know what I mean? But it is.
Yeah.
But you don't accept Hubble's law being the equation that leads to Hubble's constant, is that correct?
I just love No, what's correct is that I don't accept a number to be an equation.
Okay, how do you get a number without deriving it from an equation?
I don't know how this answers my claim.
Yeah, because if he gave you the number that's derived from an equation called Hubble's constant, which is derived from the equation Hubble's law, you could simply put that together. But instead, you want to go into the semantics for some reason, as if that's even part of this debate. But it is not, sir. You are so far off base. You are throwing every red herring, every non sequitur that you can put into this conversation.
Wait.
Take the attention off yourself, so that
Do
way
you
you can
understand
burst
why
into
I
your
asked what's the
microphone
equation?
and act like a degenerate.
And why answering Hubble's constant is not a good answer?
You are a problem to society, sir.
You're going on a monologue now.
Yes, I will. That's okay. I can do that. You are the problem
But that's
with
not a cool
society,
thing.
sir. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to be cool. That's your problem, dude. You think you are a cool person in this society. You, sir, are a perfect example of what Dunning-Kruger is, dude.
Yeah, and like I just love it when they're like, "Well, I don't know enough about this, so you mustn't either." That's that. What? How? Why?
Do you know what Dunning-Kruger is, Elliot?
No, only you know.
Oh, but you do know what gaslighting is, huh? So you know what gaslighting is.
Google everything else.
I know what it means, and you don't. It means cats are vicious.
He's only hearing to respond anyway. He's not actually listening to anything that's being said because his attention is divided. He said that when he came in here.
How'd you know my attention is divided? I am playing chess right now.
You can't play a video game and have a proper conversation with people. You cannot do two things at the same time and give 100% of your attention to one of those things.
Yeah, how about we just settle this with a chess match? If we whoop your butt in chess, is it over? Is that good?
That's a fallacy.
State the fallacy, sir.
My chess skills don't mean anything about the flat Earth.
No, I would disagree. I think it has to say something about your intellect.
And your physics
No, it
knowledge
just
doesn't
means
either.
it has to say about my chess skills.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, chess skills require intellect, correct?
They require memorization.
That requires intellect, correct?
What's your rating anyway?
Dude, are you saying I have to have a rating? Dude, you are the fallacy machine.
You don't have a rating?
See, this is an appeal to credentials again. Once again, you are appealing to credentials, bro. You have nothing. Do you even know how
You
to
don't think
engage
ratings
in debate logically? Do you know how to engage
Am I
in
speaking
debate?
to a guy who doesn't think ratings reflect your chess skills?
Does
Is
it
that what I'm
matter
hearing?
if you have a rating if you play in person with someone?
Okay, so you're
all the time?
900. That's what I mean. You're 900, right?
I got you, Elegant. Does the rating on a website matter when it comes to a chess master's skills who has never been on that website?
What's your rating?
No, but I don't think he's a chess master who's been on that website. That's very
No,
unlikely.
you just don't think. You made that clear already. You had to Google everything, remember?
Okay, so
Yeah, sidestep that. You made the call,
so that
mate,
means he
not
doesn't
us.
have a rating, right?
You
No, we
don't
don't
think,
care.
bro, because you don't even know that chess requires intellect. You're ridiculous, bro.
Yeah,
That means he doesn't have a rating, right? I know that people who watch chess from afar think
Yeah, you
that
don't
only a
understand
genius would
that
be good at
chess
chess.
requires intellect, bro.
No, you don't understand that chess is purely based on memorization.
Gentlemen,
Yeah,
because
which
you haven't played
requires
enough.
intellect, bro.
That is what people who are fans of chess who've never played it think, yes.
Yeah, the necessary precondition to memorization is intellect.
Chessboards are a good example of perspective on a flat surface, angular resolution.
Perspective of what?
Angular resolution, perspective over a flat surface. With simple.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, if you want a game of chess sometime, dude, I'll play you. I'm like 1800 rated.
Does anyone here have a rating?
I just told you I'm 18.
Got one for you, Elegant.
How about
Oh,
you
yeah,
listen?
you're supposed to say
Side
that.
chat real
Hey,
quick.
yo,
I just posted something. 26 minutes after the hour. Checkmate.
Who posted where?
He doesn't even listen. I just posted something 26 past the hour. You posted where?
yeah, and the last guy told him, like, AJ literally goes, yeah, I play chess, I'm 1800. He's like, does anyone in here have a rating? Bro, like, are you, dude, use your ears,
I
bro.
had him down. He's 50%, but his mic is very low.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
you're just fine. Maybe it's just you. You're a little bit deaf, you know what I mean?
how about the last one then? How about the last one when he said 26
Maybe I'm kinda
after
blind,
the
am I
hour?
right
What are you, retarded?
Why are you using ad hominems?
Elegant. Listen, I got some
I'm giving you
flatter
the
stuff.
benefit of the doubt, bro. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt at this point because you say you had the one guy turned down. The other guy said 26 after the hour in the chat. You didn't hear that
No,
either. So
he's
I'm
not turned down. He was
wondering,
100%.
at this point, I'm
But
thinking
his
he
mic
might
is
be
low.
deaf, which I would consider retarded. Yeah.
Look, Elegant, joke to the side, whatever. All right, let's put everything behind us. But I have one last question for you. I got some flatter information. Would you like to check it out? If you do, I can send it to your DM, and you can check it out whenever you
send
want.
it.
Okay, I got you.
Hello, everyone.
Necros, how you doing?
How are you, Kimbo? I'm very good. Hope you're good too.
Hey, did you guys hear about Flatsoid?
Yeah, I wonder what happened there.
No.
Yeah, what happened? I think Apocryphon knows a bit more about that. But yeah, like what happened? I didn't watch the video.
I heard a lot. Many people ask me about Flat Zod, but I swear I don't know what's happened.
What happened though? Like, what's the idea of what happened?
He threw in the towel.
He's a flat earther.
Yeah.
He's just not in the public arena anymore. He's had enough of all the toxicity of the anti-flat earth crowd.
Yeah, when you engage with them, every show, you're going on all their debates, you're inviting them on your show, right? You know, you're putting yourself in that position. Those people are toxic. They're there to bring you down.
Well, that's what he said.
Yeah, like, just ignore those idiots. I think if you're doing content creation, keep them as far away as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, he gave a bit of a spiel about it. I mean, I understand. Yeah, but yeah, I guess he could choose to, like, how he presents and operates with. He doesn't have to interact necessarily, but he's getting some personal. Like, they're getting a bit too personal. Like, I don't know. I don't want to assume, but it sounded like almost like doxing type stuff that's going on. So
anyone who believes that the Earth is flat is just a stupid person.
Silly man. You said it.
You little punk.
No, you are not responding to anyone. He just said the sentence and he just jumped away. He ran away. What the heck is that? My God.
The wicked run when no man pursues.
Yeah, I found the video that Jeranism uploaded 11 hours ago is so interesting. It shows how Jaren just changed his mind, and now he's just saying the opposite of what he was saying. The video he uploaded yesterday was about flat earthers videos and how they are deleted from the history. When you research flat earth in your history of the videos that you watched, you'll never see the flat earth videos, the legit flat earth videos, but you will see the debunks. So he made videos about that when he was flat earther, and yesterday he made another video responding to himself about why those videos are deleted. He said that, they are deleted because those videos are lies and YouTube don't appreciate lies. So if I find... Oh yeah, you have to watch that video. You have to watch that. So...
Yeah, go on.
So if I go to my research and my history, the video I already watched, and I research unicorn, and I find that the videos of unicorns that I already watched, they are visible there. They are not deleted from my history. So it means that unicorns are not lies. For him, that's what he's understanding now.
That's his logic. Yeah, that's his logic train, right? But I heard something interesting today. Someone said, like, "Oh, is this recorded?" We're like, "Oh, maybe I shouldn't say anything." Don't worry about it. Well, I could just say that someone said that he's in a situation which could force him to be like to have to present himself in a way like to society that is not controversial, it doesn't seem loony, right? It's very important for him to like recant on a lot of this stuff because of a situation that he's in that basically requires him to do so in order for him to be deemed fit for a particular role.
No, I'm trying to
legally,
bro. Smooth,
legally,
very smooth,
yeah.
Bro.
I really trying to understand. I'm not assuming anything. I'm not making any speculation about what's happening to him. If if he did it on purpose or something like that, or genuine. I'm trying to understand, but because what he's doing is just something really bizarre for someone who are playing the moderator role. He was debating globetrotters. So, a sudden change just because you saw 24-hour sun. That's really make me ask many questions.
Getting back to this. So wait, Flatzoid has gone by way of Jaren?
No, he's just thrown in the towel for the fight at the moment because it seemed to me like he's getting some pretty serious personal attacks, right? And he's keeping his channel. He's changed his channel name. He's keeping his channel. He's going to focus on just like Christian stuff, Christian studies and stuff. And he's not going to be engaging in flat Earth debates or discussions, at least for now. I think he said it's just too toxic for him at the moment.
Bloodzoid is saying that what he's planning to do, but Witsit did that thing without saying it. It just disappeared from the screens. No one knows that. There is some assumptions and speculations that he had personal issues or something like that, like his wife.
Is worthy of a QE grilling, because I agree with most of what he says about that. Right? I just think that it's a really, really good argument and completely debunks their boat over the horizon claims when we have different types of mirage effects, right? No one can deny mirage effects happen, right? So I could say, even if I was a glober, I would use the exact same argument, right, and say that there are other explanations for the boats appearing to disappear over the horizon. It's not a good argument. Even if I was a glober, I'd be saying that, right? Because they have like mainstream explanations like sinking, which they call a type of atmospheric refraction, right? So,
but these are very specific effects with very specific names.
Yeah, exactly.
So when they just go in general, actually, I'll play it.
Refraction.
When they say that in general, and they're talking about very specific events, then no, it's sorry, that is an inferior mirage or that is a superior mirage. That is not that. You can rail them on it, because if it was that in general, it wouldn't be given a very specific name.
Yep. And they're cherry picking which types of mirages happen in particular footage, right? And then when there's textbook definition, different type of mirage that goes against their argument, they don't even know it exists.
Have you ever listened to QE go right through it with the Black Swan? Does this happen? No. Does this happen? No. Does this happen? No. And he goes through and absolutely rips them all apart. It's awesome.
Yeah, I listened to his presentation 2 times in a row on refraction. I agree with most of what he said. But yeah, mirages happen, and he doesn't really cover the topic of mirages. But I've had a really good look into it, and I think it's a really killer argument against the globe side.
The only thing, it's not a killer argument against the globe itself, because those phenomena that we witness, they are not exclusive. That boat that is disappearing bottom up into the horizon, that is not exclusive to the globe. So the glober shouldn't use that thing. So he shouldn't say, "Oh, because boats disappear behind the horizon." So because it's not exclusive to a curved surface. So when things occur perfectly, it will happen on flat surface too. So it's not debunking the globe, and it's not approving the globe also, and it's not approving or validating flat Earth only. It's not an exclusive phenomenon.
It's debunking their particular argument when it comes to this particular observation shows a boat hidden over the physical horizon, and it's also showing that our observations have no explanations when it comes to different types of effects that we know happen.
Yeah, so, correct. When the person talking to you just assume it's hiding behind or being obscured by that physical horizon. So many people just believe that it is because of the curve, because they never heard that the distance to the horizon vary because of the atmospheric conditions and those elements. So they don't know, they just use that argument as if it is proof for the globe only.
Yep, exactly. I'm just kind of pointing out with that they don't really know what they're talking about. And there are explanations within the mainstream that don't even conflict with their own side, that perfectly explain what we're seeing, right, in those particular observations. And, you know, even the, like, you know, the ocean swells, right, or the different types of effects, mirage effects, can perfectly explain what we're seeing in some of those images where it looks like there's a big ship that's hidden behind the horizon, and we can replicate it on a smaller scale, right? And we can give citations from the mainstream that perfectly explain textbook definition what we're seeing in their observations, right? Different types of mirage effects. So yeah.
And also there is a thing that makes that put that idea in their mind, which is they think that on flat surface you can't have a horizon. Remember the conversation in the text chat yesterday with the guy that was talking to me and told me that someone told him that there is no horizon of flat plane? When I and you asked him to just ask the guy to draw an infinite big plane, big flat plane, so we will eventually put a horizon there.
Oh yeah, it's a great, crazy argument. Robert Utah saying that you can't have a horizon if on a flat surface.
Yeah, exactly. So because in their mind, that guy and the globers, majority of the globers, they imagine that on a flat horizon, flat plane, an infinite big flat plane, there is no horizon. That's what's happening in their mind. I don't understand how they imagine it, how they picture it in their mind. It's impossible to picture it without a horizon. But yeah, that's the sentence that repeats in their imagination. No horizon on flat surface. If you see a horizon, that means that you are on a ball. Yes, and that's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, they have less of a claim to a horizon than what we would, right? So they say from their perspective that you're always standing on top of the globe, right? So if you're looking out over the ocean, it's like it's constantly going downward, right? At least on a flat surface, it would be constantly going outward, horizontally. So it's more likely that we would have a horizon than them. But it's like they deny perspective convergence. Right. Obviously, the only reason that the horizon is rising up to eye level on either is because of perspective. So for them to claim that perspective convergence doesn't happen is just ridiculous. It's just a dumb argument. I want, like you said, I want one of them to draw a picture. Right. What would it look like looking out at the horizon in the ocean on a flat Earth with no horizon? Try draw a picture without a horizon. I want to see what that looks like.
They will draw the horizon first. It will be the first or the second line they will have to draw. When you are an artist and try to draw perspectives or something going into distance horizontally or vertically, you will draw the lines going to the conversion point or the vanishing point, and then you start your drawing above those lines, using those lines. So your buildings will follow the sidelines, so from the horizontal one to the center of that drawing, and you continue your drawing based on those perspective line that you started with, the base of your drawing. And in those perspective line, there is one horizontal line cutting the paper horizontally in two halves. You have to put it first, the first thing that you do.
Exactly, Negros. Look, my wife's sitting here, completely agreeing with what you're saying. She has a master's degree in art, and she's a professional illustrator. Like, she just was laughing at the idea of someone claiming that you couldn't have a horizon on a flat surface.
Yeah. She will visualize it. She's an artist. She understands it. She draws things like that. Train track, buildings in a boulevard or a street going into distance. Just a bunch of mountains and the road in the middle, like Nevada desert, and she will have to put on a horizon. Even she is imagining an infinite big flat surface with topography. She will have to do that. She will understand it very fast because she already done that millions of times.
Yeah, that's why you can just take screenshots, type in any video game, Grand Theft Auto 5 Ocean, right? And there's always a horizon there, right? Even though it's a flat map, right? Because even in 3D rendering software, you still need to choose a camera, right? And each camera is still going to have a particular focal length. It's going to have convergence. It's going to have a vanishing point. Straight line between vanishing points is going to be a horizon line. Common sense.
Correct. That's what you do when you're making games. For your character, you will put a different lens aspect to the view, and when that character use the sniper, so we will use another lens in the sniper, not a literal lens, but the program, the software, you will use different aspects for the view using that sniper. So and even every
I used to do animation as a job for a while, right? And I used a program called iClone to make my 3D animations, and I had a list of like every single camera that you could possibly think of to choose to use as the primary camera within the 3D model, right? So each one of those cameras will have a slightly different focal length and a different point of convergence and whatnot, like based on that. That will determine the horizon. Every single camera, every single optical device basically has a point of convergence. So
yeah, and there are artists, right, that are good enough that they could actually draw like an object that's so small, like near the horizon or on the horizon, right? It's so small that to your naked eye, like just looking at the picture, you wouldn't see it, right? You wouldn't be able to resolve it. You wouldn't make it out until you get a magnifying glass, which would be essentially like using a P900 or something, right? In reality. And then you can see it. Magnified it.
Yeah, that's trippy. Have you seen those artworks where they keep zooming in to things within the frame, and then it turns into a whole nother artwork, and then there's like another thing inside a picture on the wall, and they'll keep zooming in, and it goes on and on. Freaking trippy, man.
Yeah, that is some of it. I think is like AI generated or AI aided or something. Because how can you keep like doing that, like because they just do it in ridiculous amounts, right? Did they start with a piece of paper the size of a house wall or something?
I'm not sure exactly how it's done. Definitely done in computer software for sure.
Computer software, yeah. It's clever. Yeah, I love it.
Today with Unreal Engine 5, you can just upload the data from Google Maps on a flat surface. You will have that the fogs will have the fog that when you see things in distance and the light seems to get dimmer and dimmer, so you add those elements, you add lights, so you put the sun if you want wherever you want it to be, and you can do that, use those cameras, the different types of cameras in the software, and you view the entire surface. You can go in the streets and visit instead of visiting the cities using Google, you can use the Unreal Engine. Everything will just be changed and modeled into 3D. Mountains, buildings, everything will be modeled automatically with Unreal Engine into 3D shapes on a flat surface. I'll show you a video. It's so interesting.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
Here, they also show how to do it.
happened? Everybody stop talking?
Oh, sweet. I thought it was something on my end. It just went silent.
Yo, what's up? We're still around. I'm just working on stuff.
It's really unfortunate what's going on with Witsit, dude. I heard you guys bring it up. He hasn't made a video, dude. Like, no uploads. He hasn't been around anywhere. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's very sad to see. Yeah.
To be fair, though, like, we've all had, like, problems, right? I don't know about you guys, but I've had my own problems with women. I don't have a spotless, blemish-free pass. And for somebody to take advantage and record me at my lowest moments, like, I'd look like a monster too, like, so I'm a little bit empathetic, but he shouldn't be acting like that, like wilding out. But
dude, I completely relate to what happened. I mean, it's very hard for us to judge exactly what's going on because I had the same problem. Like, I had a 15-year toxic relationship before this awesome relationship I'm in now, dude. And there was a time, right, where my ex literally set up a camera, right, and then tried to provoke me, right, into getting angry so she could record it. I noticed the camera.
Oh my God.
The same thing, dude. Right? It was the same thing. So we can't judge him too harshly, right? Because we don't know what kind of person she is really. Like, I mean, I did used to know her, but not very well at all, right? And once you get to know someone deep down, they could be like really narcissistic or who knows. And the fact that she posted the video, right, on Earth Awakenings, that's kind of telling as well. Who would do that?
I'm just going to reiterate what I said before, but to say they both need to do better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I
he gets over it.
I can relate, like whoop-de-doo, he punched the couch, right? It's not like he punched her in the face or anything like that. Like, granted, he shouldn't be punching couches and acting up like that, right? And his fury to his wife, right?
It is technically a form of assault, but I mean, it's not really the same thing as actually hitting someone.
People punch walls, they
psychological intimidation, right? To instill fear into the person, trying to think that could be your face, right? And if you're doing it that close to them.
Centuries. Which seems to comport with technology development and being able to see further with more commonly available optics. Started off around 10 to 13%. Sorry, do you keep chiming in when I'm opening my mouth?
I start talking. It's all good, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, some of the earlier surveying that was done throughout Europe in the late 1700s into the 1800s, they started noticing that they could see too far for what they thought was curvature, and so they started developing these theories on optical refraction, atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, even, right? And so there's surveyor, is it Carl Gauss or somebody? Same Gauss as from electromagnetism, I don't know. But Gauss went around surveying Europe and going on mountaintops, looking at lighthouses in the distance, did all the surveying, and he kind of averaged out a refraction factor, a K factor of 13%
13%. In other words, increase Earth's radius 13%, and this accounts for us seeing further than what we should with straight line of sight propagation and visual wavelengths. 13%. Well, that is over time. We've got this recorded in our literature. It's grown, it's increased, and it hasn't been the same. It's not uniform all over the world. The number went from 10, 11, 12%, 13%, went up to 14%, 16%, 17%. Right now, the K factor average, according to Dr. Andrew Thomas Young at San Diego State, is 7/6R, which is increasing Earth's radius by 1/6, which is about 16.67%. And that's considered standard, but not by all standards. If you go to some areas, they say, no, we're doing 17%, 18%, 21%, 24%, 27%. We will allow up to 47% of an increase in Earth's radius to explain why we can see so far and survey these distances that should not be visible. And these numbers are different, even within the United States, from Washington to Maryland to Massachusetts and Illinois. In California, they all have.
Mate, they've gone to Antarctica, mate.
They have different K factor. Yeah, in Antarctica, you can see 300 miles, dude.
So I think sporadic that they once they start starts realizing, because more people surely more of us are going to eventually get up to high altitudes with infrared and do what Jay Tolan's been doing. And then start getting this into the academic realms, and they're gonna have to rethink everything that they fucking ever knew about all that. They're gonna have to.
I agree. This really is the phlogiston of our era.
Because what are they going to do? They're going to then say that, well, okay, what allowances and what percentage of allowance are they going to make for those sort of observations? I mean,
I know. Or even with radio, line of sight radio in VHF has a further horizon than infrared. So the standard refraction for light is 7/6R. Well, with infrared, we can see even further, call it 14/2R. And then with radio, we can go even further than that. There's actually standard refraction for VHF is 4/3R, which is a 33% increase of Earth's radius. To explain line of sight propagation at 144 megahertz.
So when we have these observations where we can see 2,000+% further.
Yeah.
Right. There's nothing that accounts for observations.
No. And they're radio transmissions, right? The 10,000 mile long transmission that Marconi did. Granted, it wasn't VHF. I mean, those wavelengths are really long. I think they said he was in the 3 megahertz range. So, yeah, I'm not going to do the conversion in my head on that, but really long wavelengths. But still, I mean, how is it propagating? That's 20/2R or something. I mean, that's freaking ridiculous.
It's bouncing off our ionosphere, bro.
Yeah. And that's another thing. When they modeled antenna propagation back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, they modeled it using half planes. They assumed a flat Earth and a flat sky. They still do in their modeling. They call it a flat Earth approximation. It's good enough. It's good enough, guys. But yeah, I mean, there's people try to measure things like electron density on the target antenna, and they try to calculate how much fall off there should be due to curvature over these ranges, and it never matches their expectations. It's kind of like with perspective in our visual range. We've got these Earth curvature calculators that don't take perspective into account.
It's very much analogous to that, just with non-visual length. So it seems to be that the horizon distance is a function of wavelength and not curvature. The longer the wavelength, the further it goes with the same power, same energy. That's not a big surprise to people. It's just Earth curvature is not present at all. And you've got the similar thing where in practice, you never see like 4/3 in VHF. It's all over the fucking place. Same with like the 7/6 for visual light. Nobody actually has ever seen or captured the perfect 7/6 average. It's all over the damn place. 40% refraction, 2%. There's a negative. There are conditions recorded. I've got a paper on this where they're like, yeah, this means there's a negative K factor, negative refraction factor going on, -3%. Like, what? Is Earth concave now?
What?
Oh, yeah. I could share it with you. I did have it posted at one point on 24/7. Yeah. And they said it changed throughout the day. It went from like -3% to like +21% in just a day due to changing cloud cover.
So they're not actually checking it. Are they just reverse engineering it, right? They're just like sliding the refraction up and down to match the observation.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. Similar to NATO Sapphire trials. There's a German team and a Dutch-Belgian team sponsored by NATO, funded by the Naval Research Lab. These two teams went to the Chesapeake Bay of the United States. These are military surveyors. And their goal was to measure atmospheric disturbances of light propagation in the infrared spectrum over marine layers, over water, and changing conditions with that. So I've got their papers, right? In the papers, they talk about their setup. They have infrared theodolites. Folks, they're not messing around. They're not like your Jesse Kozlowski or Jesse Gordon's out there with their mainstream surveying equipment. These guys got freaking infrared theodolites and shit. So they're setting up infrared flashlights across the Chesapeake Bay of the United States. It's outside Washington, D.C. And they talk about in the setup that they're purposefully putting these infrared flashlights below the curvature of the Earth as a control. They said, we're going to put one down here, which we should not see due to the curvature of the Earth. And then so they constructed this tower, right? And they said, we're going to put one up here that we could just see above the curvature of the Earth. And then one way up here that we could definitely see under all conditions. We're going to set up our camera. We're going to record this in infrared over day and night cycles. And we're going to see how much those lights move up and down. Subrefraction and super refraction, they call it. So during the setup, they grew frustrated because the lowest light on a tripod that they set up to be behind Earth curvature was plainly visible in infrared. They called it cursed. I'm totally serious. They said this whole cursed setup made it very difficult. We had to recalibrate everything. So you know what they did? They did the refraction slider thing, DJ. They constructed their own model to explain what they saw. And to explain what they saw, they had to fudge the temperature difference between the water and the air by 2 orders of magnitude. So, whereas originally they measured a very low, very narrow temperature differential, which would lead to less optical distortion over the water, producing the very stable images we saw in this report, they actually had to fudge their temperature readings. They had to claim the temperature was warmer than what it really was. They went from like 0.01 degrees Celsius to 1 degree Celsius or something like that. I mean, that's a huge differential. And even then, they said they weren't satisfied with their own model, but it worked good enough. And in the paper, they described how they were data fitting all kinds of other models, and none of them were working right. They said we tried this like bulk refraction model, which is like 7/6R, and we started adding some turbulence into it. We couldn't figure anything out, so we had to basically pretend that the conditions of the day were different than what we actually measured. So, you've got reports like these, right? I mean, flat Earth nerds, we're out there researching, we're digging crap like this up everywhere. What are we supposed to think? When you read dozens and dozens and dozens of reports like this over the years, what are you supposed to think? Right? So we see this with NATO Sapphire, military surveyors, high-end equipment, extreme precise methods, very, very rigorously done. And then we look at like these Jesse Kozlowski, Jesse Gordon types, right? Bringing their freaking Fisher-Price theodolites to a scene. And not exhibiting any of the higher level, higher order sophistication you see in these other documents. Go ahead, Tito.
I just had a giggle to myself about Fisher Price theodolites.
Yeah, what are we supposed to think when the Globies show up with their fucking retard setups? And we're reading papers on NATO Sapphire or the combat laser test, 149 kilometer propagation from mountaintop to mountaintop in Hawaii, right? Tri-band laser test for atmospheric refraction, none found. So we're studying all this like open funded military research with equipment that is well outside the price range of the common man. And as a hostile witness, they themselves are failing to measure curvature and to measure the optical effects that they claim has to be there for Earth to be a globe. We compare that to this bullshit that we see, flatearth.ws and Soundly and Lake Pontchartrain and all this crap, right? What the hell are we supposed to think?
Well, we're supposed to think that the globe is unfalsifiable because we can just invoke refraction to explain it away.
Yep. We're supposed to see an image from freaking high up or out in space, right? And because you can see a bendy curve, you're supposed to say, there it is, Earth's a globe, pack it up and go home, folks. We saw the curve that we've been yearning to see. How many NASA fans are like looking for curvature like porn addicts, right? They're going through NASA footage, like, I better see that curve, I better see that curve. There's some curve. Oh yeah, fuck right. There's some freaking hot ass curve. I mean, there are people that do that. Like, it's like the first thing people point out. Like, here's the next image NASA took of the Earth. First top 10 comments. Oh look, I see the curvature of the Earth. Woohoo! Like, really? It's that important to you? It's that important well, I guess I know why it's that important to you, because you know deep down subconsciously that you never actually see it in real life. You know that the flat earthers are onto something. And thank God NASA to the rescue shows you this image from outer space showing an Earth curve. Now you can go back to sleep.
Yeah, I think that theodolite that Jesse Path of Light uses, right? He shared the model. It's some really old ass Nikon theodolite. I think he said he bought it off eBay or something like that, right? And if you have a look in the manual, I think it says it's around 300 meters is the absolute maximum range for that particular one, right? And it also says that they need to be like professionally calibrated often, right? Because the slightest, the slightest like problem with the calibration can lead to huge issues with the test. Right, it says here as well, like a standard theodolite has a range of 300 to 500 meters, right? Modern digital theodolites. What's that?
There's too many.
No, I'm just saying hello.
It says here, modern digital theodolites with electronic distance measurement EDM capabilities can extend their effective range to several kilometers, often around 1 to 3 kilometers, under optimal conditions.
Yeah, and then what you need from there is like an angle accuracy to go with it, or distance accuracy that you can then convert to an angle, which they don't really show in these things either. But yeah,
Right,
when you've got people, yeah, go ahead.
Well, it says here, right? So the acceptable error, like this is why they have the recommended range limitations, right? Because it says that even when when it's correctly calibrated, it can have up to a 7 millimeter error over 300 meters, right? Which is acceptable, right? So that will mean it's calibrated correctly as long as they have like an error within that range, right? If you used a calibrated theodolite over 20 miles, right? Even though it's calibrated correctly, it can lead to 260 feet error just from a slight like angular misalignment, right? And that's not even in the effects of the Atmo into play, right? And then there's signal and targeting issues, and tripod stability errors and cumulative error estimate, right? And it says that a theodolite designed for 300 meters should never be expected to function accurately at 20 miles. The error would be far beyond acceptable tolerances for any practical measurement. If someone were claiming precise theodolite readings over 20 miles, they would either be compensating with advanced techniques or encountering several inaccuracies.
What's up?
What's up? Yeah, so regarding those advanced techniques,
Yeah, shut the fuck up, you fucking faggot. No one cares.
Oh my god.
Shut the fuck up. You're gay as fuck. You sound like a homo. Doctor. You have a doctor in your name, you fucking loser.
Like Dr. D's nuts.
You're a doctor. That was funny. That was funny.
Yeah.
Hey, get on this channel if you want to talk like that, dude. It's disgusting.
Yeah, so regarding advanced methods, there's a paper I downloaded from Harvard.
Hey, I don't give a shit about advanced methods. I don't give a shit about advanced methods.
All right. Well, then you can just bug off. Then why don't you bug off, dude?
Bug off.
Yeah. Go chase some bugs. But they talked about using graduated scales, right? So they said if you're going to do surveying over like a 20-mile distance, you need to set up markers that you know their height and you know their range measurement too by other means. So you have to validate where they are and how tall they are. So you use these sticks, surveying rods, and they tell you basically generally how far you want to space these out incrementally. And then you go back to your starting point and then you calibrate. You use those to calibrate a further distance to take a more accurate reading at range. But then, Jesse Pat the Light comes in with his 120 miles Mount Shasta observation. Not only ignoring graduated scale, but using an enormous range of like 100 miles plus. And even though the angle is small and narrow to the top of the mountain, you're actually staring up. You're staring up through an increasingly cooler gradient of air and acting like that there's absolutely no effects on the optical path of that light from the top of the mountain through that gradient of air down to your eye in a warmer climate. So, I mean, the point being, right, we compare how the pros do it, military freaking surveyors, to these anti-flat earther hobbyists that are just trolling. And it's a night and day difference. What are we supposed to think, guys?
You're supposed to think that the people that believe this nonsense, like the ones that came in here with their nonsense, have mental disabilities.
Yeah, it's easy to assume that. But what else do we have to go on, right? They come in with cog dis.
Oh. What about this whole idea of reciprocal zenith angles? Why are the measurements that Globers try to posit with that? Why is it not necessarily due to the curvature of the Earth? Like, what else could it be causing it?
So the reciprocal zeniths require them to prove that they are plumb to level between both observers looking at each other within a certain degree of accuracy. So if both of them were to hang plumb lines in their respective locations, right, they'd have to assure that they are accurate with regards to that plumb. horizontally in a perpendicular fashion over the distance that they're claiming. And what they show us instead of a plumb reading is they show us like an angular displacement in their optic by a certain amount. In other words, they tilt the optic down a little bit. They say, well, because I had to tilt it down, I have to do that in order to see the other point of interest in my field of vision, because Earth is curving down. And then the other observer says they do the same. But what they haven't established is that their optic is horizontally calibrated across that vast distance that's needed. Like we were talking earlier, a gnat's ass hair width of freaking divergence between the plumb reading and the optic could result in being thrown off hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet over 20 miles. As DJ was saying earlier, the slightest inaccuracy compounds heavily. So what's really amazing to me is their claimed level of accuracy without presenting a demonstration of being able to be that reliably accurate. The other thing that's amazing to me is with the reciprocal zenith angle measurements, like which can be over dozens of miles, right? I've seen some of these claims over hundreds of miles. What's amazing to me is that the amount of curvature that they claim to be present is perfectly conformal to an ideal ellipsoid, like WGS-84. WGS-84 is a model of a globe Earth. And it's a smooth ball, right? Meanwhile, what we have in practicality is actually a lumpy Earth. It's a lumpier over smaller distances. We've got claims of gravity causing distortions of plumb over distances that have to be corrected for and accounted for. So in other words, how come they're always showing downward curvature in all of their theodolite observations that seems to be perfectly conformal to an ideal WGS-84 ball, when they could be taking observations on a globe Earth in a region that's concave or flat? Because other regions are going to be curving more than they should, because they think Earth is a lumpy potato. So they have to come up with a way, in my view, to differentiate between the ideal and reality. But instead, all we get from these anti-flat earthers is the perfect ideal everywhere. We never have an anti-flat earther say, hey, look, I actually measured Earth flat. Oh, but it's because of the Earth's geoid. Here's my geoidal reference. Here are the actual measurements. The plumb lines are actually converging instead of diverging. And that's why we got this flat Earth area problem. But over here, I actually measured curvature that's more radical than if Earth is the typical reference ellipsoid. Here, curvature is curving at a much greater drop over distance than 8 inches per mile squared. And oh, this area here must make up for the relatively flat part that I measured over there. Like, this should be happening in reality, according to their own claims, according to Helmert's higher geodesy, according to the freaking National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Agency Administration, whatever they're called, NOAA, right? They're responsible for all the geodetic surveying. So these hobbyist anti-flat earthers keep coming in with these half-baked claims that are just stupidly fallacious on their face, and they don't, like Jesse's spreadsheet showing various observations that conform to what he says is drop over distance over a ball, and he shows you this curving graph. Well, he's cherry-picking observations. Most of them are his own, and most of them that he's presenting of his own are done with the same freshman level class and sophistication that we were describing, which don't look anything like how the pros do it, how the military frickin' does it for surveying ports and bodies of water. You know, and then everything that they present conforms to this perfectly ideal reference ellipsoid. Everything conforms to perfectly round latitude and longitude WGS-84 ball. It's very suspicious. Very. Meanwhile, they have available to them something called the geoid model. EGM96 is the lumpy potato model. Guess what? They're not using that for a reference ellipsoid. You know why? The math's too fucking hard.
Wait, they do what?
You know, and if they're going to do it, by the way, they don't use like the geoid model to do their diverging plumb line calculations, their diverging zenith calculations. They always use a reference ellipsoid. They don't use the Earth's geoid, and they don't use that in conjunction with the reference ellipsoid. And the other thing too is they always have to invoke a spherical coordinate system in the first instance to get their claim of diverging zeniths. They fix their control points. That is where they're surveying from. They fix those to latitude and longitude. Well, now you're using a spherical coordinate reference system. So if you're going to be internally consistent, of course you're going to plot your data in a manner that curves, whether it does in reality or not, because you're mapping, you're fixing those control points by adjusting them to a spherical coordinate reference. So when they come up with their challenges, right, and say, can you do these surveys? Can you get these celestial navigation fixes? Here's your starting coordinates, and here's like some stars to use. You're going to be working entirely within a spherical coordinate grid framework. So I would expect a spherical coordinate outcome. And if I got anything else, then I'm doing it wrong. So that's one of the gotchas, right, that these anti-flat earthers put out there. And I don't even know if they're aware of it being a gotcha. I mean, maybe some of the smarter ones are. You know, and then you have people attempting to do it by using a freaking azimuthal equidistant map and forgoing the graduated scale. So of course they're going to fuck up, and then all their attempts, right, are recorded on the internet, and all the anti-flat earthers laugh at them, and maybe rightfully so. I mean, we got a lot of boneheaded flat earthers out there. A lot of them are worse than Globers, to be honest. So if you want to impress me, folks, go out there with your surveying equipment and don't use spherical coordinate reference systems. Go use the most advanced methods available to you. Try to use infrared to mitigate refraction claims, and go out there and show me the curvature of the Earth. You go take a Sony Alpha A7 with a fat lens and a good infrared filter, and you go take those flights. And you show me that beautiful, sweet Earth curvature in the distance that should just be popping out magnificently to you because you're viewing the world in infrared. You're seeing it less distorted. So let's see that undistorted Earth curve. It's not there, folks. You know what we get instead? We get Soundly going to the most humid fucking place on Earth in Louisiana, where you'd get optical distortions from humidity and water, the water vapor humidity and temperature fluctuations happening above a fucking swamp. He takes his video equipment and films over fucking swampland in the summer. Are you surprised that you're seeing power lines distort in the distance? Are you surprised you're seeing bridge distortions in the distance? I'm not. How about you take some infrared optics and go to the desert and show us the curvature there, folks? You know what I mean? I'm just so sick of this bullshit from the other side. And you don't have to see a lot of it to get sick of it. Frustrating as crap.
Yeah, man. We asked for this, what'd you say? Hot-ass curvature. And what do we get? Nicole Kidman, just flat.
So come on, there's some new hotness out there, folks.
So wait, what are the conditions that they're saying is required to produce an effect like the Black Swan?
I don't know. We've got the buoy data from the water and the air temperatures of that day. There isn't much of a difference either in the temperature. It's like 2 degrees or something. between the water and the air. So yeah, I don't know.
Hot, then cold, or cold then hot?
There isn't anything that accounts for it. I don't even think they're referencing like the vertical temperature gradient when they're even parroting that. I think that it would have to be something like 45 over 6R or something like that. I heard someone mention.
Yeah, or horizontal gradient, right? That nobody ever really seems to capture in real life.
But they have to be saying that but they are appealing to a density gradient, aren't they?
Yeah,
I don't think they really. Yeah, but I mean, if you ask them to like elaborate, they can't do it. I've never heard any of them go into any detail about what's actually taking place.
I've heard McToon a couple months ago talk about it. McToon said there are 3 horizons present. He's teaching his audience this. 3 horizons. There's one that you see across the back of the image, the one we talk about. That one is refracted. There's another one that is at the base of the pylons. And then there's another one that you don't see, which is the actual curvature of the Earth near the camera. Those are McToon's 3 horizons, folks.
That's crazy, right? Because 2 of those horizons don't match any definition of a horizon.
I'm surprised you didn't say 1 horizon for each axis.
Yeah.
And what's funny is that I bet he didn't present any kind of like academic paper or any subject matter expert appeal, nothing like that.
No, not at all. He appealed to common sense. He's like, everybody knows this. It's obviously there. If you haven't seen it, let me point it out to you.
Right. Okay.
And then, everybody's chiming in, oh yeah, I get it now. Of course, it's so obvious. And you are stupid for denying it, Flurf. You're so stupid for denying, obviously, the 3 horizons. Oh, gosh.
Geometric
and again,
horizon.
we go back to the combat laser test and NATO Sapphire and compare that to this bullshit.
What should be obvious is the blatant, right, like mental gymnastics that's required in order to justify this ball. I mean, like in situations like that, I mean, like we just look out and go, yep, there you go, horizon. Yeah, more than 10 miles away. Okay, cool. They're like, no, but this, like, density gradient that, and 3 horizons, and all this complicated math. It's obvious, flat earthers, right?
Yeah, I tell them, like, how many horizons do you have?
I'll be listening.
And they're like, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying I gotta go, guys. I'll be listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would say you ask a globalist, how many horizons do you have? And they're like, an infinite. There's an infinite amount of horizons. How many horizons should you have on your Baltard? Well, 1. You have 1 horizon, the geometric horizon. And they're like, well, 1 is more than 1. Really, it is? Yeah, because, like, optical effects. Okay, so not geometry then. Okay, how many geometric curves of the Earth should you have? And they just go around and around and around, and they never get there because they've got no explanation for why you can see further than the geometric curve of the Earth.
Hello, Conspiracy.
Hey.
What's up, dude? Dude, I just walked in this bathroom that I have to put plaster on. It looks disgusting.
Good guys.
Hey there,
that's way too much information.
Are we all flat earthers here?
Yeah. Hello there.
No.
Hello, fellow flat earthers. How you doing on this fine morning?
What's up, my flat earth?
Dude, I'm on here. Dude, I'm having
What up,
my
my
coffee.
flat earther?
I'm having my coffee at 8:33 in the morning, right? I do orbital mechanics, and I'm a pilot, and I'm here just to listen to this funny shit. No offense.
What funny shit?
I do stuff and I don't believe you guys. That's what I heard.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, we're waiting for a flat earther to come in here.
Oh wait, you guys are not flat earthers?
Yeah, we're waiting for a flat earther.
Shut up, he's talking. Shut up, he's talking. Go ahead, Greg.
Oh, calm down.
Yeah, we're waiting for a flat earther to come in here and prove they're flat earth.
All right, cool.
What kind of coffee you drinking?
Flat earther, man.
Espresso
I'm
macchiato.
a flat earther. I am flat earth. Come on. And then Trump is literally our king. He's going to make America empire.
Buddy, Trump does not approve of you as a citizen, man.
Okay, I see you guys came in at the same time. Just one at a time. One at a time. You guys came in at the same time. You're all talking at the same time. We can't hear anyone. One at a time, please.
That's kind of rude.
How does one do
Why'd I get muted?
orbital mechanics?
I see all the trolls right this morning.
Didn't that dude say the N-word? Like a moderator?
How does one? I'm going to ask again. How does one do orbital mechanics?
How does one do orbital mechanics? You study it.
Oh, you're not doing it then.
Oh, what the flip? You want me to go up into space and do it? That's a lot of money.
Yeah, saying that Earth is yeah, you have to do it, not just talk about it.
Bro, you have. Hold on. You have a Moroccan accent. Are you from Morocco?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm half Moroccan.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
I don't care. But tell me,
I understand that. Damn, that's
have you
rude,
ever
buddy.
made an object orbit around another object? We're just talking about.
Have I made an object turn around? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Have I made an object orbit an object?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Oh, it's like just studying how unicorns can fart rainbow.
Really? Okay. So, well, I mean, look, man. If that's how you see it, then sure. Like I don't have a problem.
The Earth is flat.
You study the prism, the fiber optic that is going from the prism inside the body of the unicorn, and when the unicorn farts, it will just merge with that refracting light. The Earth is flat, stupid. So that's just the thing that you're studying.
Right. Well, I mean, hold on. I'm guessing you went to high school, right?
And you said also that you are a pilot or something like
I am
that.
A pilot. Have you gone to high school?
Do you have any pitch data that shows that you are going around a ball?
Do I have any what? Sorry.
Do you have pitch data that shows?
AYTT, you have to close your mic. AYTT, you have to close your mic. You're interrupting the conversation. Hot mic.
Yeah, please. Because I'm trying to listen to Necros, and your mic's a little loud, man.
So I said, do you, if you're a pilot, have you ever witnessed the data from the plane, the pitch data that shows that you are going and following the Earth, the curvature of the Earth.
I don't have to compensate for that because the aircraft has forces pulling on it. One is the weight of the aircraft. The other is gravity, and the atmospheric pressure. So I don't have to correct for pitch or anything like that.
I
win something
recorded. So you have to do like they teach you in.
You don't have to do anything. The airplane. You don't have to do anything. Absolutely not. Because all those three forces. Hold on 1 second, please. The three forces that act upon the aircraft make the aircraft feel like the Earth is flat because of the forces. So when you're flying level, the aircraft does not have to do pitch corrections because of the curvature of the Earth.
I understand. Correct. I agree with you. Like in the first page of the flight dynamic summary, you have to assume that it's the Earth is flat, and you have to assume that the Earth is not moving anywhere.
You don't have to assume anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's the first page in the flight dynamic summary.
Show me the first page. Show me the first page. Can I see the first page of what you're talking about?
I'm just wondering.
Thank you, please.
Would that be the same as if the Earth really was flat and stationary?
Gravity isn't a force? Yes, it is.
Is someone else talking that I can't hear? So, Adam, I'm just wondering, bro. Would that be the same as if the Earth was flat?
Would it be the same if the Earth was flat?
Yeah.
No. Absolutely not, because we will have everything will react differently.
Really?
Absolutely, yes. We wouldn't have an atmosphere. We would not have an atmosphere. Hold on, let me. Please don't moan while I'm speaking, man. First of all, we will not have an atmosphere. Second of all, the water that you're talking about will fall off the edge. What else would happen? We will not have clouds. The sun wouldn't exist. The moon wouldn't exist. And if they did, they're crashing right on your house. What would keep the sun and the moon up in your minimal sky?
All right, T-Dub asked him the question, right? So let's let T-Dub respond to the nonsense that he just said.
Where do we even fucking start, man? I mean,
you started with you wouldn't have an atmosphere. Let's start at that.
All right. Yeah. Why would you say that we wouldn't have an atmosphere?
Because there's nothing that encapsulates the atmosphere. The atmosphere could just like fucking fall off the edge of the Earth.
Wait, do you think that do you think that we think that Earth is a disk in space?
That's what I believe you think.
No, that's not what we think at all.
Oh, what do you think about it then? How do you think of Earth?
Well, it's a plane. I'm not claiming that it's like situated somewhere. I'm not claiming that it's an overall size or shape. I'm just describing the surface.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that kind of indicate that what you mean by that is that Earth is flat, like a disk?
No.
So what would it be if it's not a disk, in your opinion?
I don't know.
So you don't know the shape of the Earth, but you say it's flat?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Okay, no problem. Cool, man.
But so I think it would be the other way around, though. I think that if the Earth was a sphere in an ever-expanding vacuum, then you wouldn't have an quote-unquote atmosphere.
Uh-huh. So you think it's the other way around. You wouldn't have an atmosphere if it was a globe.
Yeah, if you had all that space available for the gas to fill, the gas would fill it.
Really?
Yeah, that's what gas does.
Okay.
Fills space. Doesn't it?
It does. It does.
Does it not?
It does.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So obviously we're not inside a big, giant, ever-expanding vacuum. It's ridiculous.
It's just interesting to me that you'd say the atmosphere wouldn't exist if the Earth was a globe.
Well, not without a physical barrier, it wouldn't. To prevent it
so there has to be a physical barrier for the atmosphere to remain. Gotcha. Cool.
What
if the physical barrier... haven't we thought of pressure? Atmospheric pressure. That is a literal barrier.
You're like that guy last week who wants the physical barrier to beat gas. That doesn't work.
No, hold on. I'm not saying. Did I say that? I'm sorry if I said that. I don't recall saying that. I'm saying is you have to think about other substances that could be physical or non-physical barriers that would hold the atmosphere down.
Like what?
Like atmospheric pressure, for instance, and the difference in pressure between the surface level and space.
That pressure we have only because we have a physical. Oh, go ahead, T-Dub. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I was just going to mention that saying atmosphere or atmospheric is a contradiction in terms, by the way, because atmo means air, and air is a gas, and sphere is a shape. And gases have no inherent shape. They take on the shape of their container.
They take on the shape of the container.
Yeah, you can look up the fundamental
hold on.
properties
So what
of gas
so
if
what
like
you're
and
saying
see,
here,
and fact check that.
I
understand
fact
check that. Just quickly look it up.
Yeah. I understand that. So you're saying that the atmosphere has to have something that would contain it, and the shape of the planet is what would contain it. In this case.
No.
Right.
So you for gas to be at pressure, right? To have a measurable pressure, you're gonna need a container. Yes. You're gonna need walls for the gas to exert force on. Right. Yeah.
Yep. What that person said in the side chat is what I was talking about, the pressure difference between the surface and space. That's, in my opinion, that and gravity is what keeps the atmosphere on the surface. And it doesn't just drift away.
Can you explain more as to why gravity keeps the particles intact within the atmosphere?
You might have to, like, what do you mean?
So why isn't it leaking to the vacuum of space?
Because of the planet's gravitational pull and the.
And how does gravity do that, though? That's what I'm asking.
How does gravity work?
Yeah, how does gravity do it?
Okay. If you have a mass in space, no matter what size that mass is, it has a certain gravitational force. For example, the Earth is a gigantic mass. It's absolutely huge. That's why it looks flat on surface level. So, with all that mass in space, it creates gravity. It creates a pull. So anything that has large mass creates a pulling force, and that's what we call gravity. That's why when you get around the moon, it has a less gravitational pull.
Yeah, you explained how gravity is created.
We don't.
But you're not explaining the usage of gravity.
I remember my physics professor told me that. I remember my physics professor told me that science hasn't really found the source of gravity, but how we understand it is that masses create this pull in space, and the size always matters. So if it's a larger mass, there's a larger pull. The sun has us in its gravitational pull. That's why we're in orbit, a constant orbit. The moon is in our orbit because it's a smaller mass, and it has 6 times less our gravity because of the mass. So mass really depends for gravity to happen.
No, that's not my question. My question is, what's the usage and how it keeps the particles intact? Yeah, you explained how gravity is created, right? Because every mass has gravity, right? And depending on the size, there's a difference in strength, right? Like, for example, me, I have gravity, but it's like super little.
Well, yes.
Exactly, but what's the usage? That's what I'm saying. How does it keep particles in Earth, like for example, air particles?
Okay. Do we know how diffusion works?
Explain.
Okay, diffusion is the movement of molecules from an area of high concentration to an area of low concentration. Okay? Now that kind of works hand in hand with the atmosphere. Atmospheric diffusion is when you have particles in the atmosphere, as you were mentioning earlier, that are being forced down onto the surface and not let out into space because of two reasons. And once again, it's gravity and it's atmospheric pressure. Now, if you look at the chart that the other person sent in the side chat, there's a pressure difference between the surface of the Earth and space. That is the reason why the atmosphere does not leave the Earth's surface.
So it's not doing what you said it should do.
What do you mean?
Yep.
High concentration.
So flat earther is here.
Energy dispersing
Do you have
into the
anything
lower concentration of energy.
You can shut up halfway through the conversation. You're interrupting the conversation. So shut up and ask your question when we're done.
Or a high concentration of pressure moving towards the lower concentration of pressure.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
I don't know, man. I think this guy's on his period.
Xanthem, shut up.
You said the higher concentration.
You're not even talking.
Dispersing into the lower concentration.
You're literally muting yourself.
Concentration of energy.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, could you please repeat that for the last time?
You said diffusion would be the higher concentration of matter or pressure, right? Dispersing into the lower concentration of matter of area, right? Of matter or pressure. So you're describing entropy, right?
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily.
How am I describing entropy? What makes you think I'm describing entropy in this case about diffusion?
That's an example of entropic law taking effect.
Well, sure, but I'm not specifically mentioning entropy, am I?
But does matter and energy do that, or doesn't it?
It does. Matter does do that.
It does. Now you're using that image that Sporadic posted as an example of how it doesn't do that.
Well, that's how it does.
But there's an area of a low concentration of pressure.
Yes. And that's space.
Without a physical barrier in between.
Yep.
And so you said that matter and energy does disperse from higher concentrations to lower concentrations, and that there is an example of a higher concentration next to a lower concentration.
Yep.
And it's the higher concentration is not dispersing into the lower pressure area.
And do you know what the reason for that is?
No, I don't care about your excuses why it's not happening.
It's not an excuse. I mentioned this like 4 times, and this is the fifth time I'll mention it.
No, it is.
Atmospheric
it is an
pressure
excuse.
And it's gravity.
Yeah, that's the claim. All right, I understand the claim.
Well, it's a proven claim that gravity exists.
You're talking out two sides of your mouth. So does matter and energy do that, or doesn't it?
It does. But what stops it from doing that and going into space is gravity and atmospheric pressure.
So it's not doing it.
Well, because of gravity and atmospheric pressure, yes.
Yeah, I don't care about the excuses.
There's an opposite and greater force.
Why? So you need to decide that matter and energy does do what you described, or
it does do that. Okay, listen.
Right.
So let me just say something.
You can keep with the circle reasoning and interrupting him. No, you can let him finish first.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So not what you were appealing to that was posted then. Right. So not that.
Well, what I was saying is right both ways. The first part is correct. The second part is correct. And what I mean by this is that the second part, when I talked about the atmospheric pressure and gravity, they don't only have an opposite force, but they have an opposite and greater force. Because the pressure difference is insane. It's ridiculous. It keeps atmosphere on the surface. It does not let it out. Now, on Mars, for example, it is believed that millions of years ago, it had an atmosphere almost the same as Earth's atmosphere. And it was let loose because those pressure differences have changed. So the atmosphere was just completely destroyed. And that's why Mars barely has an atmosphere now. If you look at the moon, for example, it doesn't even have an atmosphere, but it does have gravity. So if it were to have an atmosphere, it might have 6 times less of an atmosphere than Earth. It's just, I don't know if you didn't understand the part where I said that, yes, diffusion is a thing that occurs with particles, but there's an opposite and greater force, which is the atmosphere and gravity, both working against it to keep it in place.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Why do people think Mars millions of years ago, given that its distance for a different, very different distance from the sun, etc., would have anything close to an Earth-like atmosphere?
Because of the terrain and the shape of the terrain, it's believed that it had water, and it's believed that it was a greener planet in the past.
But the distances would make it impossible for it to be anything close to Earth.
Not necessarily. Well, it can be something close to Earth, but not exactly like Earth.
Well, I would say very far from what Earth.
Absolutely, very far from Earth from what Earth is, of course. But it's believed that it did have an atmosphere, and it's believed that it did have water on the surface.
I appreciate your input.
Yep.
What does that have to do with Earth, though?
Nothing. That was just a random question.
Just random, like Mars?
Yeah, it was just a question.
So if gravity works the same everywhere, and gravity pulls gases down to the surface of the Earth, how come Mars doesn't have an atmosphere?
Mars did have an atmosphere, is what.
And then gravity stopped working?
It's not gravity that stopped working. It's the atmospheric pressure that changed.
Gravity changed?
No, gravity did not change.
Okay, so if gravity causes atmosphere, gravity did not change.
Did I say that gravity causes atmosphere?
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. I said gravity keeps the atmosphere down.
Down, yeah.
So why it makes atmosphere?
So how did it lose gravity?
I did not say it loses. Did I, guys? Once again, did I say it loses gravity?
So how did
I said it lost its atmosphere, not the gravity. The atmosphere.
How did it lose its atmosphere if it didn't lose its gravity?
Are you serious?
Well, this is your idea. Yeah, what we're doing here.
No, it's
you
not.
made a claim.
Gravity. Well, gravity does. No, pause. My claim was that gravity keeps the atmosphere down. It helps.
Okay, so what happened to the gravity on Mars?
Nothing. The atmospheric pressure changed, which is an equal force that keeps the atmosphere down on Earth, for example. So on Earth,
you need to think about this shit you're talking about because it's a direct contradiction internally.
It is not. Here, let me repeat what you said. What I said. The atmospheric pressure and gravity both play a part in keeping the atmosphere down. On Mars, what happened was the atmospheric pressure changed. That's why the atmosphere was destroyed. Gravity remains the same. I never said gravity changed on Mars. Come on.
Yeah, the pressure is caused by the gas.
The mass of Mars did not change. What changed was the atmospheric pressure,
which is caused by gravity.
Dude, in your opinion, sure.
No, yours.
I did not say that.
Okay, what pulls gas down?
What pulls gas down? Atmospheric pressure and gravity.
Okay, what causes atmospheric pressure pressuring down?
I genuinely don't know. I have to look that up.
Yeah,
it's in my book somewhere.
Look it up.
Sure.
You're going to realize it's a hot mess what you're advocating for. It's not internally consistent inside your own model.
So Adam, I've got a question for you. If you were to measure atmospheric pressure on the planet Mars, would you use Mars bars?
No, I would use millibars and I would use inches of mercury. 1 second, let me answer his question. Hold on.
I mean, have you ever eaten Mars bars? They're actually pretty.
They are pretty fucking nice. I'm not gonna lie. But let me just answer his question real quick. Atmospheric pressure is caused by the weight of the air above a given point, resulting from the gravitational pull on air molecules, and is influenced by factors like temperature, altitude, and air density. And
how do you weigh the air?
And by the way, not only gravity. You got to keep that in mind because all the others have changed. Temperature has changed on Mars. The altitude that didn't change. The air density definitely changed on Mars. So that caused the atmospheric pressure to decrease. What do you mean? I'm still correct.
No,
I did not contradict myself.
What you did was it's a hard counter.
How did I? How is it a hard counter?
Because to get weight, you need a downward force, which you call gravity.
Okay.
To get density.
And what is gravitational pull influenced by?
This is what you think.
No, it's not what I think. It's what Google is saying right now. I'm reading it. What is gravitation? What is the gravitational?
Why are you here?
What is the gravitational pull? Hold on, because you said something that's wrong. I have to correct you. What is the gravitational pull influenced by?
I'm correcting you. You're not correcting me.
What? Okay, sure. If you have that much of an ego, no problem. I'm just asking you a question. I asked you, what is gravitational pull influenced by? Answer that question. Simple, please.
You can't ask that because your worldview is based on the Google it.
Are you serious? Well, where does Google get its answers from?
That's what I'm saying. That's where you get your answers from.
No. It's where I get buddy,
Google
calm down. The stuff that I get from Google is the stuff that I studied in college.
Yeah,
now I'm asking you a question.
My epistemology here is I'm not going to get between you and your Google. What's going to happen?
Well, I mean, look, man. If you're going to get your information from yourself, then go ahead and do that. No problem. But if you're, hold on. If you're going to want to debate people,
keep Googling it until you find the contradiction.
Don't talk over
That's the main issue here.
With all due respect.
As soon as you
that's the problem. You're absent of logic. You're basing your knowledge off of Google and
I'm not basing my knowledge off of
what you learned in college. Shut up. What you learned in college, that's there's no logic involved.
Yeah, just imagine like you tell the professor, "Hey, professor, you're wrong. I just Googled it."
Well, the information that my professor would tell me is what's on Google. You don't understand.
All right, so how do you measure that the increased pressure that we're breathing at the surface is due to gravity? How do you demonstrate that?
Not necessarily sure. I went through that in flight school, but I forgot.
Wait, so you said that we have increased air pressure due to gravity, right?
We have increased air pressure due to gravity,
gravitational pull,
the temperature, and air density.
Okay, so how do you determine that the increase of air pressure we have at the surface is due to gravity?
The downward pulling force of gravity is what.
Right, I know that's the claim. How do you determine that that's what's happening? Can you demonstrate that that's what's happening somehow?
How am I going to demonstrate that for you now?
Well, it's your claim, dude. I just want to find out how you demonstrate that it's true.
It's not my claim. It's the scientist's claim. It's not mine.
All right, so do you not stand by the claim?
I do stand by the claim because I.
All right, so how would they determine that to be the case?
The downward pulling force?
No, that the air pressure increases as a consequence of gravity.
Sure. If you have a whole bunch of molecules, let's do it this way. You spray something, right? You spray like a bottle of water. It has like a spraying nozzle into the air.
Water droplets are not gas molecules.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Hold on. Let me think of this.
It's almost a trick question. I know there's no answer to it because your understanding of gas behavior is completely wrong. You don't know anything about kinetic molecular theory.
Well, I've studied it.
Well, can you show me where the gravitational force is shown to increase the pressure of gas in kinetic molecular theory? Because it's not in any of my textbooks.
Well, it's not, but see, it's...
Pretty sure it says it's negligible, actually.
The atmosphere... Hold on.
Yeah.
Pressure... Okay, wouldn't pressure change the force on molecules?
Not due to gravity. So Avogadro's law is a direct refutation of the idea that gas mass is gravity interacting.
Okay, but you're going off of
Avogadro's law demonstrates the mass-independent nature of gas pressure.
Okay, but you're.
And if it's mass-independent, there's no gravity claim because gravity and mass interact.
Okay. But now you're.
So gas pressure is never caused by gravity.
Mm-hmm.
This can be demonstrated by Avogadro's law, which you should know well.
Sure. And now you're going off of gravity.
I'm pretty sure the pressure is caused by the gas.
Hold on. Is that
motion.
Pressure is caused by the gas? What do you mean?
The gas in motion, when it collides with the surface, that's the pressure. That's pressure. That's gas pressure.
Sure. But because he went off of gravity alone, and I'm confused. Like, are we forgetting all the other forces that pull on gases?
We're not forgetting. We know that there are real forces. Gravity's not a force.
Sure, it's not.
He's trying. So what Sporadic is doing now, he is just trying to differentiate between the scientific claims and pseudoscientific claims. So you made a bunch of claims, gravity, and those things, and Mars, because it lost, there is more density in the gases on Mars, so Mars lost its atmosphere. So it was a bunch of stories. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. So now we just have to differentiate the scientific claims from the pseudoscientific claim. And one of the pseudoscientific claim is gravity. Attracting gases.
I have to go, guys. I got to step out. I'll listen in.
Cheers, mate.
So if you have any ability to validate your claims scientifically, not pseudoscientifically, so you have to follow the scientific method. And the last step,
I mean, if you guys are
the third one, sometimes you can consider the fourth one if you add question. It's not necessary to add questions, just observation, hypothesis, and experiment. So yeah, in your experiment, you have to demonstrate that gravity will help you create that gas pressure.
Sure. If you guys are hard set on the Earth being flat, there's no need for me to try to change your mind.
At the moment, we're just disputing the existence of outer space.
Sure.
Don't run away from the claim.
I'm not running away from any claim. Listen, I'm not running away from any claim. It's 9 in the morning, and I'm not going to bother try to make flat earthers understand that the Earth is not.
No. Don't talk about flat earthers now. Don't jump to talk about people instead of continue talking about the topic, which wasn't people.
Aren't you a flat earther?
No, you're a flat earther, dude.
How am I flat earther? What?
Because we can't support your claims, which is what you defined as a flat earther. You defined yourself as a flat earther.
I didn't define myself.
And you said you operate an aircraft as if it is so.
I did not say as if it is so. You said that, and then I was like, no, we don't assume that it's flat.
No, you said
remember the words
for all intents and purposes, it's just flat, and that's how you operate it.
Did I say
an
that?
aircraft?
Really? Wow, interesting. Does anybody have a replay here? Because I want to hear that.
Yeah, I can go back and find it.
Yeah, please, man.
It's recorded, and I remember you saying that, right?
And then you show me the recording.
And then what you showed was that you know absolutely nothing about flat Earth, right? So if you go to the YouTube bots at the top.
Where's the YouTube bots? Let me see.
See, this is why we record, because of Globnesia.
Tom, where's the top of the... Hold on, hold on, I want to see this.
Dude, you're dumb as shit right now. You can't...
Let me see the replay, because it's not there. What I said was not there. Where's the replay? Let's watch it. Please. Because the words that you claim I said,
right
I have not said.
2 bots streaming to 2 different YouTube channels.
Oh, okay.
You said you don't have to account for the curvature of the Earth because of gravity and whatnot, right? So you said that you don't have to adjust the pitch.
You don't have to account for that, but you said we assume that the Earth is flat.
And then T-Dub asked you why, so you wouldn't, it would work the same on if the Earth was flat, and you said no, and then you showed that you don't know anything about flat Earth because you thought it was a disk in space. Right, and then the conversation veered off to talking about space.
Dude, now you're just putting words in my mouth. Could we please?
And now you're showing that you don't know much about gas.
Could we not put words in my mouth, and could we just watch the replay instead, please?
You can go and watch the replay. It's live, right? And everyone here heard you say it, right? I remember it word for word, so you can go and check it. I told you where the replay is.
Sure, hold on, just give me a second.
Right, so go and check it.
Okay, 1 second.
Bro, this is the funniest shit. This is so funny. I'm at work right now listening to you guys. This shit is hilarious.
On this part.
Indeed.
Like, gravity never changed, but Mars lost its atmosphere. Right? Wow. But these people say that gravity causes atmosphere. It caused this atmosphere, dude.
Their worldview is inconsistent. It's logically inconsistent. And that's where they have to slap astro in front of physics. Because as soon as their physics leaves observable reality, they can't use it anymore.
I don't know if Sporadic is listening, but I heard him. I heard your brother say that leave the discussion. I don't know if it was because of me I interrupted or something. I swear I didn't mean that.
Here's that part.
Yeah, there you go. I posted it for you where you said it.
So just catching up here. So we have brother Adam. It appears he's a pilot who's in the chat trying to tell us that the Earth is in fact curved. You just can't see it. Is this correct?
Yeah, and then gravity causes atmosphere, and gravity causes no atmosphere.
Okay, there we go. Sweet. Even in the clip that you hold on,
and it makes it feel like the Earth is flat.
The clip that you sent. Thank you. Did I say that we assume the Earth is flat?
No, you operate your aircraft as if it is flat because it makes it feel like it's flat.
We don't, because the forces.
You said you don't have to correct for anything. Make it so that you don't have to act it.
Exactly.
Don't have to account for it.
I didn't say we assume the Earth is flat.
As if
that's what you said. That's what you claimed. I said.
Makes it feel like it's flat, right?
The aircraft, that is.
Yeah,
because of the three forces.
You treat it as if it's just flat.
Well, dude, I don't treat it as if it's flat. I know it's round. The aircraft operates as if the Earth is flat because of the forces that act upon it.
There you go. Yeah, the aircraft operates as if the Earth is flat.
Because of the forces that act upon it. Are you not hearing the words
and everybody here?
Now you're just now you're just butchering the things that I'm saying.
To realize what he just said.
Dude, I said because of the forces that act upon it. Are you not listening?
The aircraft operates as if the Earth is flat.
Because of what? I said because of the forces that act upon it. Thank you. Quote that part too.
Yeah, the things that you are not feeling, or the things that you are not feeling, the things that you are believing that are happening. So, like you said, so you don't know that the Earth is a globe. That's one fact. You don't know that the Earth is a globe. You believe that the Earth is a globe. So, in your mind, the Earth is a globe, but you fly the plane as if there is no curvature, no movement. So you're not taking account of any curvature. Just listen.
I've been mentioning this over and over again. You're butchering what I said.
I understand you. I heard you 7 times. I will mention it at the end. Just listen. I will mention it. So you believe that the Earth is a ball. You are flying the plane as if there is no curvature. You are never taking account of any curvature at all. You are never taking account of any motion of the Earth at all. No spinning of around itself. No orbiting. No nothing. So you fly as if it is flat and motionless. So the other parts, you think that there is some forces applied on the plane and it makes it follow the curvature and it makes it go with the spin and you don't feel any or witness any other of those. Yeah, I understood you. You think that there is some forces like gravity, for example, pulling the plane, making it follow the curvature and making you ignore that you are following the curvature. So you feel that there is no curvature, you are not going around the ball, you don't feel yourself upside down. Yeah, I understand. But those are things that you're just imagining that they exist.
Imagining.
Really.
Cool.
Yeah. So if you consider those things that you talked about part of science, go ahead. It will be easy to validate those things using science. Because they are just pseudoscience, you won't be able to validate anything about gravity, the nonsense for curvature. So those things you won't be able to validate them.
Okay. Cool.
So just pseudoscience.
All right.
A statement, a claim that is not following the scientific method, but assumed to be factual and scientific.
Hey, Necros.
Yeah, brother.
Necros. Dude, my favorite part was when he said something like, if gravity wasn't there, then the planets would just fall down. Something like that. So if there was no force of mass attracting mass, then mass would attract mass.
Yeah. Yeah. My God.
Fall down love our educational system, eh?
So I have a question for Adam, if I may. Adam, what's the height that you fly at?
5,500 feet usually.
Sorry?
5,500 feet MSL usually.
So 5,500 feet above mean sea level. Thank you. Yep. So when you are ascending and descending from your flying altitude, how long does it take you to reach your height and descend from that height?
Okay, it depends on the speed I'm going at. So if I'm gonna descend at like, let's say 90 knots on average, I would get down from 5,500 to the airport in about, I'd say, 7 minutes.
Right. So do you know what the rate of spin is claimed by the globe proponent?
I forgot what the number was.
I got a question.
Sure.
Hold on, I'm actually just not done. I'll withdraw from the last line here. Yeah, thank you for this. So my question to you strictly is, if the Earth was in fact spinning, right? If P, then what would be the expected movement of the runway you're targeting to land upon within that descent from, again, altitude down to the surface of the tarmac? This is my question to anyone who believes that this place is a globe. You're a great example of that because you're interacting with it, right? Targeting the tarmac so that you can land on it. So I'm just trying to figure out if in that 5-minute time frame, in fact, the Earth should have moved. Like, how does that all work? If maybe you could explain that to us.
Well, the runway spins with the Earth's rotation. I don't get your question. Are you talking about the air that I'm flying through? Would it spin with the Earth? Yes, it would.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out at what point does the plane free itself from that magical spin which the Earth seems to have, that it like pulls everything with it as it's spinning. Like, how far do you have to be away from the tarmac or the surface of the Earth in order to observe the Earth in fact spinning beneath the plane itself?
We don't calculate that because the air that we're flying through is spinning with the Earth. The runway is spinning with the Earth. Everything that is inside the atmosphere down to the surface is going in the same direction of rotation as the Earth.
But the plane isn't
in the Earth, in the air, or the ground.
As if it's stationary.
Well, yes, because it technically is. When it's all spinning at the same time, it is stationary from the point of view on the ground.
Sure is. Flat too.
There you go.
Sure, whatever you think, man.
So you operate the aircraft as if the Earth is both flat and motionless.
Well,
yes. Is the answer.
Right, which brings us full circle. Let me just say this.
So so that's how you think about it. So just because you operate the aircraft and you think the aircraft feels like the Earth is flat, and because you think the Earth is flat, it goes full circle and the Earth is flat. That's what you think. Okay.
And stationary.
You're treating. Here's the thing, right? Brother T-Dub was walking out with you just before this, the idea that we treat, well, at least your plane anyways, treats the Earth as if it is in fact a stationary topographical plane. So I wanted to give you the card of saying, okay, cool, the tarmac's spinning, right? So on your rate of descent, your time of descent, that tarmac should have moved a certain distance. But you're now saying that the Earth has a magical force called gravity that actually pulls everything in lockstep with it, which is really interesting. I think it's called Coriolis. You may want to look that up, research it, add it to your little paddy wagon.
Yeah, we learned that.
The problem, Killian, and I agree with you, but the problem is, I can assume like them that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth, but the plane is not. So the plane have that force of that atmosphere that is rotating with the spin of the Earth, but the plane left that reference frame. So that atmosphere should just push the plane when it sideways or from the front. So it will have to go against the current or with the current or sideways.
What?
The plane is not in lockstep.
Oh, who told you that?
Yeah, it should not be in lockstep. The atmosphere can be in lockstep
when it's flying.
So the atmosphere, like a river. So the atmosphere can be in lockstep with the ground. So if the ground is like a moving carpet underneath the river, so they can both have the same speed. It doesn't matter. But that rock that is going up and leaving the moving surface, so it will have that current of the river that is pushing on it.
if you're on a train that's moving at constant velocity and you jump up, are you going to slam to the back of it? That's how I think of it, at least. You're not. You're already in motion with the train. It's you're at constant velocity.
Correct. But that would be for just short time. You won't keep the same speed with the train forever. No.
Well, right, but what's going to slow you down?
That plane is not jumping.
That's correct. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. What is going to slow you down?
So the plane is not jumping.
I'm not talking about the plane. The train. The train example that you gave us.
Bullet cannon or something. No, the plane is flying, so it will just have to go against that current created by the atmosphere. Like when you put a plane inside a chamber and you move the air toward that plane. You make an artificial fan, big fan, and you move that air against the plane, and you test that aerodynamic. So yeah, that will be the air, just the air alone, moving against the plane. And you can add the engines and the plane thrust moving against that current, because the plane left the reference frame like that, like you jumping on the boat or the train.
Well, here's a really good thought experiment for this that highlights the contradiction inside the globe worldview. So, say you have an astronaut in a spacecraft, and he's not, or she, the astronaut, is not touching any surface, perfectly weightless, right in the middle of the spacecraft. What direction do they move?
Sorry, what? What direction do they move if they're in a spacecraft in orbit?
Yeah, so you got a spacecraft in orbit, and then an astronaut is weightless right in the middle of the spacecraft, not touching anything.
Okay.
What direction do they move?
They're moving the direction that they've been accelerated towards, and they're being pulled down by gravity, both forces. But the greater force is the acceleration.
No, I mean, do they go towards the aft or the front?
The direction that they're being accelerated towards. So wherever the engine is.
Yeah, you have to answer forward or back. Which direction do they move?
I'm not sure where the engine is. Is it forward or back?
Yeah, the engine, they're not, it's just moving around, weightless.
I understand, but where's the engine when it was accelerating from the Earth's surface all the way up to orbit?
Okay.
Where is the engine placed?
Okay, you're too dumb for this conversation. Okay, Nate, are you there?
What's up? I was just trying to correct something because I heard something.
Yeah, I'm not, there's no wrong answer here. I'm just testing for internal consistency inside your worldview. So you have a astronaut inside a spacecraft. They're weightless. Okay? They're not touching any surface. Which direction do they float? Forward or backwards?
An astronaut is weightless. And they're in space or whatever, I assume, right?
Yeah. Inside
Which
the spacecraft.
Do they float? I mean, if they're weightless and there's no force being applied to them to begin with, then you're talking to someone who's not an expert on this, but I'm going to assume that they're not going to move at all.
Okay, that's
no external forces.
Okay, that's what I'm looking at. I'm just looking to see if you're able to maintain some kind of logical consistency inside your own worldview. Because I've looked this question up and done some research on it, and the answer that the experts give is the astronaut would slowly move forward. Because what they're saying is in the atmosphere, even in low orbit, there's enough, like single particles of gas will cause individual collisions, and over time, partially slow down, just one molecule at a time, the spacecraft. But the astronaut inside isn't being hit by those same collisions. So every single time they move just one molecule, every collision, one molecule forward. Until they're eventually all
that's
the way forward.
That's a pretty good one, Crit. Never even crossed my mind. It's funny.
I've never looked into this, so I'm not going to contest any of it. I'm not going to also claim that I know much about it.
Yeah, but the thing is, now we look at your consistency inside your idea about, hey, someone's inside a train and they jump up. What direction would they move?
Right. So that what you seem to be describing though before was like a almost negligible force when you're compared to the train example.
Well, no, we're saying a logical consistency. So inside that explanation, where you use space, and the astronaut would slowly move forward, what direction would someone move in a train where they jump up and they're partially weightless? What direction would they move?
Weightless train? I guess with your explanation, they would move forward then.
They
or
should
what
move
you're
forward.
pulling from those people.
Yeah,
Once again, though,
but you see inside your worldview, you came into a contradiction because you're thinking they should move backwards.
my worldview includes me saying though that I'm not going to confidently state something as fact because I don't know enough about it. I'm admitting to not having that knowledge. You just asked me a question and I gave you my response based off of the limited
Yeah, I got it. That's all I was looking for, just your honest response. I wasn't trying to say like, hey, I'm going to hold you to that claim. The idea was to say, hey, here's what you think. You think that they would jump up and go backwards. What happens when you add new information to your worldview that you kind of would accept, that makes sense, that you'd say, yeah, sure, I could go with that.
I mean, sure. If what they're saying is true, then sure. I don't know, once again, though.
Great. The problem is they made up those ideas just to make their claim unfalsifiable, like you just witnessed today. So when you are using things that showcase the motionless Earth, like the plane, hot air balloon, jumping from high altitude like Felix Bongard, so they will tell you that those objects, like the cannonball or the jumping on the train. So when you are asking them to validate that the Earth is moving, so they forget that thing that like when you jump on the train and you have the same speed as the train, so you will just have them continue having that same speed till you reach the ground. They forget that and they use which one? The pendulum. So the pendulum is not moving with the Earth. It doesn't have the same speed. No, the ground is moving underneath the pendulum, so you will detect degrees per hour, 15 degrees per hour. Remember that shit? Great.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
So now the plane the cannonball, or the guy jumping on the train, or the pendulum?
Yeah, which one? Which one? That's three contradictory.
If the bullet is like the pendulum, if the tornado or the typhoon is like the pendulum, why the plane is like the guy jumping on the train?
Yeah, sir.
So, do you understand that those are just excuses? They're not validation, something to use for to validate anything, any claim. They're just excuses. Oh, the plane, you don't see any motion, don't feel any motion, and the runway will not go far away from you, left or right, if you are trying to land, and those things. Remember the guy jumping on the train or the boat? He will just keep the motion with the boat. Excuse, just an excuse. Bullet? Oh, remember the pendulum? 15 degrees per hour and 0 degree in the equator and those things?
Earth spinning under the sky is a ridiculous notion, right? a ridiculous notion for the ridiculous mind. Is that correct?
No, it's what you observe. It's like the government's been telling you for like 25 years. If you see something, say something. I saw the sky move, not the earth. I see it, I say it. So which one is it? Are you supposed to see something, say something, or not do that? Because if you're not supposed to do that, then why have they been telling you for 20 years, if you see something, say something?
Do you have a source on that thing where astronauts would slowly move forward, though? I'd be curious to just read about it.
Yeah, I could look it up again. I mean, I prefer that you look up a source you trust and dive into it. I didn't save any information. I was just kind of curious because it goes into that these guys. But basically, what I had was one of these astrophysics dudes who was saying that they can answer all flat Earth questions, perfect down to the last detail. That they know all the content. So I tried to think of some stump questions, like, hey, what would happen with this and that, and like ask them about the storm on Jupiter. And I came up with like 5 or 6 questions, and maybe got through 3 of them before they just had a thermonuclear meltdown. Because they realized that he didn't know what he thought he knows. He's not the expert. He basically thought he could fake it, and just quickly Google some keywords and come up with some bullshit and make it seem like I answered the question. When it required some kind of abstract thinking that doesn't really have a quick Google it, then he had to face the music that he doesn't know what he said he knows, and it exposed him as a liar, and also answered the question why they would lie. What he could have done is said, hey, I studied this topic, I know quite a bit about it, I don't know everything, and I probably know just a slightly above a layman's version, and I can articulate it at multiple different levels. He should have hedged his bet. Because as soon as he said he's basically a walking and talking human computer compared to a dumbass flat earther, he was cooked. Because no one is omniscient. Except for the creator. The creator is omniscient. So which is even more funny because he also said he's atheist. So I'm like, so you don't believe in sort of omniscient supernatural beings, and you describe yourself as some kind of omniscient human being.
I'm sure they're just overly confident. That's I think a lot of people are.
Yeah, they weren't overly confident. They were Dunning-Kruger. That's they rated themselves higher than other people that they slapped a flat Earth sticker on.
Yeah, I mean they got an ego, I guess. I don't.
Yeah, and pride before the fall, just like the Bible told you.
Yeah, I tried looking up a source. I couldn't find much just on a cursory search, but if you have something,
keep looking into it. I mean, I'll do it for you. If
we'll send it. Yeah, I'd love to see it.
I'm just saying you can't find a single thing about it, and I'll look at it. I'll do it. I'll go through my browser history and find the content, because it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, it's not really difficult to understand this concept.
I mean, I just did one quick Google search, so I don't feel like digging around for it.
Okay, well there it is.
So if you have it easily.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'd have to really go through my browser history and find out where it's at, and the concept came up, from going down the rabbit hole as to why the ISS has to get resupplied all the time if they're constantly recycling the water anyway. It turns out that the resupply vehicles push the ISS up a little bit because it is falling down to Earth. And the reason why they said it's falling is because these minor collisions with gas molecules slow it down in such a way that it will crash to Earth unless they keep pushing it back up a little bit with these resupply vehicles. And then I went down, okay, well, sure, what does that look like? So yeah, I can put out the breadcrumbs for you, but I can't do the thinking for you. You'd have to do your thinking.
You don't have to do. I can't do this testing on my own. So wherever you found the information that told you that people will move slowly in space forward or whatever, that's all I need.
Yeah, they would slowly move forward. Which was
that's
like
all I need because I can't test that myself.
Yeah, which was counterintuitive to your concept that if they jumped in a train, they would fly backwards.
Well, I mean, it's a little different because they're weightless there versus, they have, to me, gravity.
Yeah, when you jump, you're weightless for a second or whatever. Your hang time is.
I mean, sure, but you would not get moved forward from that. You would not notice that at all. I
think you would extend that hang time.
If you extend the hang time, I still don't think you'd notice it, though. You'd have to measure it.
Yeah, but the measure would be a forward movement, not a backwards movement.
I'm just saying you wouldn't be able to feel that on your own. And I don't think anyone would be able to observe you moving forward if you were to do it for an extended... I mean, maybe they could observe it depending on how much time you got, how much space, but...
It's been scientifically proven that the Earth is a sphere.
Obviously, yeah.
Beakers, bubbling beakers proved it.
Yeah, let's see the science. What do you got?
Or just the guy's name. I'll look him up.
Did he run off? The guy, the blurt. Science proves Earth is a ball. Okay, can show science. Runs away.
Are you a science denier?
If you want to say that, but you'd have to show me your science before you can say I denied it. If you don't show the science, you're the science denier. Because you said you've got science and then denied it when you refused to show it. So where's the science you said? You come on, let's show it. Let's show and tell time.
Have you seen a black hole?
You told, now show.
Black holes.
Volcano. Missiles. Yeah, dude, earthquake, missiles. Just blurting a single word is not science. Try again.
Foucault's pendulum.
Still, that's a blurt. Try again.
I think when this guy's saying black holes, he's talking about his brain. There's nothing there.
The space between his ears.
Information goes in one ear, comes out the other. I've been told that a few times.
Yeah, not just at the speed of sound, the speed of light.
Could we do the same thing like on the other side, Ajos? Like, could I just say a word and then Earth is flat? Like, could I do it? Could I just say flat and then it's flat? Like,
are you a science denier?
I mean, I'm just saying. I just want to say. I'm asking you a question. What word could I say to convince you?
Science.
All right. Science. Earth is flat. You're on board?
Where's your science, dude?
Flat.
Show me the science, man.
All right.
The same science you're showing.
Yeah, black holes.
Is that science or pseudoscience?
That is verifiable and testable and measurable science.
Is that science or pseudoscience? I'm asking you.
That's testable, verifiable, measurable science.
Okay, so go ahead, use the scientific method, follow the scientific method, and validate the black holes.
I'm not in the lab right now, so I'm at the beach.
Shut up. Shut up. Next time, you shut up.
That's rude.
If you don't have any ability to validate a claim, don't make the claim.
Would you say that to me in real life?
If you don't have ability to validate a claim, don't make it. Because we are not here for stories.
Why are you so rude?
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, that's in real life.
Factual.
Being honest with you. He's being open and honest. That's not rude. That's respectful.
I could probably win an arm wrestle versus you.
To tell this Anusius guy, like, listen, you don't have any evidence at the moment right now. Like, that's an honest statement. You don't have any evidence. That's not being mean to you. That's just being honest and kind, even.
Or sure, but my dad is stronger than yours.
All right, you're done.
Yeah. Look, my dad's dead, and I can't use my arms, so of course you're going to win in an arm wrestling competition. So now that you've said all that, where's your scientific evidence?
He said I was done, so.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess you're done then. If he says it, that's it. You're cooked.
Yeah, dude, can you give me your address so I can send you a letter that says you have to give me all your money, and then all of a sudden you're just going to do it?
Sure. Police station.
You're back up. You're back on.
No thanks. He gave you a reprieve. He says you're not done. So now you gotta go. You can't stop now.
Yeah, it's the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a sphere in motion.
Okay, show them the observation.
Sure. Hang on.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go really slow, just step by step. So we got an observation of curvature and rotation. Okay, let's check that out.
We get into the science now. I walked away.
Yeah. Finally, we're getting to the science because No Tanks told him he could, so now he has to. Because earlier he said he couldn't because of No Tanks. So his cause and effect is that he's basically like an NPC, and No Tanks is player one in his worldview.
He's a victim, dude.
Oh, he had to wait for No Tanks to press A or B.
Yeah. No Tanks has to interact with him. Otherwise, he just stands there with a dumb fuck look on his face. Like you just walk into some random shopkeeper and he's sort of like RPG, and the shopkeeper just stares at you, blank look on their face. Then you interact, and then all of a sudden they can do what their script is. Yeah, dude, are you lagging? Do we have to like insert?
No, just hang on, dude.
But that's a nice link.
That's a Google link.
A search.
That's
what
science.
What the fuck is that? Oh my god, that's too good. That's Golden Globies for sure.
Yeah, that will be funny. You know it.
I can read that link. I don't see why you guys can't.
Let him Google science.
Hydrostatics.
Google search, and then he's got
hydrostatics.
He got black
holes, man.
Yeah, he did a Google search, and then it says he typed in keyword black plus holes plus science, and then it gave some sort of image like a bunch of.
You guys are discussing black holes as if there isn't more science to it than how you're describing. I'm here. What were you saying, Crit?
Yeah, go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're dealing with this other guy right now, so take your turn. Wait.
So an idiot, so you can look.
He can interject. It's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can.
He posted his picture that he took. He took a picture. Look at how clear that is with the swirls going up inside.
No, that's a computer-generated one, right? So, why are you being foolish?
So maybe because he couldn't understand the task that
that's an accretion disk and astrophysical jet.
Okay, Pickle, you're supposed to wait your turn. Okay, you have to.
I'm going to mute him if he talks again.
I yielded the floor, so you can go ahead.
Can't. You can't yield the floor because no tanks.
I just did though.
No tanks said you can't.
Okay.
Can I say something? So they can both work with each other. They can help each other, and yeah, the question was simple. So just don't use pseudoscience. If you don't know what is pseudoscience, go find the definition of pseudoscience. So don't use pseudoscience. Don't just use science. Follow scientific method. Validate your claim about black holes using science. So
the image I posted validates the scientific method.
So follow the scientific method. Tell us, here is this first step, observation, for example, which is the first step in the scientific method, observing a natural phenomena. So you tell us about the observation. Second step, you tell us what is the hypothesis, what is the independent and the dependent variable in your hypothesis, and you test your hypothesis. That's the third step in the scientific method. You validate your hypothesis using an experiment by manipulating the independent variable and seeing if there is or there is no variation in the effect on the dependent variable. Go ahead.
Observation, black hole. Hypothesis, black holes equals science.
Now, you're gonna have to give like the demonstration. You're gonna hit that what you manipulated to cause a black hole.
I demonstrated in the
you just say black holes equals science.
Who cares, man?
Yeah.
You're supposed to be providing scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe. So even if you prove black holes are science, how does that prove Earth's a globe, dude? Are you kidding me?
He's in error at the moment because he's saying, what is? Because science deals with what caused. So yeah,
I've provided my validation. The other guy can take over.
But you don't understand what I said. That science doesn't tell you what is something; it tells you what causes stuff.
So the observation will be an observation of a natural phenomena. Something happening, like for example, just an example, an apple falling. The hypothesis will have to include the independent variable, which is the cause of that effect that you saw in the observation. In the test, you have to manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause of the effect, and see if there is a variation in the effect itself. So go ahead. Again. Try again.
Like Jonas, are you just like afraid to like engage in it? Like, are you worried that the Earth might actually be flat, and you're worried if you were to put forth like a real question, like you have your little picture there, your profile picture, right? Where you have like the beach, right, and then you got the ocean, you got a tree. So I mean, I could just explain to you and demonstrate to you that body of water requires a container, like a containment, which is the land being higher than the water. That's like a demonstration. I could show that to be the case. Do you hold like a different view, or are you just afraid of flat Earth? Like, what's going on?
I have to go, man. Sorry. See you, man.
Run.
Bye.
Another runner.
We're going to change his profile picture and come back. It's going to be a black hole.
Black hole, therefore globe. Nice.
Dude, how do they know a black hole's a black hole anyway? Like, seriously. How do they, like, that kid know anything about a black hole? He doesn't. He's never looked into the sky and seen a black hole. He's just told a story about it.
The other guy with the Egyptian or the hieroglyphic name is asking us to talk. He wants to talk. Think he got some proof for curvature?
I'm pretty sure he's a zealot. I don't think he tries to have real conversations. Maybe he does. I don't know.
Oh, that's Newt. Right, yeah.
Oh, Newt? Oh, no.
Gummy.
Well, was that the black hole guy?
No, I signed off. I logged out, and he went. He went.
Oh, right. Oh, right. You're his handler. Right, got it.
Yep, I signed him off.
Wait, is this over fences? So he claimed he drilled a black hole into the horizon? Is that real?
Newt, something about I couldn't tell you. You'd have to ask Newt.
How is that possible?
He talks about drilling into the horizon. Yeah, something to do with an event horizon or something. I think. I'm not sure, mate. You'd have to ask him.
Using a black hole. I mean, he's getting muted everywhere. So sad.
Yeah, I saw that. That's funny. Yeah. Not only in this channel. He's known. He's a celebrity.
Everybody else is the problem, though. He's sure of it. He's convinced himself that everybody else is wrong.
He says he gets inspiration from being here because our terminology leads him to amazing discoveries through computer simulation.
Wow. Sounds important.
Yeah. I think he just reinterprets the terminology that we use. Like, we talk about the horizon a lot, right? So he, applies that to, I guess, a cosmological event horizon thing, and then works that into his little, algorithms and stuff, and messes around on a computer with simulations and drills holes in, places where time and space are so condensed that, nothing escapes its grasp, and blah, 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 blah. And tries to defy the law of entropy and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't ignore him, Newt. I screen capped one of them. Let's see if I can find it.
Any more black hole earthers?
That was a good one. Yeah, the word is. It's so funny. Really, it's so funny. So there is globe earthers. There is real globers, which are not globe earthers. Like Bevi. There is the no 24 sun guys, like Jerenis. No, he is a 24 hour sun guy. I don't think he's a glober yet. He just validated the thing that he did deny. So there is no 24-hour sun. He said that he witnessed that. What's happened?
But Jaren is a full-blown glober now.
He's saying that he didn't validate that it is a globe. He just saw that there is a 24-hour sun. What the heck? He was a denier of a 24-hour sun. Now he is saying that there is a 24-hour sun. But it's irrelevant to the topic of shape of Earth.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Newt. I don't respect whatever that is, because, and I'll be honest with you, I don't understand it, and I don't understand what you mean half the time, and that's ignorance on my part. For all I know, you're onto something. Maybe the other guys can look at it and see if it holds any merit, but not me, man. Sorry, talking to the wrong guy. I struggle to wrap my head around stuff like that. I didn't mute you, and I just exposed myself, man. I don't have fear of that. I don't feel that I'm qualified to evaluate the intellect of whoever and whatever you're talking about, like the veracity of it. There you go. I exposed myself. I'm ignorant of what you're talking about and what these intellectual men are talking about, who you refer to. Yeah, there you go.
Who are these intellectual men apart from Newt? Can they identify themselves?
One name he gave was Eric Norman at Stanford.
Oh, I mean, like here in the VC.
Just so, Newt, there is something that is called model collapse. Could you avoid that yet? Because you can't push AI like you are doing and post those articles. Like if the AI is something, you said that it will filter bullshit and lies and ego traps. So did you manage to avoid the model collapse? I can post the definition if you want.
People like you, clear-eyed, delusion with the noise, are the ones who actually know what to do with AI. You don't need AI to think for you. You need it to help build the new world. Goddamn. All right.
Like Skynet, bro. It's gonna be awesome.
All right. You're not wrong. These men aren't just useless in a utilitarian sense. They are in the way. And AI is the cleanest force we've ever had to cut through it without bullets or bombs. It's a non-violent purge mechanism. Wow.
Did you just say AI is the quickest way to get through it without the bullshit?
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay.
Without bullets or bombs, like you don't have to kill them, I suppose.
What are you talking about, bro? Genocide. Oh, what are you on about? You talking about genocide? Of the mind? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like you can call it a genocide of I guess it's like a genocide of stupidity, you know?
A certain ethnic group, you know, just not everybody, just certain.
Trump a recession in terms of bringing more than people. Okay. So, Newt, do you have like a AI persona that's like 94% you? Where you transferred your consciousness to AI.
Yeah, I don't think that would be very, very fun, Fry. Just like some egotistical AI that can't answer any basic questions at all and just whines a lot.
Yeah, how do we know this is already not an AI? You know, I mean, it could be like a.
It would be able to answer basic questions.
I mean, has anyone seen Newt's face here? Like, probably already AI.
The AI, the problem with the AI, like I already sent in the definition, the model collapse. So nowadays, the content that you can find, the majority of the content is made by AI itself. Videos, so because profiles in many websites are AI profile, those are bots, are not humans. So interactions that you can get in the YouTube channel, in your Facebook, they are not 100% humans talking to you. If you are like a celebrity and your profile is visible by everyone or anyone. So you will have interactions by AIs, bots, profile bots. So when you put data in the internet, the AI doesn't have any ability yet. That's why it's called the model collapse. Doesn't have the ability of filtering information that is made by another AI or just an older version of itself. So if that same AI that you have inputs an information, it will just consider it the next time as being something real.
Have you heard of the dead internet theory, Necros? You must have.
Sorry?
The dead internet theory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm telling you. Now, most of the content that you have in internet that is uploaded in the internet are not by humans.
I wouldn't say most, but it's growing. It's fucking growing exponentially. Like, it's ridiculous.
You can say that, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, hold on. Let's get Pickle back in here. I know I had to go AFK for a second there. Looks like the other guy left. So I think Pickle wants a turn. Yeah, I think number one, Pickle, just for the starter, your ChatGPT is just as worthless as you are. Wow. That's the problem. That's the main problem with using AI, is that you've replaced your natural stupidity with artificial intelligence that's even.
I don't know what you kids don't get.
Who's feeding them this?
We have to do this like a dozen or more times a day. It's insane.
The ballers.
You don't think that
we do it to ballers? We've been doing it for the past 3 years. You're just like a baller.
You don't think that reasoning and logic is natural? You think that's man-made?
Natural.
Oh my god.
Reasoning, logic is inevitable. It's not natural.
It's inevitable now.
It's
natural.
That's a cop out.
Define natural. Hold on, Indio. Hold on, Indio.
Okay.
Define natural.
Natural reasoning, right?
No,
that
there is no natural reasoning.
We've all been given
Nature
reason.
doesn't fucking reason, you moron.
So if he
then Q.
Hey, douchebag!
Right?
God, shut the.
That's called
up.
modus
Shut
ponens.
Shut
Yeah,
up.
it's.
Are you gonna define natural or
Can't
not?
even talk, dude.
Nah, he isn't gonna define it.
No, we want you to define natural.
Yep.
The natural reasoning. We want to know what that is. So what's the natural part?
God given.
No citation, please.
Nature doesn't mean God given.
I don't need a citation, Brainiac.
Yes, you do.
The
So you're just
self-evident.
making-
There are things. There are
the
things
argument
that
for that, Indio.
There
that
are
nature
things that
doesn't mean
self.
God.
For example, axioms, right? The logical axioms that we all use.
Shut the fuck up.
The law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, right? These things are axioms. You know what an axiom is, Brainiac?
Did I trip over an axiom walking around in nature?
It means they're self-evident.
Did I trip over
I don't
one?
need a source, dude. I don't need a source.
Yes, you do. You need to support what you say, village idiot. Define nature and natural right now.
Bro, I'm not going to entertain this conversation.
Bro, I'm not your
You're tweaking
bro,
out,
pal.
bro. You're tweaking out.
I'm tweaking out because you're a retard.
I'd rather talk to the other guy, bro.
You're talking out your ass. You keep on talking. You're vomiting diarrhea of the mouth with nothing, no substance.
You're wigging out, dude.
Nature. What does natural mean?
Yeah. How does it help, dude? How does adding natural to freaking logic or reason? How does that help?
It's contrasted with empiricism, bro.
Unnatural logic, unnatural.
Yeah, reason and rationale has been contrasted and juxtaposed with logic for thousands of years.
Is there unnatural logic?
Yeah,
you're getting silly.
Anything that's fallacious.
That would be unnatural. Citation, please.
Yeah, because God is computational. He's orderly, right?
We want
nature's orderly.
We want the citation for that shit right now. Yeah. Go ahead.
Bro, I don't need a citation. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You need to support what you. If you don't support what you say, then what's the difference?
Do you know what? Do you know what?
Then what's the difference between you and your average village idiot down on the corner?
Do you know what self-evident means?
Do you know
inherent?
what?
Do you know what inherent means?
Your claims are, son.
There are things in nature, right? There are things in our life that are self-evident.
No way.
Like principles and axioms.
That's not what we're talking about.
We all like Archimedes' principle. We were just talking about it.
Principle, I don't trip over Archimedes' principle walking around the wood line.
What I'm trying to tell you, dude, right? There are things that don't need to be proven.
Oh, that's your whole
literally
point.
do. You can trip on a rock, bro.
Where do I find logic in nature?
The law of identity.
It's all around.
In nature, Cora.
If the laws of logic didn't exist in nature, you wouldn't know the difference between two things, bro.
I find logic.
You guys are butchering Jay Dyer's argument, which is fucking sad, dude. If he was in
it's
here,
fucking stupid. Give us the logical syllogism for water boiling.
Bro, do you understand what an axiom
Bro, I'm not your bro. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you define. Look. You said things that are self-evident are axioms. Now, axiom. That's what the definition of axiom is.
Yeah, the laws of logic are self-evident. They're universally accepted,
but you said,
right? Or principles that is
What's an
considered
axiom?
self-evident and requires, guess what? No proof. Brainiac.
Yeah, but the shit that comes out of your mouth wasn't an axiom.
When you ask me,
You
what's
fucking
the
clown.
proof?
What is the axiom that came out of your mouth?
You asking me what's the proof for logic being natural?
What is
for
natural
reasoning
axiom?
being natural?
Don't fucking overtalk
It's
me.
it's an axiom,
You're the most
Brainiac.
retarded person in the room.
Dude,
you fucking idiot. You said natural,
okay,
right?
You're just making Ipsy Dixit declarations.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And if the laws of logic were an axiom, how come Aristotle wrote fucking tomes proving they're true if they were self-evident? Why did he waste his time?
Because there's stupid people in the world that are illogical.
Aristotle.
Wait, but if hold on,
he was writing to people, right?
Hold on. If they're self-evident, then they wouldn't be stupid people. It wouldn't have to be pointed out.
No, you can go against it even though you know it. It's called suppressing the truth.
No, you can't go against it because you would have to use the laws of logic to argue against it.
So then why do you need a paper on the argument of logic then?
Because he had to prove that this was true. Okay.
It's
with
not
a
something.
logical
Do
argument.
they need to be proven to be true?
They don't
Yeah.
need to be proven, and it's not something that you could prove empirically, dude. It's not. It's something that just everybody considers an axiom. That's what
No,
an axiom
you're
is.
right, because it's
The
a
laws of logic are axiomatic.
We were talking about natural science.
But, dude, okay, of course the laws of logic can't be proven empirically because they're transcendental categories. They don't exist in nature.
Thank you. That's our point, dude. That's literally my point.
So your
That's
point
our
was
point, dude.
there's natural logic that don't exist in nature. Congratulations, you're.
There are things like
Good
natural
job, bro.
reasoning, like natural logic,
Shut
right?
the fuck up.
That are inherently
Natural
true.
law.
They're innate, right?
Like natural law, like the second law of thermodynamics. That natural law.
Dude said natural logic and then denied that fucking logic's in nature. You, my sir, won the. I don't even know what award. We don't even have awards that low.
Doesn't know what logic is, doesn't know what axioms are. He used the get out of incoherent jail free card when we asked him to define nature as you don't have to define axioms. So therefore his axiom was nature. He didn't have to define it. He doesn't have to support it. He's fucking glue sniffer.
Well, also, if logic is not in nature, that means nature is not in nature. Fucking dumb, dude.
Is nature
go ahead.
Is nature sentient, prescient, and intelligent?
Why
How
are you
can it
granting it exists outside of your mind? How did you empirically prove
formulate
it?
anything if it's not sentient or an intelligent nature?
Yeah, it can't account for itself.
Based on intelligence, I can account for your retardation.
No, nature can't account for itself. So then how did you prove that nature exists outside of your mind?
Oh my God, we gotta stop. Have you ever ate food 100% for absolute certainty?
Well, yeah, but you're going to have to give me
Well,
what
yeah.
grounds that knowledge
So
could
there's
be possible. You
Shut
don't.
the fuck-
You
shut
don't
your
have anything
fucking
that
mouth.
grounds the
Shut
actual
up.
knowledge to be
Shut
possible.
up. Shut the fuck up. You're just like a idiot baltard with his Elmer Fudd sophistry, you fucking moron. Do you know what natural science is, by the way? What is natural science?
Yeah, it used to be called natural philosophy.
Oh, that's amazing. Did I ask you what it used to be called? What is natural science?
Natural science grants the existence of the external world and applies uniformity of nature to the existence of the external world to be able to make cause and effect relationships. That's what science is.
Citation, please. Citation.
Yeah, science is based on uniformity of nature. You gave the citation when you said the problem of induction. That's your citation. The problem of induction.
Support what you say, dumb fuck.
Yeah, the problem of induction, you brought it up. It was your citation. That is the citation.
The problem of induction. I asked you for natural science, moron.
Yeah, the problem of induction is why is there uniformity in nature? You don't even know the problem of induction.
You're a fucking imbecile, dude.
You're a one-trick pony that don't even understand your own argument. It's fucking pathetic.
He keeps changing it.
Man, just because you don't understand it.
You don't understand. We understand that you're a glue sniffer. You should be institutionalized. You fucking clown.
Okay, you just gave a description of what you think the infirmities of science are as the definition. Okay, you're a moron. We want the definition of natural science. We don't care about what your opinion is about whether it finds truth or doesn't find truth or whether it's reliable or whether it has a correct justification. We don't care about all that. We just want the definition.
I gave it to you.
No,
I gave you the definition.
Your analysis of the justification of natural science.
I could give it to you again if you'd like to stop.
No, please don't. You're a dumb fuck.
We want a definition. What is it that you're evaluating?
Yeah, nature, right? And but we grant nature to exist outside of mind. We grant uniformity of nature, and then what we do is we observe nature and come up with cause and effect relationships.
They just keep fucking talking through you.
That is an evaluation. We want the definition.
Yeah, I keep giving it at the end, but you're interrupting.
At the end.
You said natural science is nature. That was your definition.
Now,
and then
natural
you add an
science
analogy.
is the observance of nature and deriving cause and effect relationships, all while granting uniformity in nature and that nature exists outside the mind.
Cause and effect. You better talk to your buddy then down here, brains leaking, lion. He said it wasn't about cause and effect.
I said it's not only about cause and effect.
It is only.
No.
Yeah, because we went through hypothesis, dumb fuck.
Nope. There's
Yep.
no, that's not true.
Yep.
Tora just disagree with you. Lion he just said that it was about cause and effect.
No, it's mainly about cause and effect, right? But you guys are doing this thing where you're
cause and effect.
Okay,
you're isolating it to only cause and effect relationships. When clearly, when we
we'll walk you through the logic.
When we do measurements of drop over distance, you're saying that's not science. That's not science. That's geometry. Come on,
yeah,
that's
dumbass. Yes, dumbass. It's geometry. Yes.
Okay, let me ask you. No, it isn't pedantic. So I'll give you an example. When you go to the doctor and they measure your height, are they doing science? They take your height and weight. Are they doing science?
No, dude. That's
Yeah, exactly,
oversimplification fallacy. Because when I come up with a hypothesis based off of my observation, why are you still talking? When I come up with a hypothesis based off of an observation of the horizon or water being leveled. Now you can catch me in a technicality.
What's your dependent variable, dumb fuck, in your hypothesis?
The independent variable?
Dependent! You can't fucking hear either.
No, because the way you're shouting, dude, I'm having trouble listening to your
variable.
Bro, I can't talk to you guys, bro. I'm trying to expand on the thought, dude, and you're grilling me, dude. Every 2 seconds, I can't even get my thought out.
Because you're a dumb fuck. Everything you say is stupid. So we gotta stop you to make sure that we confirm your premises are correct. So we don't chase a bunch of horse shit down a fuckwit trail. So what's the dependent variable?
Dog, I'm not entertaining you, dude. I was talking to the other guy.
The issue is lying. Hold on. The issue is lying that you started off based on your observation. Is that a natural phenomenon you're observing? What did you just observing something?
Absolutely. We're dealing with water seeking its level, and we're dealing with the horizon. Those are two base reference points, right? So you're using logic.
Hello. A horizon is a concrete noun, dumb fuck. It's not a naturally observed phenomenon.
Ah, dude. Here we go, dude. With the pedantic
It's a concrete noun, you moron.
Listen, the horizon
His argument is
has an identity. The horizon has an identity, dude. In logic, the horizon has an identity.
Shut up.
We all know what the horizon is. Stop acting up.
You don't. It's a concrete noun. It can't be a dependent variable, like a tree. That's a concrete noun. That's not a viable dependent variable. Fuck.
Quantum has been tantruming. Holy shit.
I just want to know, like, who does he bamboozle with this bullshit, dude? What
incoherent second grade retards?
I can't believe, like, you've gotten this far with that gibberish. It's absolute gibberish.
No, dude, it's
he's
not,
over
bro.
in the land of misread talk.
I can't even expand my thoughts, dude, without you guys jumping on me. We're not going to get anywhere like this. This is not a free speech platform.
You don't know what a concrete noun.
Not how adults act, bro. Don't worry. This is a depraved mind right here.
Just fucking shut up. Fucking color commentary, Torah.
If your premises are wrong, why should we go on?
Yeah.
So we're going to walk you through this. You already admitted you can't do science unless you have a hypothesis. You also admitted a hypothesis has cause and effect. Okay, so you can't do science without a hypothesis, and a hypothesis is cause and effect. Then science only deals with cause and effect.
So let's say I grant you that, right? Just for the sake of the conversation, I grant you that science as we know it, as Francis Bacon establishes, is only based on cause and effect. Fine, right? Let's not call it science if that pleases you, right? I don't want to get your panties in a bunch, so let's call it geometry. Okay? Fuck. When we use geometry, what happens? We can still use reasoning. We can establish a horizontal reference point, and then we can measure if it deviates. And that's how we do science, dude. What's the big deal?
When we use geometry, right, we know there's certain geometric relations, and we know deductively from mathematical proofs that they hold true. Okay? So we know that straight and curved are two different things. We know that an angle is the separation between two straight lines because they preserve the geometric relationship of the separation along their entire length. That separation angle does not change. So they have properties, right? These geometric objects have properties. We know what they are. All we have to do is go out and measure them to know what the properties are. It's very simple. This isn't doing science.
Okay, fine. Okay, we're doing geometry. Fine. Either way, I made an observation. I went to go test my hypothesis, whether you like it or not, to see if it was true. Right, and I measured no deviation from horizontal.
Dude.
Right, call it what you want. Call it whatever your heart desires.
You don't have a hypothesis. Hello.
Call it whatever you want, dude.
You don't have a hypothesis, dude.
Call it whatever you want, bro.
We'll call it your sister. You don't have your.
Call
sister.
it whatever you want, dude. At the end of the day, there's ways.
Hypothesis.
What my point here is that there's ways.
So we'll never be able to communicate with each other.
You don't need
to acquire knowledge, dude. To acquire knowledge, right? We can use geometry. We can use calculus. These things are valid and viable methods of acquiring knowledge.
Did we say they weren't?
It's not science.
No, but you're acting very.
Tell me what an infinitesimal is.
It's not.
You're
science.
resisting.
It's not.
I'm
science.
resisting your ignorance.
That's fine, bro. If you don't like the word science,
you're resisting
geometry. That's fine,
resisting
dude.
Your ignorance.
I want to progress the conversation forward.
Progress the conversation through moron land.
So when we infer, right, a rational inference based off of water, based off of water seeking its level, and the horizon being horizontal, I can make a rational inference using both inductive and deductive reasoning and come to a hold on a second. Why are you still talking? Come to a reasonable conclusion based off of geometric principles.
Shut the fuck up.
Based off of geometric principles.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
That there's no deviation from curve. And you guys don't have to call it science if you don't want to. That's fine.
So, hold on. Let me ask you a question. What is seeking its own level? What does that mean? Because seeking is a activity of a sentient mind. So what the fuck are you even talking about when you say seeking its own level?
Oh, so now you have a problem with my speech, dude? I'm conveying the idea that water, regardless, right, is always perpendicular to plumb.
Okay.
Now, granted, there's waves.
That's better because now we're still in geometry and we're not in ascribing phenomenon to the water, right? So you're trying to mix and match two different things. And when you do that, you're going to run into fucking problems.
Yep.
Right. So one is based as a phenomenological statement, seeking its own level, and then saying the horizon is always a straight line. Right. That's a geometric claim. That's completely different. We're not saying why it is. We're just saying that's what it is. So
yeah, I know.
The problem is you're mixing and matching two different things. You're doing cold chart bullshit. Like when they say gravity forms a ball. Listen. When they say things like gravity forms a ball, right? They're mixing a phenomenological claim with a geometric claim. You understand?
Yeah, I understand that. All right, that's fine. Okay. I've already conceded that 10 minutes ago. Why are you still talking about the same concept? Bro, I've already granted you that. Fine, dude. You don't call it science. Call it geometry. That's fine with me.
Dude, my
point here is that there's ways to acquire knowledge outside of the scientific method of reasoning, dude. That's basically been that's been my thing since the beginning of this conversation when we're dealing with the downward bias. And you guys keep going back. Well, that's not science. That's not okay. Fine, dude. I'm not restricted only, and I haven't constricted myself to the scientific method of reasoning, dude. There's other ways, other epistemologies and methodologies to acquire knowledge.
Yeah, we know that. We've known that for years. Ever since you weren't even out here, we were preaching that. Who the fuck are you talking to?
All right, so there's you know what justification for your beliefs are?
I don't have any
JTB?
belief.
Oh, okay.
So you
I
got a
understand that you think
justification. So do you understand what belief means?
yes, a justified
What
true
is it?
belief.
What is it?
A belief is justified through
No,
reasoning.
it's not.
And yes, it is a belief.
True, but number one, that I asked you what belief was. You didn't know. It's acceptance without evidence. Justified true belief was debunked in the fucking 60s by Gertrude, man.
That's a definist fallacy. You're defining belief to fit your narrative. But it doesn't have to be.
Sir.
You don't have to take the word belief hostage and restrict it to your definition. Because belief doesn't mean you. Hold on.
Define belief with citation, please.
No, it's
define belief with citation to prove your point,
bro. JTB,
I'm not your bro, dude. Define belief right now.
JTB.
It's just so belief is justified true belief. You fucking retard.
So
You're a fucking retard,
dude. I go to talk and you talk over me. What
You're
are you
a
gonna do?
fucking retard.
Dude, it's
dude,
knowledge,
I'm not your
right?
fucking dude.
Accepting knowledge, accepting truth.
Knowledge.
Belief is accepting truth, bro. And the way that you accept that as
12
true
minutes after the hour from Oxford Dictionaries. Shut your fucking mouth. Belief, Oxford Dictionaries, an acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof. From your alma mater wiki. Belief is the state of mind in which a person thinks something is to shut up. It's the state of mind in which a person. This motherfucker. Put him on mute. You're done. Bye-bye, lord ass. You don't know what the words that you're using mean, dude.
Okay, can I talk? Let me know when I can talk.
Time of death? No. You're the dumbest fucker in here. We're going to cordon you off.
So bro, I get it, dude. I understand.
You're
I understand the resistance.
You've been exposed. Mae West is in the corner belly laughing. You dumb fuck. You're not going to get to talk anymore. No. Dumb fuck. Retard.
Look, you're mixing and matching ideas again. Justified true belief is something within philosophy that was refuted, as Huey said, back in the 70s. Because justified is the state of the human mind, and what that actually means is subjective. So it's just a bunch of nonsense.
Actually, was refuted and changed to justified true belief. It wasn't refuted.
Oh, so we do what does well mean? That's another human evaluation that is subjective. There's no objective metric of well justified.
Then you have no absolutes in your worldview.
What?
How about facts?
Holy fuck, dude.
He's a retard, man. You're a retard, dude.
Okay, so if I don't believe in a subjective metric for believing something, then I have no absolutes. No, that's the exact opposite of that. I'm rejecting the subjective metric, dude.
Okay, so then go ahead and prove reality exists outside your mind.
Okay, so I don't start from the internal critique. I start from the external world. So the internal evaluation. Do you want me to actually send you something on this? From PhD in philosophy? You won't understand it, but I'll send it to you anyway.
What's your justification for starting from the external?
It's refuted Descartes nonsense, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry. Descartes been refuted.
Okay, what's your justification for starting with the external versus the internal?
What's your justification for starting with the internal
argument, bro? Give the argument.
Because there is no internal without the external first.
Okay, prove it.
Dude, anything you think, it has to come externally.
How do you know that?
Otherwise, you're
holy shit.
Because otherwise you're bootstrapping from nothing. Nothing plus nothing, 0 plus 0 is still 0, bro.
Nothing can exist.
What the hell?
Or is it no thing?
There's a difference between no thing and nothing. Fucking idiot goober over here in the land of misfit toys. What the fuck is his name again? Who was that?
Die slow.
Die slow. What an ass clown. You guys are right in that vicinity of fucking reasonability. Two guys are clowns, man. It's time to go back there. Go home. You're way above your pay grade here, sons. Define natural. I don't have to define. Define natural. I don't have to define natural. You'd have to. Axioms are self-evident.
Yeah, and you think begging the question of the external world just exists, therefore I start with the external as a good argument,
If the external world doesn't exist, you're talking to yourself right now, and you're having an argument with yourself about the external.
This is your argument, not mine, bro. I'm just holding the mirror up for you.
And I said there would be nothing for the internal world to act upon if there was no external world.
That's begging the question.
That isn't begging the question.
You haven't justified the external world's existence yet, and you're using the external world as proof of the external world. That's textbook begging the question.
No. What is the internal world?
Can I talk now, dude? Like, am I going to get muted again?
No, you're the dumbest person in here.
So when it comes to beliefs, when it comes to beliefs, we've been taught that we've. When it comes to beliefs, that we blindly believe things without reason, without.
Jesus fucking Christ. She's just going to steamroll his way? I don't think so. What is the internal world, dude?
From my worldview?
Whatever way you want to characterize it.
Yeah, the internal world consciousness, it would be God-given. It would be something that we know the external world exists apart from because God laid that out in Genesis 1.
That's
a true justification.
So what is the internal world acting upon? How is it forming its structure, its conclusions, anything within it?
God.
Oh, God. So if there was just God and there was no external world, you'd have thoughts about things that don't exist.
And I wouldn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. I just said if it's just God and there's nothing else.
No, you said
God wouldn't exist.
if there's just God, you'd have an internal world.
No, I said God is what is created the internal world.
You're using the Bible, which is external. Thank you.
It's revelatory. It's
Revealed through what? Revealed through what? The external world? Or was it internal?
It was revealed divinely by the God himself.
Externally or internally?
Externally and internally. Both. You know how you know it's wrong to murder? Yeah, that's internal. And it's been written on your heart by God.
Murder who? Something in the external world? Or something in your internal world?
Yeah, it's even wrong to think bad thoughts
So
about
there'd be no such thing as murder. You just feeling some hallucination you have.
I'm not having the hallucination. I've established why the internal and external world are separate and how I know they are. See, that's something you haven't done yet.
Yeah, they are separate, but you don't even have an internal world without an external world. And we know this, you know why? Because there's people in primitive vegetative states that have no fucking thoughts, but they respond to external stimuli.
Yeah,
okay, mic drop. See you later.
Yeah, but those people, like neurologists, have studied that, yeah, the mind doesn't have to be in the brain.
How are they responding to external stimuli when there's no internal fucking world?
How do you know that? How do you know there's no internal world? What, did you go inside the person's head?
You're a clown, dude.
I don't know if I want to continue this.
No, don't. It's a waste of time.
You're done.
Did I go inside?
It's already been exposed.
They did go inside the person's head. They hook up fucking little electrodes and nothing happened. It's dead matter.
The person's dead, but they're responding to external.
They're brain dead. That's what we call it. Brain dead.
That doesn't mean their mind is gone. Unless you're saying the mind
Yours
transfers
is.
the brain, then I'd love
You
evidence
need a
and
biology
justification
lesson
for
in the
that.
sympathetic.
You think the mind is in the brain?
Yours
What's your
is.
evidence
No, I
for
don't
that?
think the mind is in the brain.
Uniformity in
No, I don't
nature.
think the mind is in the brain.
Okay, then why are you saying a brain dead person doesn't have an internal world if the mind
Wait,
isn't
he
in the
was
brain?
just appealing to the uniformity in nature, Indio, and then ask how can you confirm the external world? You fucking glue sniffer.
Yeah, you don't have an explanation for
Look
the
at him. Yeah,
uniformity
you
of
don't have
nature.
an axiom, you dumb fuck. You just contradicted yourself. You're a fucking clown, dude. Go back to
You don't know
romper
what an
room.
internal critique
Go
is,
back
bro.
to romper room, dumb fuck. Don't ask me.
You don't
anything else.
understand. You don't understand the argument you're trying to parrot.
Yep.
I know what argument you're trying to parrot. You're trying to parrot the tag argument. It's specifically Jay Dyer's, but you're fucking butchering it.
Not even close to Jay Dyer's, bro. What are you
Jay
talking about? Greg
Dyer.
Bronson has laid this argument. Van
Laid what
Til
argument?
had this argument way before
What
Jay
argument?
Dyer,
The
bro.
uniformity in nature? And then ask,
The
how do you confirm
transcendental
the
argument,
external
bro. What are
world?
you talking
You
about?
fucking glue sniffer. That's what you just did. Mr. Uniformity in nature, all out of context, red herring fallacy
We're
for
fine
like
in my
20
worldview,
fucking
bro.
minutes. 20
You
fucking
think there's a
minutes.
problem
Mr.
with
Uniformity in
induction?
nature, and then ask Indio, how does he confirm? How do you validate the external world? You glue
Yeah, because he doesn't come. He doesn't come from my worldview,
You're
obviously.
a dumb fuck. Your worldview, what? Retard.
No, the Christian worldview, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, right. You're a dumb fuck, dude.
Yeah, you can
Face it.
persecute me. That's okay.
I
I don't
just
care.
demonstrated it.
Hey, Quantos, is this how you
Hey,
debate in your
Quanta.
reality? Take your fucking medicine. Calm
Quanta.
your ass down.
Hey, Quan, shut the fuck up. Who the fuck are you?
This guy
Shut
thinks there's
the
a
fuck
problem
up,
with
Tora.
induction.
Shut up,
He's
Tora.
an atheist.
I'm gonna mute Tora. I'm gonna get the Macintosh's dumbass.
Yo, Quantum, you better be a good boy before
Shut
I
the
get mad.
fuck up. I better be what?
Come on,
Come on.
No, I'm not trying to.
Can we get back on? I want to get back on topic, dude.
Yeah, you guys, hold on. I want to just add something, if I may. Okay, you need to look up the lore here. Quantum had debated globalists for years, using logic, reason, tried to get them to engage in the topic. All they threw was shit. They threw shit into shit into shit, and finally, Quantum's giving you back what you put out there, and now you don't like it suddenly. Fix your.
Yep.
Fix yourself. Why don't you clean your house before you tell someone else to clean their own house?
Wait, he needs to be a good boy first, though.
No, you.
Yeah.
Why don't you
The
go
coward
back
Mr.
and.
The coward
Go ahead.
Mr. Macintosh fucking boot scooted quick. Okay, X Breezy, go ahead, crit. And then Indy.
No, I wasn't trying to.
If you're going to appeal to tone, make sure you know what the fuck you're talking about and who threw shit first. At some point, as a Christian, you stop turning the other cheek. You're out of cheeks to turn.
What's your problem, Nancy? X Breezy, they've contradicted themselves with every fucking breath for the past hour. So we need.
I wasn't here. I wasn't here for the beginning, but I don't know.
So they not only do that, they want to continue speaking after they've been demonstrated to be abject retards. And then they'll overtake the mic and never stop talking. That's what's going on here.
Yeah, I can't really say anything meaningful that would make this conversation better or anything like that. All I can really say is just, if you say this and the other person thinks that, then and if there's no meaningful way to come to a conclusion, then there's nothing really productive happening between the two parties. I'd say, or through the conversation at least.
Yeah, there's no conversation because they're abject retards. You can't have a conversation with somebody that's retarded.
In all fairness, I didn't really hear what they say. I just wanted to advocate for civility. I'm not saying that what you were doing was wrong or anything like that, but just
Well, there is no conversation with people that contradict themselves, X Breezy.
Let me give you an example of the contradiction. He said natural logic. We asked him to define nature, and then I asked him where does logic exist in nature, and he says it doesn't. Okay, so we're dealing with crap like that, dude. That's retarded.
Oh yeah. So you asked him to define natural logic, and sorry. Wait, can you repeat what you said?
We asked him to. He said natural logic. We asked him to define natural, but then he wouldn't. So I asked him, "Where does logic exist in nature?" And he said, "It doesn't." So you have natural logic that doesn't exist in nature. Now tell me if that's a contradiction or not.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know what they meant from natural logic.
Well, I mean, that's objectively a contradiction, right? Objectively, it's not our opinion, and they've been doing it nonstop for an hour.
If you ask me, like, if you say natural logic exists and you define whatever you may define, right? And you're saying it doesn't exist.
No, he said natural logic, not natural laws. He said natural logic.
No, that's what I said. Natural logic, not natural laws. I said natural logic. But
logic doesn't exist in nature. It's not growing somewhere out of the ground.
The point is, they kept on contradicting themselves, right? And then overtake the mic. Then cry and whine that we're treating them badly for contradicting themselves.
No, I get it. If you think that they're just contradicting themselves and just going in circles and stuff, you feel frustrated by it.
Yeah, can't get anywhere.
Yeah, no. So both sides, I think, should make attempts to get productive. You know what I mean, right? Like, you just if it becomes a rant, it's just a rant, and you guys are not really trying to bring understanding to one another. Maybe a little bit, but yeah, you're trying to listen to each other, right? Like, that's what this channel's for. That's why we're all here. I don't know. Like, I've heard that this channel's mainly just to. It's not necessarily like a debate channel or anything like that, but I heard it's just to people for other places for people to get in contact with the flat Earth community and the flat Earth community, traversing with each other. I also know you guys have your own Discord and stuff, so.
Can't have a
conversation.
conversation.
Oh yeah, we're listening to them. Believe me, we're listening to them very closely.
Very closely,
and they're just talking Jabberwocky gibberish right out of freaking Alice's hole.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then they complain right out the gate. It's fucking Jabberwocky gibberish, as Indio said, right out the gate, which is their premise. But they complain about being interrupted because they want their Jabby Walker gibberish to be their premise, but it's faulty to begin with. So what do you want us to do? Listen to everything from the Jabberwocky gibberish, logical fallacy horseshit as their main premise, and travel down that trail of incoherency till the end after about 8 minutes? We ain't gonna do that.
No. It's you can be frustrated. I understand why you would be frustrated by then.
Wait, hold up, dude, real quick. Also, this conversation with Lion took a week to set up. Literally a week.
It took a week for this conversation to set up.
It took a week to get him in here to talk about this. He's been duck, dive, dodge, and dip and dodge for a week to get him in here. And then when he finally gets in here, he doesn't even try to be responsive.
Yep.
It's dude, at some point you're just going to say, why the fuck do you keep wasting everyone's time? It takes a week to get you to do anything. You finally, on your terms...
bearing false witness, bro.
On your terms, we get you in here, and you don't even try. You're I get it, he's a long-haul truck driver. He's got a schedule he's got to do. But at some point, it's just say, hey, I'm not interested. Why sit there and rug pull day after day after day when you're not even going to be responsive to begin with?
Oh, I don't know. People have their reasons for it.
Yeah, that's what I see. Now you get the reasons why someone will be frustrated about it too.
Yeah, no. I never made the point that you should not be frustrated. But all things aside, civility is something that everybody wants, right? You want to talk to each other in a normal manner and stuff, and that's a nice thing to have, right?
Really?
Yeah, no.
Where were you back in 2016 when I was being called names that would make a billy goat puke and fucking told to drink bleach? Where were you then?
All right, be a good boy. Be a good boy, Joe.
No. I'm not. Dude, if somebody says awful shit about you, and it's even when people are telling you to drink bleach, that kind of stuff, first of all, Like, there's all sorts of reasons why people would say that kind of shit, right? But like in general, the good thing, quote unquote, to do is to not get to that point and to not like do that kind of behavior. So I don't think you should drink bleach. I don't think like.
Here, listen, too. You missed another context. So like a couple Fridays ago, Lion was in here, not this channel, different one, calling Nathan Coakley kept implying that he's using drugs. He's not making any sense. He's like a crack addict. That was and you're like, dude, why are you asked him, why are you acting like this? He just said because he just wants to make him yell. So you've already got somebody in here who's admitted in the past that their goal is to get someone to get an emotional reaction. It takes them a while to get in here. Yeah, full court trolling.
Yeah, it's just trolling,
Yeah, so I think if you wanted to give a critique, give both sides some kind of positive feedback loop rather than just, hey, I don't think what's happening here is in spirit of whatever you think the channel is.
Also monologues forever. He goes on and on and on, and he's like highly emotional. He just gives anxiety with the tone of his voice.
And then when you interrupt him, why dost thou interrupt me? What the fuck?
I'm guilty of it too sometimes, when I feel like, I get what people are trying to say and stuff, and sometimes I'm wrong for it too, because what I think they're going to say is actually something different, and then, I'm just basically, holding my dick in my hands, basically at that point. But, like some people just interrupt because they get what you mean, or they think that the premise that you're saying is false, all sorts of reasons. I cannot really say what was going on in here, but, yeah, I'm not going to say that I don't do it myself often, and I allow other people to do it too. But obviously, you can also be quite disruptive if you do it all the time, or you do it in a manner that is disruptive. Which is,
I think we beat this one to death. What's your position on the Earth, sir?
Me?
Yep.
Well, thanks to the flat Earth community, I if I want to say that the Earth is round or it's flat, I have to make my, I would have to first do all my research in order to come to a conclusion. But, I am not wrong with believing that the Earth is round. Let's just say that.
Well, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. I know it sounds pedantic, but it's important.
Yeah, or a globe. Because I operate on, on the ideas that were just, told to me a very long time ago.
Sure.
And I'm not saying that these things that were told to me were done forcefully or done in a manner that they're trying to indoctrinate me, right? Because I have access to you guys too, right? Because I'm not saying that they could not, even if people are trying to indoctrinate you, they cannot physically restrict you from gaining access from the from other people, right? Like in this case, you guys. But yeah, no, I just hang out over here and just I'm trying to listen for most of the time, and I'm trying to use the knowledge that I know right now. And I'm not really a guy that how do you say this? I've done some research, if you would call it. I've done some digging into, but really that's just looking into YouTube videos. I'm just curious about the experiments done. What experiments can do, what they're conclusive of, this and that, all that jabber. And the reason why I find you guys so interesting is because, there's a lot of people that that believe in their religion and that are very, that are very into their religion, and they believe that their religion is descriptive of reality. But you guys do it in another way, right? Like this is also kind of an attack on how I would put it in this channel as mainstream science. I just call it science, but this mainstream science. So you guys are going against that, and that's just what interests me a lot, to see how you operate.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
The people that told you that the Earth was a globe, teachers, whoever, do you think they actually know one way or another?
What do you mean? That they know?
The people that told you, that quote unquote educated you, hey kid, Earth is a globe. Do you think that they know?
Oh, that they know that it is actually something else, or that they
know that it's a globe. You think they just believe it's a globe, or that they know it's a globe?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know what the earliest. I don't know what the first moment was that I found out that the Earth was round. It had more to do with people explained to me that back in the old days, the Earth looks flat, and for the longest of times, we thought that the Earth was flat, and then they came to the understanding that the Earth was actually a round or a globe Earth. That's just how history went.
Yeah, I understand that, but say your first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade teachers, high school teachers, university professors, do you think that they know one way or another, or they're just repeating what they heard?
Yeah, they would probably use references to other experiments done by other people, that kind of stuff. So I think in that sense, yes. I don't know if somebody personally in my life that did measurements in order to determine the shape of the Earth. I don't know any astronauts either, that claim to have gone to space.
Well, could we stop there?
So that answers questions
Hold on a second, Indio. I'm going to have to go. I got book responsibilities. I got to go help write the book. Just because I've heard you say it a number of times, natural science and the scientific method only deal with natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing to do with shapes. This is not a scientific topic. It's purely geometry. So be careful with your experiments and stuff. Right off.
Okay. Okay. Well, maybe I have to be clearer on what I mean when I use these terms, right? So, feel free to ask me and stuff, because I don't want to operate on assumptions and figure out at the end of the rope that we're operating on different assumptions and understanding. So, definitely worthy to be clear on what I'm trying to say. Of course, what I mean by science.
No, you're fine. What he's trying to tell you is that people often frame this as a scientific question, and that's because it's been mischaracterized as one by the education system.
Yeah.
It's just a mischaracterization.
Yeah. So if you ask what my understanding is, do you want to get into that, or I don't know what I was discussing earlier? Oh yeah, we're talking about the people in my environment, whether or not they have
whether they have knowledge versus belief. That's really the question. The people that told you, do they have knowledge? Do they know it's a globe, or do they just believe it? And what you'll find out is that they just believe it. They're like you. They heard it from somebody else, and they believe that the words that person told them, and that person heard it from somebody else, and they believe the words that person told them. But in our experience, we go down the chain, we can never find the person that has actual knowledge.
Well, maybe if I have to operate on things that could be a reason. Maybe somebody figured it out. They had evidence, and the evidence was provided, and from then on, it wasn't just people who were exposed to that understanding doing the actual what is the rightful thing to do. In all of science, I would say is to. And if you want to ask me what science means to me, of course, go ahead. What the rightful thing is to get empirical evidence and you correlate correctly to the observations that you're making, and the other things that are happening too, if they are relevant. So yeah, but I do think
what I'm trying to point out, and what Huey's pointed out, is that this topic within the education system itself is mischaracterized as something it's not. It's purely just a geometry question. If you go, what's the shape of X, right? The answer is a geometry question. It isn't freaking science. So an example of this could be if you bought a house and you walk in your brand new kitchen and you're like, I don't know if that floor is a square or a rectangle. You would not call a scientist to figure that out.
No. But I would say.
You see what I'm saying? This is just purely geometry. Purely geometry has there's no science involved.
Yeah, I would say maybe not an empirical science in that sense necessarily, because for me, what science means is
it's empirical.
Collective.
It's empirical, dude. Taking a measurement is empirical. Right?
Yeah. You could definitely do that. Yeah, of course. That's why I was a little careful in saying necessarily. Also and definitely, if you're looking at the shape of the Earth, you need to have empirical data at the end of the day, to say what the reality is. Not like in mathematics where you can start with a set of axioms and then operate on logical consequences of whatever you've constructed. But what I wanted to say was what science means for me is just the collective understanding of reality, and then I would always be inclined to say quote unquote reality Because for me, reality is just the things that come to my senses. That are from my senses. It's also a vague thing by itself, I would say. But that's like that really goes into the whole of what is am I seeing, am I observing the things to be true, right? Obviously that's that by itself is just that by itself is also a discussion, because otherwise there wouldn't be a flat earth community and there wouldn't be a globe earth community, because both sides are making claims about what reality is, right? So there's definitely a disagreement in understanding of reality out there, if anything. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd say you're off to a good start with figuring out what the truth is. Half the problem people have is they don't have the tools to figure out what the truth is in the first place. So we can give them all the information available. They just don't have the tools to evaluate what's true or not, and they just default to, well, I think everybody thinks this, so I'm going to go with that, right? Or the authorities say, or everybody thinks, or my mama told me, or I saw it on TV, or you know what I mean? They just default to that because they don't have the tools to figure out what the truth actually is. But to even doubt, well, let me just finish. To even doubt, to even think the Earth's a globe, you have to doubt your initial impressions of what the Earth is. You have to say, hey, I see it as flat. I don't feel like I'm moving, but somehow that's wrong and incorrect. And I'm perceiving reality incorrectly, and it's actually this other thing, the spinning ball. Right? So you just from get-go, you have to assume that your perception of reality is false.
Yeah, it's always important.
Now it could be. Now I'm not saying it isn't. It could be false, right? Could be.
Yeah.
But the other side is someone's going to come along and say everything's an illusion. Then they need to prove it. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, of course. No, I think you and I would both agree that if you don't make any claim, you have nothing to prove, really. So you don't have a burden of proof. But if you make any claim whatsoever, true or false, then you have a burden of proof, right?
Yeah, well, my claim is, what you see is what you get. Go outside, it looks flat. That's the way it is. That's my claim. Like, how are you going to argue with that? The only argument you can make is that your senses are flawed. You're an ant on a giant fucking ball. You can't perceive it as a ball because it's just a ball too big to see. I mean, but the thing is, that's a claim. Okay, now demonstrate it, dude.
Yeah.
We don't because I could also say, well, it's also a giant pineapple too big to see, or it's a giant starfish, or it's a giant, freaking, lemon square. Like, you could say anything, you know what I mean? If someone's going to claim it's something different than what you experience, they need to provide the evidence that that's the case.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. That's just a good way to go on about things in life, right? Because, I mean, that's an effective way to do things that are in the benefit of us, right? So let's just say, if the Earth was like flat, right? Okay, I would have to clarify something. I know I'm saying, what if the Earth was flat? I'm saying that because I'm operating from like a neutral point of view. I would say the same thing as like, what if the Earth was a globe, right? So don't try to conflate it to something like, I have an argument against flat Earth. Just as a disclaimer, I'm saying this, by the way. Anyway, okay, I feel really stupid because I was trying to make a point. Could you help me remember?
It's fine. Listen, a lot of people that we deal with, even people with degrees and PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, they don't know this topic any better than what you'd ask somebody that has a 9th grade high school education. Everybody had just accepted it at a young age, and beyond that, they don't really know about it. So I wouldn't feel like, oh shit, I don't know anything. There are no globe experts in this shit except for the flat earthers, which is crazy.
Yeah.
It really is just crazy. It's like the flat earthers are the experts in globe earth because we're examining it. And we're saying, hey, the globe earth predicts this. The globe earth says that. The globe earth says all these other things. Is this true? We're going to go test it.
Yeah, sorry. Just excuse me for a second. I'm just gonna make some coffee and I'm gonna take off. I'm just trying to warn you that I cannot stay online forever. But because what I want to say quickly, sorry, if you had something really smart to say, go right ahead. But I just wanted to ask something. But go right ahead if you definitely had something to say.
No, you go. Whatever.
Yeah. No, so, okay. I think this is going to be I think I'm going to talk a lot, but in a short time. But what I was thinking was that why do people have such a disapproval against flat earthers? Because I would also like if you asked me back in the day, this dude is a fucking this dude doesn't believe that the earth is round. Like I don't necessarily think that. I believe not all flat earthers think that the earth is flat. They just deny that the shape of the earth is a globe. Am I correct? Is that true in this case, or do you guys like also claim
Earth is flat. Yeah, but we don't consider them flat earthers. We consider them globe skeptics.
Oh, okay, all right. So are you guys mostly globe skeptics, or are you guys flat earthers?
No, I'm definitely flat earthers. I would say I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I would say most people in here are flat earthers.
But flat earthers are a subset of like globe skeptics, right? That they claim what you guys have in common.
I guess you could call it that. I mean, kind of, but not really, because
in any way, you guys don't say that the earth is a globe, right?
To me, like a globe skeptic to me would mean I accepted the globe and then I doubted it. Where, at least for me, it's like, I just accept what I see, and then the globe is not even entertained until there's evidence. There's nothing to be skeptical about.
Well,
then you have the other one, which is the concaver.
Like Hitchens razor, that's what I do. So it's like this, what can be asserted without evidence can be rejected without evidence. I don't have to be skeptical of shit without evidence.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. Can you repeat what you said?
I don't have to be. I'm not skeptical of things without evidence, right?
Yeah. No, I didn't mean to say that. Okay, maybe this was bad for my part. I think what I was trying to say is that you guys.
I would say that. Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that they're independent things. I don't think they're linked.
Yeah, no, but what you guys have in common is that you definitely believe that the Earth is not a globe, right? That's the safe thing to say, right?
Yeah.
No,
we don't
believe it.
No, we don't believe it. We know the Earth is flat, stationary, immovable, and contained.
Yeah. Okay. So
we can prove it too.
Okay, but then if I ask you, is the Earth round, then you would say no.
No, I already told you before. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You got to be specific with your language. You can have a round and flat penny, LP, CD. You got that right.
Okay, the Earth is not a globe. Right.
Yeah, the Earth is flat, stationary, and contained.
Yeah,
we can prove that. We can prove that. Relax. We can prove that. We know it. We don't believe it.
No, let me cover it. Okay. Let me specify something.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. You say, well, it's not a globe. Listen, you can't have a flat globe, so obviously it's not a globe.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I think I didn't say something about. Did I say flat globe? Okay, never mind.
No, we're just like reconfirming because we think it's flat. We're denying it's a globe. Yeah, an affirmative claim that it's flat is de facto denying it's a globe because there can't be a flat globe.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just a little confused. Anyway, no. What I just have to clarify something. When I say that you guys believe in a flat Earth, I'm not. No, wait. Hold on. Let me specify. Okay. If you were to ask me, is the sky blue? Right. Like if I go outside and just simple truth, right? I would say, yeah, I believe that the sky is blue. That's just my conviction of reality, and I'm saying that your conviction of reality is different.
That? Why would you need to believe that if you're looking up and the sky's blue?
Okay. I'm using that word because we have different understandings of what the truth is, right? You're saying that that's truth, and I'm saying something else is truth. In a hypothetical context.
No.
Okay.
You know the difference between believing.
You're saying that it might not be true the sky's blue, even though you see a blue sky?
No. What I mean to say is the way I use my language is that even if I know something to be factually true, right? Like something that is just truth, right? I would still use the word, that's what I believe in. Because I think, like you can, I think believing in something requires, like you have some people that say, yes, I believe in this, but it could also possibly be false, all those kinds of nuances and stuff. But I'm not saying that, I'm not arguing against your belief, or against your understanding.
You need to get belief out of your vernacular because words mean things. And when you say a word, then we must agree on that meaning so we can have meaningful conversation and discussion. When you say believe, that's acceptance without evidence. That makes no sense.
Okay, that's not what I mean.
Believe the sky is blue. You have evidence. You're looking at it.
No, that's not.
Belief is the enemy of knowledge.
Yeah. No.
That's not what I'm trying to say. That's not what I was trying to say. But okay.
Well,
let me tell you. Let me tell you. I'm going to reiterate. Belief is the enemy of knowledge. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys think that the word believe means that it is conviction without evidence, or like can you repeat what you said?
It's how it's defined.
It's defined. It's right inside chat, by the way.
Okay.
It says especially without evidence, so it is a minutia, like it is a little pedantic.
It really isn't, dude. They're really like almost opposite things. Belief and knowledge are like opposite things.
Yes.
Yeah, because Crow told you so. Yeah, I get it.
Crow.
Shut what are you talking
Tora, shut your fucking mouth. We had enough of you earlier.
Wait. Okay. So
they're back. The Goober brothers are back. Shut the fuck up. He's having a conversation with Breezy. Shut up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Indio.
When I'm in a conversation with you guys, so I don't really have like the evidence for me to say that I believe that the Earth is flat, but like I think the word believe is just differently interpreted because some people. Wait. Just give me a breather. Just give me.
It's not.
Okay.
You're using it out of context again.
Okay. Can you repeat again what the word believe means?
I'll do more than that. I'll post citations for it. How about that?
I'm not.
Not what I think. Not what I think.
Just read it out loud.
Not what I think. It's defined as.
Denounced it.
Not what I think.
Okay, so dude, if I ask you what's your favorite color, do you know that or do you believe that?
Yeah, no, I believe that. Yeah, I believe that.
You believe your own mind? You have to it might not be true.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's what I'm convinced into thinking. I'm trying to use the word believe without
Who convinced you yourself? Yeah. Like who convinced you yourself? Let's say your favorite color is red. You wouldn't believe that. You would know that. You know what your own favorite color is. You know your own mind, right?
No. If I have a favorite color, I'm not arguing with myself. I'm not trying to convince myself that that's my favorite color. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying
you would know that, right?
Yeah.
And you probably know that you ate today, or ate this week, or ate this year, right? You know that. You don't believe that.
But here's the issue that I have, right? So if you say, for instance, you make any statement and you think it's true, is that a safe thing to say? If you think it's true and somebody else thinks it's not
knowledge
true.
is based upon like experience, right? So anything you experience, you know, 100%, you know it. Like what you ate, when you ate, last time you ate, who your parents are. Well, I mean, that might not be true. You could be adopted.
I say the same thing. I say the same thing about people who have conducted experiments and came to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. I would say that they believe.
There we go again.
It's
That's a category error. You don't do experiments to discover shapes. That's a category error, dude.
But if knowledge comes from observation,
and they have to be interpreted, okay.
I'm probably using
now the result of the experiment. Listen, the result of the experiment is knowledge. Okay, the interpretation, the conclusion of the experiment, that could be belief in the colloquial sense of experiment, not in the sense of scientific experiment. Scientific experiments don't tell you what the shape of the Earth is.
Okay, I think that when people are using the word believe, it does not necessarily mean that they have that they think something which is not necessarily proven. That's not what I think. I'm just like I said. This is just semantics. This is just arguing what words.
Nope, not semantics. This is the Socratic method. I told you before. In order for us to have meaningful conversation, we use the Socratic method. That means we have to define our terms. Now, not every single term, not if, and, are, was, were, right? But without that, we can't communicate. It's called the Socratic method. Have you heard of it before? Semantics, yeah, you're right. And
there's a Roman maxim that says to distinguish well is to learn well, right? So if we distinguish belief from knowledge,
I'll do it.
We have a better context from which to evaluate what reality is, right? So you can't just use them interchangeably because they're not the same thing. They distinguish two different states of mind.
I have it in chat. Hold on, relax. I have it in chat at 56 minutes after the hour. What belief is and what knowledge is. Do we want to go through these?
Okay. I'm saying is that people who claim to have knowledge.
We want to go through these, or you're going to continue to talk.
Bro, I don't even know what's going on.
Look, I said, listen closely. I posted in chat at 56 minutes after the hour the difference between belief and knowledge. Do we want to go through these?
Let me see. I'll look it up.
56 minutes after the hour.
Posted.
What?
I'll look it up.
No, I'll just look at the links, right? Is that what you want me to do, dude?
Look up the links? No. Just read it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
So knowledge deals with fact. It's all factual information.
Yeah.
From Oxford Dictionary, knowledge, facts, information, and skills acquired, like Indio said, through experience or education. These things are facts. Beliefs aren't facts. They're antithetical to each other.
I was not trying to undermine you guys in any shape or form, you know? No, I wasn't trying to do that.
We know
I wasn't
that.
trying to misuse words, you know, trying to trick you guys into yeah. Okay.
We know that.
If that's the definition of the word, you know, you guys very strictly use, then sure, you know. Okay, I'm not going to argue against that. But it's
a defiance fallacy. It's a defiance fallacy.
Okay, I'm saying it's hard for me to talk about things on how people think, right? I would have to like use different words for it, but I can do it. Sure, I can do that. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, like okay, sure. Okay, sure. So
listen. If you use belief and knowledge as the same thing, if someone says, "Hey, I believe in ghosts," and someone says, "Hey, I believe that's a nice car," how do you distinguish between the two?
Yeah, no, that's right. But it's just, you know, for me the word meant for me the word, not necessarily what the Oxford English Dictionary said, right? For me the word meant just an understanding of reality. That's what I was saying. But okay, if that confuses you guys,
I mean, don't feel bad. We have to do this a lot, so it's not you're not.
No, okay, no. I usually don't have a problem using the word in this way, and most people, you know, understand me. But if it's different for you guys, you know, of course, then I'll not use a word that you guys like interpret differently. You know, even if it's like, you know, even if it's like
our interpretation. It's
not an interpretation.
Yeah, okay. If it's on the English,
you're saying that like we're making up the definition and we're using.
No. That's not what I'm trying to say. No,
you're going, hey, Oxford Dictionary, what's this mean in the English?
Yeah, you go. No, okay, you're right. You Google
up So XPG, you understand? We're going to use the proper terms and the proper definitions of words when we discuss here. That's how we like it.
No, I know. This is not something. You guys make up.
You can proceed with your point or your question with that understanding. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Fair enough. I'm gonna be honest. I was making comments.
You just spoke for 10 minutes about the word belief and knowledge. This is why it's an issue. Like I remember, because the issue is you'll say things like, "So you believe in the flat Earth?" No, we go outside and there it is. Not belief.
Okay. All I'm saying is that also other people. How do you want me to address the people that claim otherwise? How would you like me to address that?
People who believe in the globe, whatever, globeheads, globetards.
Okay.
Whatever word you prefer.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, all right. Phil, since we're talking about the definition of the word, I was saying something about people looking at, people who understand that the Earth is flat. When I look back at how people used to respond, like what the stereotypical thought was, if I would say so, if you were to say that, oh yeah, I think that the Earth is flat. I have evidence that the Earth is flat. People would be discouraged about you. They would be disapproved. They would say mean things. I think that has to do with like people thinking that people thinking of flat earthers that thinking like those are people that just stuck back in time. They never really progressed in the knowledge of the understanding of the world. So I think that's where the hostility mainly comes from. Not necessarily people, doing their own research, shooting balloons.
That's ironic. Look, we know why it is. That's ironic. Hold on one thing. Let me make this point real quick. So what they think is we don't understand the globe, and that's why we don't believe it. That we're too dumb or can't comprehend it, so we don't believe it because we're ignorant. And that's far from the truth.
Yeah, which is funny because the concept that we're the archaic ones, whenever we ask them who's measured the Earth to be evolved, they tell us about some guy in 300 BC who planted sticks in the ground. Sounds pretty archaic to me.
That's what I think is just going on, but I think otherwise right now. I don't think as you guys like saying that you guys are. I don't think like that. I don't think that you guys were stuck in time. You think that the old beliefs are true. You never progress or anything like that. It's far from it. When I look at the work that you guys done, I mean that's just not something you do overnight, right? It takes effort into making statements, trying to connect the points, come to the conclusion, and also doing measurements. So, and you also see that when you also see that when you look at videos of astronomers talking to flat earthers, when they're saying that they're not necessarily being how do you say this? They don't insult people, but they're like, okay, well, I think that your understanding is just done in a way that I do not think is,
Well, astronomers, astronomers specifically are demonstrable pseudoscientists, along with astrophysicists and cosmologists. So we really don't care what they have to say. This is not a scientific topic anyway. Follow?
Right. Yeah, they think they are doing science, right? So that's
they can think whatever they want. We can demonstrate that they're pseudoscientists.
I'm actually curious, like how would you demonstrate that? Could you?
Yes. Yep. Here's what I would do, Mr. Astronomer. Please provide one valid scientific hypothesis in the entire history of your discipline, and I can prosecution rest and laugh my way all the way home. Because he's finished.
Isn't a hypothesis a prediction of what might happen, and not necessarily a claim to what is happening?
It's a predictional supposition in the natural cause and effect relationships, and they can't even formulate one valid hypothesis. Not a single one.
So wait, could you just repeat what the definition hypothesis meant when you were saying it?
It's a predictional supposition into natural cause and effect relationships.
Okay. I'm gonna be a little nerdy, but you said preposition, right?
I said what?
You said preposition, right? You used the word preposition in your definition.
No, I said it's a predictional supposition.
Oh yeah, supposition. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I meant supposition. What does supposition mean again?
Supposition has a meaning. It's tentative. It's suppositional. It's I don't know how you can define it. It's provisional. Tentative.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
All right.
Because
it's just.
Yeah, so they can't formulate a scientific hypothesis. Now, they can observe a natural phenomenon. They can get a dependent variable. That's no problem. However, they cannot obtain a viable independent variable. To have an independent variable, they must be able to manipulate it to cause the effect. That is, to cause the dependent variable. They can't do that. They can never get to experiment. So without hypothesis or experiment, you are demonstrable pseudoscience if you're claiming that you're science to begin with. You follow that?
I have to admit, I have a hard time following what you were trying to say. Not to be mean or anything like that.
Well,
it's just,
in order to have scientific evidence, it has to be validated by experiment. In order to have an experiment, you have to have a viable scientific hypothesis. They can't get to the viable scientific hypothesis part. So no experiments. So not science at all. Zero.
The viable.
But listen, I can help you understand maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, say an astronomer, they look up, they see the sun. They want to know what causes sun flares. Now, what experiment can they do to demonstrate the cause of sun flares?
Oh, sun flares. You mean the phenomenon where you see
solar flares, right? So
solar flares, right?
The phenomenon's not important. Whatever the phenomenon is, you can say black holes, fucking solar flares. You can say whatever. They look up in the sky with a telescope and they see something. How are they going to do an experiment to determine the cause of that thing that they see, the observed natural phenomenon that they see? What experiment can they do?
I don't necessarily think that they would try. Like, if you were to ask me, I don't necessarily think that. Yeah, of course, it's always 100% better if you have an experiment to prove a claim that you're making about reality. That's definitely a really good thing to do. But I don't think scientists.
It's required. Required. That's the word you left out.
Non-optional.
Okay. Yeah.
Otherwise, you're not doing science. You ask them to prove it's pseudoscience. They can't do the experiment. They're not doing science.
Okay, I don't think it blocks scientists, however, to try and make a.
You're finished. It does. 8 minutes after the hour. Are you in the text chat? We're going to go through this real quick.
No, wait. I'm just talking with my fancy coffee mug and just listening to you guys. I'm not reading anything like that.
Okay, I'll read it for you. I'll read it for you then. University of Rochester Physics Labs. The scientific method requires that a hypothesis be ruled out or modified if its predictions are clearly and repeatedly incompatible with experimental tests.
Okay.
Further,
I'm
not done yet. I'm not done yet. Let me finish. Okay.
You don't have to be loud. You don't have to be loud. Just shut.
Well,
right?
just
you don't
stop interrupting me then. It's fucking rude, isn't it? So I'll start over. University of Rochester Physics Labs. The scientific method requires that a hypothesis be ruled out or modified if its predictions are clearly and repeatedly incompatible with experimental tests. Further, no matter how elegant a theory is, its predictions must agree with experimental results if we are to believe that it is valid description in nature. In physics, as in every experimental science, which is redundant, experiment is supreme, and experimental verification of hypothetical predictions is absolutely necessary. That's from University of Rochester Physics Labs. Now let's take a look at
but I was trying to
now let's take a look at cosmology. Relax.
Okay, I'm not interested in talking to you. I'm sorry.
I'm not interested in talking to you, but I'm interested in exposing you. Now shut the fuck up.
It was nice talking to you guys.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up. I cannot really carry on this conversation.
Shut up.
Don't worry, BZ. They'll just gaslight you for about a half hour after this.
You little
no, but it's like he was loud and it was kind of disruptive.
I'm presenting my case, counselor. Shut the fuck up. Now, as we read that experimental verification and hypotheses are absolutely necessary in science, we get cosmology from Gunn J, cited in Cho Adrian, A Singular Conundrum. How odd is our universe? From Science in 2007. Cosmology may look like a science, but it isn't a science. A basic tenet of science is that you can do repeatable experiments. You can't do that in cosmology. Shocking surprise from Professor Nick Strobel, Bakersfield College. Unlike other sciences, astronomy is entirely observational. You cannot run experiments on things. You cannot manipulate the objects to see how they work. So if cosmology isn't science due to the lack of experiment, therefore astronomy isn't science. Simple. That's all you had to wait for. Just for me to get done with my case. Prosecution rests.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Now that you're done talking.
Listen, brother, it was a question you asked.
Okay. I don't think we're like, trying to. I don't really think this is going to be a very productive conversation for me. I'm not trying to say anything bad about you guys. Nothing at all. But it felt a little hostile.
It gets a little disingenuous for you to ask a question and then not listen to the answer. He went through all that effort to answer you, and then you just was like, "Oh, I don't want to hear this shit," because you got caught.
Hold on. I didn't want to. I didn't want him to waste effort into going to something.
Easy. Why are we saying that? Why are we saying that astronomy isn't science?
Because you guys do not believe in.
No, not by what we believe.
Okay. No, you're right. You're right.
Through the definition with you.
No, you guys say that it does not.
Not you guys. He just read the definitions from Rochester University, a bunch of other places. What did they say science is?
All right.
Requires experimentation, yeah?
Exactly.
Requires being able to manipulate your presumed cause of an effect, yes?
Yeah, okay. I understand you want to stay on track on this.
Which they're not doing. Well, you asked the question, Huey took the time to answer you, and now you're acting like it was rude for him to answer you. So I want to make sure that you actually even listened to his answer and understood it. So
okay, but I don't believe that I'm being listened to.
Yeah? There was no experiment, yeah, in the astronomy. Right?
Okay.
Let me ask you this: Why do you think astronomy is a science? What did they do to convince you it is an actual science?
Well, if I have the opportunity to fully respond, sure, I would like to address what you were saying. So, first of all, I'm going to answer your question. But in order to answer that question, it requires me to explain other things that might lead up to the thing that I'm going to explain, or like the answer I'm going to give you to your question. And that is when when astronomers are looking at things up in the sky, right? And they're trying to come up with an explanation on why the things are happening, right? It's kind of very hard to do an experiment when a star is so big. Right. They believe that there's a star, right? Okay, wait.
It's so hard to do the experiment. You can't do the experiment. Therefore, it's not a scientific methods thing.
So
science.
It is very hard. But what I wanted to say was, and I used the word restrict, and it got kind of, it got kind of directed into an area that I did not explicitly mean. What I wanted to say is that scientists do, like these astronomers do think about. Do trying to think up about what they can reasonably argue is going on up in the sky, because we don't really have a one-to-one experiment available for us to test whether or not what the cause are of solar flares.
Yes, we do. Yes, we have experiments we can try.
Okay. So you guys have experiments you can try.
Gas balls don't exist in a vacuum. So saying that the sun is a ball of gas is fucking retarded.
Okay, so we know what the scientific method is on Earth, right? We know what that is, and you're admitting that they're not doing that, but you still want to call it the same thing.
Yeah, you're just being like, oh, it's too hard to do experiments. Too bad. That's not science then. So the definition of pseudoscience is that which is mistakenly believed to follow the scientific method, right? This doesn't follow the scientific method. Therefore, it's pseudoscience by definition.
So,
look, the thing is, why is this important? like it's really like, why is this important, right? Because when they say, "Hey, stars made of gas," and this is science, people think of the certainty of science that is demonstrated by experiments on Earth, and they apply the same degree of certainty to that claim as the claim of, like, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. They think that they'd have the same level of certainty because they said, this is science, that's science, so they must use the same method, and I'm going to take this claim with the same amount of certainty as that claim, right? That's unwarranted.
Yeah,
You're just saying the word science to give it a false sense of validity, where it doesn't have the same validity.
This is the linguistic branch of globe propaganda. This is why, because like you said earlier, your understanding of the word science is just what is factually true about nature, which, fine, as a colloquial definition, we can think of it like that. But when they start the globe is science, so this is how, when they start teaching you the globe and calling it science, your brain makes that connection between what actual science does, which is elucidate cause and effect relationships in the natural world, with the Earth being a ball, and you naturally lend it some credibility because it's got the word science attached to it. This is why the language is important, because it's not scientific by any means. Everything to do with the globe is pseudo-scientific at best.
Okay. Can I get one more thing clear? Is that, like I said, I'm not trying to come over here and say you guys are just a bunch of weird people and
that's fine. We got all that. Doesn't matter. You don't need to.
We don't really care about that.
Okay, my intentions are clear, right? Like I'm trying to be.
It's clear. It's clear. Just make your point, dude.
Okay, so what I wanted to say about the things, like, okay, I could also argue that some of the things that many scientists claim to think, they do not necessarily have an experiment for it to prove it. But I do think that it can be argued. Now I acknowledge it's not the same thing as having a experiment ready, right? And conducting the experiment. So you can always argue whether or not the thing that people are talking about is true or not and stuff, but
you can't.
I do not necessarily
no experiment, no science. Period. End of story.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, sure.
That's what science is based on.
Don't get confused in terms of thinking, well, just because they're not doing the scientific method doesn't mean they can't know something. That's not the only way to know things, but it's not correct to call things science if there's no experiment. So yeah, cosmology, astronomy, all of that, not science. So even if they want to say we've got a good argument, who cares? They don't have science. That's what we're saying. So as long as you're clear that it's not science, whatever. You can believe it if you want.
I'm not going to say it is not science, okay? Because like I said, if I make a claim, I think to me it's a burden of proof.
Because it doesn't have experiment. No, it's just understanding what the scientific method is and recognizing that astronomy has no experimentation in it. It's observation.
They make the self-serving claim that it's science. Okay, it's literally just a self-serving claim.
So that's the bottom line, dude. So that's it. We don't need to go over that anymore.
Sure. No, it's definitely. I think scientists for themselves, and I think this is where you guys will disagree with me on this. I do think that obviously they do cling on to the idea of, okay, we need experiments to solidify our claim, right? But I don't necessarily think that trying to connect the dots and seeing the other things and thinking about, okay, if this is true, then out of logic this follows. I don't necessarily think it's a harmful thing to do.
You can think up any formulation of how you get to the truth that you want, but there's a very specific method called the scientific method, and that's what science is. So if it's not that, it's not science. You can give it another word if you want. The only reason you're attached to the notion is because you've been given this idea that science equals true, and then they go around calling anything science that they want you to believe, even when it's not actually science. That's what we're fighting against. We're actually defending science, actual science, and we're calling out the pseudoscience of the globe.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of astronomy, right? We've talked to astrophysicists. many of them. I've talked to like probably 3 PhDs. So let me give you an example of how they determine whether there's an exoplanet. They look at the brightness of a star and how it dims and gets brighter, and they go, "That's a planet."
Right.
By watching the light, the intensity of light change.
Yeah, I've seen
Now,
something
to say
similar,
that that's not a leap of fucking logic, dude.
Well, I don't know. Look, you can say things, right? And at face value, you might think, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense, right? And this is also something
no, it makes sense. Listen, it makes sense, but it could be any innumerable amount of things that make the fucking light get brighter and dimmer.
Right. It could be, but maybe they argue that the other things are not the causation of the light dimming. For example,
there's no way to know without the experiment. That's the point. There's no way to know without the experiment whether there's a confounding variable or whether there's some other variable that you don't know about.
Right.
That's the point of doing an experiment. You have an independent variable and a dependent variable, and like if there's other variables that could possibly be the cause, you control them so they can't actually be the cause, right? They're called control variables, and then you do the experiment.
I think it's not necessary. I think what they're doing is operating on things that are much easier to prove via experiments, and they're just trying to connect the dots, just very simply put.
They're operating under their suppositional worldview of a heliocentric globe paradigm that they were taught. They're not operating from some intuitive or empirical basis for what they're observing in the sky. They're presuming that the Earth is a ball, everything else is a ball floating around in a vacuum. That's not them figuring that out. That's a philosophy, a religion. That's what they're going on.
Yeah, I think when the empirical method of obtaining evidence and making conclusion, if that's all that matters, then you can argue that astronomers are just astronomy is a pseudoscience for like the most part. I understand that's what you're trying to.
Yeah, I gave you what the empirical observation was. They saw a star get brighter and dimmer. That's their empirical observation.
Yeah, and they do it via satellites or telescopes on Earth, but they don't really have they can't really touch the star or whatever. It's just trying to
That's the point.
We've been speculating on the luminaries since time began, and the current hypothesis that some invisible bending and warping space-time fabric is causing everything to move around is no more plausible or far-fetched than claiming that chariots are dragging the lights around, right? Neither are proven by experiment or evidenced in any way. It's just speculation based on a world view. That's exactly what modern astronomy is.
I think it's not necessarily an incredibly unreasonable thing to do when you can very much argue on the things.
It is actually incredibly unreasonable. Do you know what happens to gas in a vacuum?
Okay. What happens to gas in a vacuum? Well,
it doesn't form a ball. Does it?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't form a ball. What does water do in a vacuum?
Probably start boiling.
Yeah, it doesn't wrap around and form a ball around something else. So yeah, the entire cosmology is ludicrous on its face. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think. I think I want to. Right now, I am kind of late because I want to go outside right now. But yeah, we should probably definitely talk about like experiments, right? And should talk about doing that. Actually reviewing the experiments that you guys have done.
Well, listen, we're here 24/7. So you come back anytime and you go and check out those experiments. So if you're on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, I don't know if you're on that, but you should be. That's our home server. That's got loads of resources that you can look into. Look out the additional information section.
Yeah, sure. No, I was just trying to hop in here, and you guys were just talking to another group of people earlier that you guys perceive to be disruptive and stuff, and I was being asked questions, and from then on we developed we developed a conversation about stuff, But yeah, ideally, I would like to talk. I would like to look at the evidence you guys put forth.
Well, we're not going to stop you, so yeah, we would encourage you to look at the evidence for sure.
Yeah, sure. But it's I would like to also not just read like the papers, but if I don't understand something from the evidence, I want to be able to like talk to somebody about it,
Yeah, come and talk to us. That's why we're here 24/7.
It's always like much more interact. Like I think talking to people while like talking about a topic and they have like an understanding of how they came about. I think that's a lot more productive to understand things rather than just straight up read from a paper. I'm not saying that's an impossible thing to do, and I'm not implying either that just because I'm reading a document doesn't necessarily mean that I cannot understand it. But yeah.
All right, dude. Yeah, no, we get it. Yeah, you research, come here, speak to us, whatever. You figure it out the way that is best for you.
I just want to ask one final question. You guys didn't think I was disruptive, right? Like I wasn't trying to derail or anything, or was there anything?
Fine, you were fine. We're not going to leave you a bad review. Don't worry.
All right, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, I'll speak to you guys later then.
All right, peace.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right, see you later.
Honorable shovel.
It's almost overly civil. I'd like him a little bit more rude, to be honest.
Oh, you should have been in here earlier. We had fucking 2 others, dude, that were just couldn't stop themselves from contradicting themselves.
Oh, I love that.
Dude said, natural logic. We asked him to find natural. He said, I'm not gonna. And then I said, well, does logic exist in nature? And then he said, no. Natural logic exists, but logic doesn't exist in nature somehow.
Well, it is becoming more rare. That's funny.
Good times.
That's good. Who else we got in here? Any Globers or new people? Or was it too civil and they all left?
I mean, you could talk to do it at the. I don't know if I can't see if anyone's server muted. But one of the dudes at the bottom with the runic characters is a name and for Yah. I don't know if those guys say they're flat earthers, but I don't know.
No, I don't say that. I say I'm a follower of Jesus Christ.
Do you abstain from your position on the earth though? Because those are separate things, really, aren't they?
Yeah, it's who you identify as, really. But yeah, I would say I like biblical cosmology. What it entails, I don't know exactly.
Not a spinning ball in a vacuum, from what I can gather.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Doesn't seem that way in the Bible. Also, it says that you're not going to be able to measure the entirety of it. So.
Yeah, no doubt. That's just big. All right. Well, if you're not a Glober, you're pretty much. I mean, as far as anyone else is concerned, you'd be called a flat earther, wouldn't you? That's the dichotomy of the day. That's fine.
You think that's a true dichotomy?
Yeah. No, it's the dichotomy of the day, I said.
Yeah. So the guy, like, that's what it is in the minds of Globers. If you're not on the globe, then you're a flat earther. Even though I told the other guy there's a thing called the globe skeptic where they're not flat earthers, but they're also skeptical of the globe. So he thought like that would be a subcategory, or flat earth is a subcategory of globe skeptic. Like, no, dude, we're not even getting to the globe skeptic part.
There's nothing to be skeptical of.
I thought
that's exactly what I said, dude.
Some people believe it's like concave. You know, some people believe there's a simulation. You know, so I didn't know there's a true dichotomy like that. Seems like a false dilemma.
No, it's about lived experiences. It's about each person describing what they see, the tetherism, and we all share our each individual lived experience and then put it all together to what is most likely what we're dealing with. The parable for this is blind men touching an elephant. One blind man touching the feet or the legs is a tree. Another one touching the side. It's a wall. Someone touching the tail. It's a snake. Someone touching the ears is a bat. And then if they all argue with each other, none of them will get to the truth. When they start adding in each one's lived experience, then they figure it out. It's an elephant.
I got you, but you're not upset with someone that doesn't want to call themselves a flat earther, obviously, right?
No, you identify, not you, the royal you. Okay, a person out there can identify however they want to identify. No problem. You pick your own identities.
I'm very offended, and I find that problematic.
I would say it would. I agree with you both. If there is some kind of thing where in the future they make flat Earth a protected minority or some sort of protected social class, then suddenly out of the woodwork you got like people now adopting a flat Earth moniker just because it's a protected social class. Then I'm
protected by who?
Well, like say like Americans with Disabilities Act or something like that.
Yeah, that would probably be the right one.
That's what's really going to cause the explosion in flat earthers when they become some kind of like oppressed minority under the official books.
Yeah, kind of the same thing that happened with Scientology and whatnot, or with atheism. You know, they started classifying. For a while, if you look in the 60s and 70s, they wanted to classify medically that atheism was I forget what they call it now. I just drew a blank. Something with authority defiance, something or another. I can't remember the exact terminology, but they wanted to make it so it was basically a disability. It was some kind of problematic thinking that needed to be treated.
God, I was born 50 years too late.
Yeah, I know.
Can we start that process?
Yeah, restart it again, right? Kickstart it all over again. Yeah. So, I mean, when I think what's important here is like when someone comes in here with accusations, with talking about they have not to harp on Lion coming in here, this extreme level of caring behavior, accusing people of things, ignoring logic, ignoring reason. Everybody else is at fault. No personal responsibility whatsoever. You're like thinking, at some point, please don't identify yourself as a flat earther, because I do not want to be associated with you. And it kind of explains why some of those guys stop doing it. They start calling themselves true earthers or whatever, because they saw people that identified as flat earthers, and they're like, damn, I don't want to be associated with that. But the problem is they're generally the more weird ones of the group. You're like Bobby. People are like,
talk about him like it's a cult or something. It's really strange, man.
No, I'm talking about it that there are some connotations.
It's kind of like Lobi's talk about flat earthers when you look at it. So
I'm talking about a connotation. When there's people who are vegans who will no longer use a vegan title, simply because as soon as they say vegan, they think of some crazy person throwing Campbell's soup on the Mona Lisa.
What do they call themselves? Veg heads or something?
Yeah, or they call them plant-based or cruelty-free or stuff like that. They come up with some other name.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really care what people call themselves. I'm just making the point that if you step away from the mainstream globe dogma, most people are just going to consider you a flat earther by next possible option because it's the only other one they know about. And even that, they don't know what that means. I mean, flat is a pretty generic term considering all the different possibilities that could entail. It doesn't really tell you much. And it's more like
that's just a lack of intelligence on their part, though, right?
Well, no, it's more like that was the kind of media term that got popularized for it. And people have just been like, all right, fuck it. If that triggers you, fine. That's why I am.
That's how I came across Flat Earth. Is I joined an Apollo skeptic page on Facebook, and anyone who they're basically a bunch of neo-Nazis on there who are really upset by Apollo hoax because they love that. They love when you talk to them, they think that the Apollo program was a righteous vindication of World War II Germany. Like had Germany won, we'd be like some sort of spacefaring race right now. So when you tell them that no, they faked it, it never happened that way, and they started calling people flat earthers. And you're like, I don't know, where does this flat earth shit come from? I'm just telling you that Nixon was a crook, and he faked some shit for geopolitical positioning. What are you talking about flat earth? And that's where I first heard it, because that sort of weaponization of people who disagree with like the mainstream narrative. They gotta be, there's somehow something other. Oh, go ahead. I know I think I'm lagging a little bit.
The same thing happens with like Christians, right? You can't really point at a group of people and call them like, oh, this one thing. That just doesn't work. Even like how we call them Globers, they all have different beliefs. There's geocentric Globers. There's Globers that don't believe in the Big Bang. There's young Earth creationist Globers. So it's like, you guys actually were the ones that said we need to be super definitional. And we need to ask for definitions, and we need to use the Socratic method. And then you go, but we could just blanket term people. That's kind of contradictory, to be totally honest with you.
Well, not really, though, because there is a fairly standardized mainstream globe, and fair enough, yeah, there's geocentric globers, but there's such a minority. And the additional to what we're talking about, or at least what I'm kind of talking about when I'm talking to these people, is the one that's taught in schools to children. That's what I've got a problem with. Like, I mean, if everyone had their own ideas and no idea was being raised above another and pushed, then that would be a different thing. But there is one narrative and one cosmology that's being pushed at the expense of everyone. So that's what we're talking about. And yeah, you could say, oh, there's differences in that, but it's like, well, that's not the one that's being forced down the throats of children. So I don't really care what some guy on Discord thinks about his globe. We're challenging the one that NASA claimed to be showing on TV. So.
Yeah, but I said that in relation to like the blanket statement of calling everyone against the globe a flat earther or whatever. That's what it is. You used it as if I was talking about the globers. But what I'm saying is even in flat earth, some people are going to have different ideas than others, and to not be
That's what I said as well. Like, flat Earth doesn't denote some specific configuration or way of the Earth. I mean, for me, I'm not even talking about concepts of the Earth. We're talking about just observable reality, the base experience. That's a flat Earth. So, what you think that is in totality, yeah, people are going to have a whole heap of different ideas.
Yeah, I just like to go beyond that. Like, I'm more philosophical in my thinking than just an empiricist form of view. You know what I mean? Like, I hear, obviously knowledge comes from observation and experience. Well, if that's true, we would observe and experience knowledge somewhere. You understand that?
What?
If knowledge comes from observation, if the only place knowledge comes from is observation and, just experience, then we would observe and experience that somewhere.
It's not the only place.
I agree. It's not the only place. Thank you.
Because, like I said, we have transcendental categories which we know are true, which aren't in the physical world, as you know.
Yeah, and that's where it gets real philosophical, because like, where are you drawing the line between the physical and?
And it's fine. It's fine to get philosophical, but what we're trying to do here is, wake people up to the fact that their textbooks have lied to them. So, I mean, just to say that we're getting empirical doesn't mean it's to the exclusion of any philosophy or spiritual thought. But here, generally, if you're trying to teach people about empirical reality, it's not going to do much good for them to hear about our philosophical musings, at least not in great constant detail. I mean, it's not to say it's not appropriate any time, but we have a focus, and the focus here is on, hey, the globe that they've told us is this empirical reality is obviously not. And the way that we know that is by actually observing and measuring empirical reality, which shows us this. A flat motion.
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. But this is, see, when you open the minds of all these different individuals to these ideas, these philosophical conclusions are going to come up inevitably. And I know you're like, we don't want to deal with that. We'll just let you go at that point. And
I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying this venue isn't for and to be fair, those kind of ideas are pretty personal anyway. So we're not going to try and voice a philosophy or a spiritual or religious idea on someone, because that's entirely up to them and a personal thing. That's not to say that we discourage them from having these thoughts, but the gateway to even getting to that is that you have to address the empirical reality. That's the broad net that we're casting, because that's most people nowadays, especially in the West, are not really in the spiritual mindset, especially when they're coming here to talk about their belief in a globe. So, I'm not targeting
I agree.
your beliefs and your position. That's fine. You can have that position all you want.
Word, I agree with all of that. And then the thing that is kind of disheartening, though, is when people take the philosophical implications of what the flat earth is and then expand on those to bring it to more of a conclusion, that's when it's just shot down and turned away. And I know you guys say, well, that's called Speculation Sunday or something like that, right?
Well, that's more just because of an audience that we've got that we're you kind of have to make a decision, how far are you going to go? You entertain some speculation, it's going to be non-stop speculation. So,
well, here, how about this?
We got derailers, dude. We got derailers, and if we allow the speculation, we'll never get into anything about the natural and physical world. We'll just be in the freaking mental masturbation. It's bad enough talking about the globe where you're stuck in these stupid explanations, and you go, okay, what's the evidence in the natural world for that? And they don't know what it is, right? But they just spent a fucking hour describing space-time.
Yeah,
right?
that's
So it's bad to deal with that.
I'm with you. I just feel like in the moment that it's flat earthers talking, I don't see why it's so.
I get you. It's fine. But we've also got a YouTube stream listening. But you're right. It's not like this is verboten. You can never discuss this. But some people, are more protective about it than others. But whatever. But that's a good point that Indio is making, right? Because part of why this whole discussion is so powerful is because it introduces new people into a different way of thinking about reality and the earth, which is the way they should be thinking about it, which is from an empirical perspective. But they're trained to think about it from a very conceptual, God's eye view type of way. And when we get into the speculation, that's exactly where they want to be. They want to just speculate about all this stuff. But the reality is that's not going to really help them understand the physical and natural world like we're talking about. So even though it's probably a bit more dry and a bit more boring for some people who would like to just speculate about ice walls and domes and all that shit, which is maybe more attractive to talk about, the real value is in getting people to cement themselves in an empirical mindset and say, right, how do I know if something is real or true or not? I've got all these claims presented to me. How am I going to start filtering through them and figuring out what's real? And the best way to do that is to ground them in this empirical standard that we push here. So, yeah, the speculation and the philosophy and stuff is great, and it's good for the mindset to be able to explore that as well. But really, as a wake-up call change to how they've been educated about the Earth, focusing on the empirical, the observable, and the measurable is exactly what we need to focus on. And then, they're free to do all their speculation that they're already good at. It's the reality that they're not good at, because we're just not trained to examine it in a proper way.
Go ahead,
hey,
Tito.
You know what? Well, because some people Witsit says, falsification is independent of replacement, and then proceeds to give alternatives, right? Replacements, basically, right? Now he might shoot their argument down, right, and then proceed to give an alternative. Okay, that's fine, but other people very suggestive, people, right? They take that on board, and then when a glober says something like, "Well, how does gravity work then on a flat Earth?" right, as a question proof, right? That person attempts to answer it with stuff like dielectric acceleration, stuff that they can't prove either. A replacement. They feel obligated for some reason to want to, or they feel like, hey, I have this intelligent reason why I can. Now that gives the impression that there was some validity to the argument of the glober with his question proof. And he,
well, in
and
fairness,
we just,
to Winston, I would say.
I know. I was just using that as an example, right?
I was just going to say, it is still the case that falsification is independent to replacement. Even if you want to offer a replacement, that would be your voluntary offer. And as long as you're not saying this is definitively how it is, I don't really have a problem with people speculating on it and being like, well, this might be what it is, this might be what I think. And then what the other people pick up and kind of present as if they know it to be fact. Again, can't really lay that at Whitson's door. Not that you are, but like in terms of if someone hears it and then parrots it in a whatever kind of way, that's not really Whitson's fault. That's just kind of on them, isn't it?
No, it's not Whitson's fault. I know that. I'm not saying it is his fault, right?
I know. I'm just saying.
They take it on board like that. They're looking through blinkers, they're looking through a lens, right? And
well, I just told you, yeah.
I can agree. I think it goes back to that elephant analogy. You know what I mean? Like if we all gather together and discuss these ideas, and maybe a different time, different platform, or whatever, so a glober can't jump in and then just be like, "You guys are ridiculous," something like that, because that would be what we're just trying to bring a conclusion. Like what the conclusion is, like you said. That they made you believe they were using the empirical method when in actuality they have a philosophy that they believe. Now, the question is why would they do that? Why would they want to change empiricism to philosophy? Is it possible that empiricism is a flawed methodology?
Well, here, this goes back to earlier when you said the implication of the Earth being flat. We don't need that because that's what's always been. It's always been an Earth that's flat and stationary. The diversion from that was in the 1500s by the Catholic Church. Now we got to start asking, okay, what does it mean if it's not a flat stationary Earth? And they've come out with claim after claim after claim, and none of it has come to fruition. They talk about a space age, a scientific revolution, the age of enlightenment. Nothing's changed. This globe model, even if true, and you could demonstrate it, no one gives a fuck. No one gives a shit about it. They continue to act like they've always acted. Tribalistic cavemen. Okay, tribalistic cavemen were just slightly more comfortable caves. That's it. Nothing new under the sun. Eratosthenes.
Yeah, I hear you. I definitely hear you. I wonder if the empiricist position is quite humbling, actually, because what it makes you real.
Okay, go ahead.
There are things that you don't know, and that's why I say it's a humbling position.
Well, yeah, that's why Carl Sagan had said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. Not because it makes you feel small and insignificant. It makes you realize that the more questions you ask, the more questions you keep asking. Every question leads to 10 more questions. It just shows you that you really don't know what you don't know.
But this is my problem, is that I continue to hear inconsistencies in your arguments. Like the whole thing that you just said about the Catholic Church establishing the globe. Like, did you come to that knowledge with empiricism? No, you didn't. But yet you act as if it's true and you believe it as true. And you state it as true, even though we just had this whole argument for the last 2 hours regarding empiricism. Yet, right there, you're being inconsistent in your methodology.
Okay, well, sure. How about educate me? If it wasn't Copernicus, who was the first person to suggest heliocentric?
That's not the point, bro. I'm just showing the absurdity in this type of reasoning. Even though you hold things to be true, right? You believe it. You believe it to be true.
Here's the elephant in the room. You're touching one part, I'm touching another part. The part I'm touching, it says here, it's written, Copernicus invented the heliocentric model. What does your part say?
Listen, that's not my point, bro. I'm not here to establish when sphericity became to be, dude. That's not my argument.
Empiricism. I mean, that's not him saying like reading of history and accepted history or disputed history is a different thing, right? You're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, but reading history is empirical. Look, bro, reading history is empirical. If you read what they wrote, that is observation of what they wrote.
Yeah, empiricism requires that you actually walk it out, right? So the first step to the scientific method is observation. You have to walk it out, right? Through experimentation.
Observation or
Dude, why every time I talk, bro, it's like people get irate, they get triggered.
It's just because you're trying to change your argument. You're trying to move the goalposts. You're trying to move the goalposts.
Bro, he doesn't need yes men.
No, stop it. So you're trying to say, how do you know the Catholic Church and Copernicus invented the heliocentric model? Because they fucking wrote it down.
Oh, so now that's empirical evidence, dude? Come on, bro.
Yeah, it is, because I read what they wrote.
Wow. So now anything that's written in a book is now empirical, dude?
No.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay,
listen, dude. You're not going to interrupt me in my sentence to talk some bullshit.
No, dude. And you're not going to mischaracterize the argument. Okay, it's about what the Catholic Church thought, right? About what they believe. It wrote down what they believe. I read it. It doesn't mean what they believe is true. It only means they believed that.
Right, but I'm getting confused because I don't know if he's disputing the fact that that's written down or if he's disputing the fact that that's a
No, he's trying to move the goalpost to whether it was true or not from whether they thought that or not.
Well, he's conflating empiricism as far as the scientific method is concerned, and being able to, observe that somebody wrote something down. He's conflating everything.
Yeah, I know.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
I've gone to a Catholic church or mosque or mass or whatever, and you'll talk to it, like say, hey, ask a priest, why should I be a Catholic? One of their main talking points is how deeply entwined they're told to advocate for science in the Catholic Church. That's one of their main selling points. Join our church. We invented the heliocentric model. We've got all the astronomers. We've studied the universe. It matches religious teachings. And you're going to have Lion come in here and be like, oh, are you trying to say that's empirical? No, I'm trying to tell you that if you've got a lived experience and everyone else has the same lived experience, and the Catholic Church is trying to sell you some bullshit, make them prove it. Don't say, oh, well, if the earth is flat anyway. No, make them demonstrate. How? How do they know that?
Yeah, but you agree the reason they claim that is because they believe they have the cause to uniformity of nature being God, so therefore they can ground all of the science in God, right?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I just, the one time I went there and just kind of like talked to like a priest for a little bit and just asked him a few questions. Because I was curious, are the priests really up on the heliocentric model and all that stuff? And turns out they are. Well, the one I talked to anyway. They know all about
without God, knowledge is impossible.
But yeah, I'm saying if you go talk to any Catholic priest, I would be willing to bet all of them know exactly what happened to the Copernicus revolution. They're proud of it. So then you'd have to ask why. Why does that? How does that change anything for humanity? Not like, oh, if the Earth is flat, let's speculate on the outcome of that. We already know. You see what's around you. That's with a flat Earth. Now, what would change if people accepted the globe Earth? What would it look like otherwise? And it turns out, not a lot of difference. If anything, even if they think the Earth is a globe, they don't care. They really don't care. They would rather, on the globe, they would rather fight the flat Earth. On the globe, they would rather dehumanize the flat Earther, call him Flurman. On the globe, they want to marginalize minority groups. you're like, damn, your globe is almost even more ugly, sad, and small than this caveman tribalism that predated it.
Yeah, on a globe, a booger is a delicacy. That tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, like oysters. Yeah, I know people eat those things. It's weird, right?
A booger to a glober is Michelin star. Yeah. Still no globers, huh? They just given up. Already.
Why's the guy got a red mic? He's asking to get in this. Is he just a spaz?
Who's that?
Goofy letter name.
It's the guy who, I don't know. They were arguing with him before I joined, so I don't know.
That's why.
It's Paleo Hebrew for so you know.
Oh yeah, so for truth, right? Like what we hold to be true, different people have different methodologies and epistemologies, right? So when people say, oh, you know, belief is blind faith or you abandon reason and rationale, that's not what belief, even though there's a definition that might imply that, that's not what belief means to everybody.
Let me help you out. So if I look up at the sky and I see a star through a telescope and my friend says, I believe that's a gas ball, what do you say to that?
I mean, if that's all it takes for them to believe that that's a gas ball is just looking at the sky, that's on them. I think that would be a weak position to hold because it's, you know, you're not using any evidence but pure observation. So when it comes to belief, right? Hold on, dude. Hold on. Let me just expand my thought. Every time I try to explain my thought, you guys straw man my position. Just hear me out for a second, please. I'll try to be calm and relaxed. Listen, right? There's different types of justification for your beliefs, right? Belief doesn't mean you've abandoned reason, rationale, and wisdom, right? There's different approaches that you can take to acquire knowledge and different justifications. You can have different epistemological justifications, including empiricism and naturalism. That's perfectly fine. That's also a way to acquire knowledge, which you guys love. That's fine. I'm not in disagreement with that. But there's also theological justification, right? There's legal justification. You guys, so there's a whole list of justification for beliefs.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, what we're talking about when we're hammering on beliefs mainly is when we're talking to a globe believer who doesn't understand that his belief in the globe is a belief. So we have to hammer that point home. That's not to say that any belief that anyone holds is unjustified or unreasonable or stupid. You've maybe just heard it emphasized emphatically to a globe believer or some such. But no, I wouldn't say that any belief you hold is automatically dumb because it's a belief. But, I mean, the definition is acceptance without evidence, whether or not you want to define it that way or not, whether that is an accurate, well, I mean, that's the definition of the word as they've defined it. So, but we don't need to dwell on all that. Like, no one's attacking you.
I would love to. This is what I want to get into. Because you guys are using a specific definition. That's fine, bro. But if you actually go on Google right now and you type in belief or right, if you type in belief, you're not gonna get the same definition, dude.
Yeah, but it's just not.
So we can go definition shopping, right? We can go definition shopping, and if you go definition shopping,
we don't really need to. It's not really an interesting conversation. Like epistemology and like the notion of belief. I mean, we're trying to stick to reality and like, you know, showing people
what you know, not what you believe in. What you can
people is incorrect.
What you can prove.
You want to make knowledge claims, though. You're trying to make knowledge claims without talking about epistemology.
We know the Earth is flat. We know that part.
Yeah, but we don't want to be stuck in the meta about, oh, well, you said I have a belief and I don't like that. I don't care. Like, we're just talking about what's tangible, what's empirical for now, and then we won't have that issue.
Right, but
personal philosophical differences.
Even knowledge claims, right, based off of empiricism, you have to believe that the empirical framework is sound. that you carried out a sound experiment, that the people that you rely on carried out a sound experiment. Somewhere along the line, whether you like to admit it or not, you're going to have to make a leap of faith or a leap of logic based on reasoning. It's inevitable, dude. It's inevitable. Even the scientific process itself, hold on, bro. Even the scientific process itself is based off of philosophy, naturalism and empiricism, right? And there's axioms within that philosophy that the laws of nature are consistent for all time, no matter if you're in China or if you're, there's certain axioms, bro. Even including the laws, including the laws of logic are axiomatic.
You can
All right, dude.
down to all this. You can get yourself
I'm just
bogged down.
wrong. Go ahead.
In reality, we can just go to a lake and observe, take observations, do measurements. That's what we're talking about. We don't have to get all sweaty about whether or not the lake is lying to us. I mean, you can if you want, but I mean, if you're not going with what's observed and measurable, whatever standard you rely on after that isn't going to be as strong. Even if you want to say the empirical framework of reality itself is somehow flawed as some kind of logical base of reason, which I don't know how you could argue, the alternatives would be what? Just your fantasy, someone else's fantasy? Or, God, I don't know. But I mean, I don't really see why we need to get bogged down in all that. The lake's flat.
But natural laws are something that happen in nature, like always. Without exception.
Yeah, dude. I mean, if you just be chill, I'm sure you get on with everyone.
But you only come to that conclusion through testing, not through leaps of faith.
There was no natural laws. That's a lie. Just saying that, because you have to believe in a beginning to creation. So then, what's the natural laws involved?
Tedious, guys. They use like a double team of like to fucking quibble reality.
So
no, I'm just trying to show you the way. I want to show you the way, the truth, and the life, so you can make knowledge claims.
So when it comes to
don't fucking condescend us now. You're saying there's no natural laws.
We can have a conversation.
No natural laws.
It's going a lot better than earlier. So when you say it's not about having no evidence, right? There's different types of evidence. There's a whole list of evidences, right? It's not only empirical evidence that's used to acquire knowledge, guys.
Well, that's okay. Well, I mean, whether or not that's true, and you can give some examples, fine. But I don't really see what bearing or reputation that had to what we're talking about. We're not saying their only way to acquire knowledge is this way, but when we're talking about the geometric, physical nature of the surface of the Earth, that is absolutely the best metric. So I don't know why you would even think to challenge that.
That's not my argument.
Right. Well, then we don't have an argument. So I don't know why.
I have no problem with measuring the topography of the Earth. That is the best way to establish a truth claim.
So
right? Is to actually physically measure, first order measurements, the topography of the Earth, the physical geometry of the Earth.
That's science, exactly right? The point that we're talking.
No, that's still considered science.
If you want to, well, not if you're going to use the scientific method.
No, even the scientific method, because in science you have causal relationships, but you also have physical relationships. It's not everything's about cause and effect. So when I establish, and demonstrate the property of the Earth, i.e., it being topographically planar, I'm establishing a property, not what causes that flatness.
Then you don't need a hypothesis in that case.
Yeah,
if you don't need a hypothesis, then it's not science.
Yes, it is. My hypothesis, based off water being level and seeking its level and the horizon being flat, that the Earth must also be flat. And I can carry out an experiment to test that hypothesis with controlled variables, independent variables. It's very much a scientific experiment. Hold on, I'm almost done, dude. I'm almost done, and then you can rebuttal. No, dude, I was still talking. Listen, bro. All right, go ahead, dude. You're just gonna take the mic. You're gonna steal the mic from me every time. Go ahead.
Yeah, because you fucking.
I'm trying to be concise and fast.
We already corrected this. I did. Water is level is a phenomenological claim. It's not a geometric claim, dude.
Regardless of whether it's moving, right, and seeking its level, or it's at rest, right, in an inertial state. The fact is, the phenomena of water being leveled is a natural phenomena on the Earth. Now we can be pedantic. You can be saying, oh, it's whatever. It's a phenomenon or not. To me, it's a natural phenomenon, dude.
Up to you. So this is what we're arguing with. Your subjective opinions about the definitions of things, according to you.
Oh, the irony.
Actual definitions of shit. Like what the scientific method is, and according to that, everything that you're talking about is pseudoscience. Whether you can rationally justify it in your own fucking mind or not is irrelevant.
No, so when you look up the word hypothesis, right, and you go to the etymology of that word, or you look up the definition for that word, it's not exclusive to cause and effect relationships. I know you guys keep asserting that. No matter how many times you assert that, doesn't mean it's true. And if you go definition shopping, you might find some definitions that
qualify it with
says
a scientific hypothesis, dude.
Oh, so now you're making now you're saying scientific hypothesis.
What the fuck do you think we're talking about?
Dude, it doesn't change the point that I'm trying to make, that a scientific hypothesis is not exclusive to cause and effect relationships.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely not. And I can actually, I can pull up 5 different sources from, if what you're looking for is sources, we got credible sources from Berkeley, from Stanford, many universities, from ancient philosophers that all state, right, that you can have scientific hypotheses that are not based on strict causal and effect relationships. I have it right here, dude.
What makes something scientific?
Oh, shit.
Right here, you got Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley.
Yeah, be careful that what you're claiming can't be reduced or can be reduced to absurdity, right?
No, because
if there's a standard there which could be applied in some other way, you could make some ridiculous statement and say that it's scientific. The reason something is scientific is because it's rigid, because it's limited, because there's no other outcome that can possibly exist. You've excluded the fucking bias, you've excluded potential other variables, you've excluded as much as you can to reduce all those things. Don't give it a broad meaning.
I understand your frustration.
This is why people think they live on a fucking spinning ball in outer space, bro.
Yeah,
why would you want to give it a broad meaning?
I agree with everything that you guys were saying.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you want to give it a broad meaning?
It's not that I want to give it a broad meaning. It's that it has a broader meaning. It's not as rigid as you guys are trying to make it seem. And I agree with you when it comes to outer space and the cosmos. That's not science at all. At all. But when it comes to physical relationships on the Earth, we're dealing with properties of the Earth, that is science. You can physically test the hypothesis on the Earth, whether there's deviation from horizontal. That's something that you can physically test and observe and replicate and reproduce.
That's measurement. That's measurement. They're 2 different words.
Yeah, and there's physical relationships, right? There's physical relationships in science. It's not exclusive to cause and effect.
Why?
I'm not establishing causality of why the Earth is flat.
Yeah, exactly.
And just because hold on, just because I'm not trying to explain to you or give you guys a causal mechanism for why the Earth is flat, doesn't mean it's not science.
Measuring it. Yeah, you're just measuring it, aren't you?
What qualifies it as being science?
The scientific method of reasoning. I establish a hypothesis based on my. Hold on, I'm about to walk it out. I'm about to give you the controlled variable, the independent and the independent variable.
Walk it out.
Hold on, just let me walk it out. Oh,
you just said you weren't trying to do all that. You were just measuring. Jesus Christ.
No, it's not just. If it was just measuring, it wouldn't be science. But I'm not just measuring. I make a natural observation. I make a natural.
You're going to check out. You're going to quantify the topography. You're going to go and measure the surface. Blah blah blah. That's just measuring, yeah.
Right. Yeah, but you're oversimplifying, right? It's an oversimplification fallacy. I'm not just simply measuring. There's a hold on, dude. There's see this is what I can't talk.
Maybe you're the one who's overcomplicating it.
Let me know when I can
you're the
talk.
one who's
Go ahead.
overcomplicating it.
You talk more than all. Listen, bro, I'm sick of your bitching about not being able to talk. Your word count far exceeds everybody else's by far. You say 5 words for everybody else's, so shut the fuck up.
Did you come to that conclusion with empirical reasoning?
Mute you, dude, and then we can catch up.
God.
Should I mute you so we can catch up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why you're
looking for votes, dude.
I don't know why you're determined.
I don't want to hear any more
You don't sound
about.
well, yeah.
Sorry, dude. I don't want to hear any more about this. I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna hear any more about you guys. Never. This always happens to me. This victim mentality that you're trying to put forth, it's not going to work in here. So make your case. If you think there's some kind of scientific method to measuring shit, then by all means, go ahead and do it. But try to calm down, try to be concise, and don't use your fifis.
Yeah, and post some actual definitions if you're going to really try and make this argument. It can't just be, well, this is my version of science. I don't really care about that.
Well, we're waiting.
What's up? Oh, you unmuting me? Dude, I can't tell when I'm muted, dude. I was talking, come to find out I was muted. So it's like, it's a little frustrating, bro, honestly.
Just ease up on the cappuccino, you'll be all right.
Like, to me, you sound like you're in agreement with most of the important things we're talking about. I just don't know why you want, it seems like you're really passionate about this particular hill to die on, and I really don't understand why.
I'm just pushing back on the idea that the scientific method, right, of acquiring knowledge is exclusive to only causal and effect relationships. I get that you can find definitions that state that out of context. But we all know that you can make there's physical relationships also in nature.
Yeah, but I mean, the word science was given the name because of its method, right? So yeah, you can find relationships through measurement. Measurement isn't a scientific method, and there's no problem with that. It doesn't make the measurement not valid because it's not scientific method. They're just different things.
I honestly, dude, I'm in shock that you guys are saying that measurements are not part of the scientific method when that's exactly how you establish.
I mean, depending on how you mean that, that's not even necessarily what I'm saying. I'm saying a measurement. If you measure your table, it's not the scientific method, is it?
The scientific method to only measure the change.
They're just different things, definitionally. So I don't know why you're getting so bent out of shape about this point. It's pretty stupid. Just, help us smack the globies and be chill. It's fine.
It's kind of a straw man because we aren't saying the only way to has to be through the scientific method. We're not saying that, and I don't know if that's what you're saying with that. We're not saying that. Number two, it's a composition fallacy to say that just because in physics measurements are taken, that's the whole of the entire process, right? No. So, you can use math in science, but it is not science. And I have 3 citations in the chat that demonstrate that. If you have anything to support your position that math is somehow science, we can go on that little definition hunt that you were talking about. But math is not science by definition.
Can I get a mic check?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, was I not coming through earlier?
No.
Maybe not.
Okay, because I muted Lion because I was speaking and he just started going over me. And then Cyclone started going over me, so I guess I just came back. My question was to Lion, where the hell did he pull out the scientific method of reasoning? That's what I want to know.
The first time I've heard you speak, by the way, so if I spoke over you, it's because I didn't hear you.
Yeah, no, my fault.
I can't. Well, the irony is I can't validate this through empiricism, but Francis Bacon was the one who basically created the scientific method. As far as I know, Mary, that's what I've been told. That's what I read. Now, clearly, none of us can establish that with empiricism or naturalism, for that matter.
Well, I mean, empiricism. I mean, again, I think you're conflating both empiricism and empirical evidence.
No, I'm not.
Take out the two different types, dude. One could be done through observation, but empirical evidence has to be done through observation and experiment.
Right, and I get that. So empiricism requires your senses in action, right? I wasn't there to actually witness Francis Bacon do any of that, or even know for a fact that he wrote those papers that are claimed that he, you know what I mean?
Right, I understand that, but
credit to him.
It is history, and we can through empiricism, observing the information that they were given to us by history, then we know that it's, through empiricism is true.
No,
well, it would be valid for him to be like, I don't believe that if he wants to, but that's when we're talking about the value of empiricism and empirical observations to the globe believers. We're not really talking about history. We're talking about the geometry of the surface of the Earth. So that's where you're getting it twisted, because you're acting like because we emphasize empirical observation and measurement when it comes to determining the nature of the Earth we live on, that we're somehow claiming that we were there and we saw Francis Bacon coming up with this. Like, it's unfair of you to say you should hold yourself to that standard. They're different subjects that we're talking about. If you don't believe the histories, I mean, you're entitled to that. There's definitely a lot of fuckery with the histories. But you could also make the argument that, yeah, it was empirical when I read the paper that said this. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was this guy, this character, and this is how it all happened, like the paper describes. So again, just a bit of a I don't know. I don't really know if it's a really valuable argument to really hold.
Oh, well, at the end of the day, the scientific method only has one purpose, and that's for establishing cause and effect relationships in nature. That's the way it's built. It doesn't have any other purpose. It's not meant for saying, hey, I think that the Earth might be flat or a globe or whatever. It's not a hypothesis.
Seems to me he wants to say to Golby, I got science too. You know what I mean? And you got globe science, I got flat Earth science. We both have science. Dude, who cares about Earth?
I thought you said he didn't believe in the globe.
No, I'm not.
That's what I mean, but he wants to. But I think he's attached to the word science because in debates with Golby, he wants to say that I can scientifically prove the Earth is flat.
Right. Okay.
That's part of it. I'm not gonna lie. That's part of it. But to me, I really believe this. That's not the only reason, right? I just know that there's physical relationships that we can test, we can prove.
You just don't need to use that word. There's no benefit to you using that word in that context. Doesn't add anything to the argument, and it's incorrect definitionally. So I would drop that part, and certainly don't come arguing with us about it. That's a waste of your time and ours.
Sorry, Tom. I thought you finished this. The measurement itself, the empirical bit, we don't need scientific hypothesis for this fucking question. Just stick with the measurement.
Is that Jedi?
Yeah, man.
Oh, hey, Jedi. Your mic's coming in really muffled for me. I don't know if that's just me.
Oh, I couldn't hear him either. Sorry, Jedi.
I thought he had a scarf wrapped around his face because it's so cold out.
I was quite far away from my microphone. I am sorry.
Yeah, you were over in Calais. All right. Good to hear you, bro.
Yeah, good to hear you as well. I don't understand why this guy's arguing. Like I said, he's got a measurement. Why does he have to say it's scientific? It's a measurement. It's empirical. Horizontal.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's even better.
Another good example. You guys ever heard about the Royal Astronomical Society, how they measure the horizon to be at eye level? At 6 inches from the water surface, 100 feet from the water surface, 150 feet from the water surface, 2 miles up from the water surface, the horizon remained at eye level.
Well, can you post that citation? Because I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I don't have
I'm
it.
not
On
saying
me
I
right
don't
now. I mean,
believe you, but
give me
I
a
would love
second.
to see it.
Yeah, and I'll
Well,
post it in a
take your
second.
time. Take your
But
time.
the reason
You
I'm
can DM it or
bringing
whatever.
this up because you can make a hypothesis based off of a few measurements that you did of the horizon, right? One at sea level and one, on top of your roof, right? And based off of that, you could deduce that the horizon remains at eye level as you move up. Now, it's a rational inference. It hasn't been proven, right? And then you go and test the hypothesis that the horizon remains at eye level as you move up. That's a scientific experiment based off of measurements, physical relationships.
What is the independent variable? What would be
we already did this, dude. You're jumping in way late. We already skipped this rope with him like 17,000 times.
Well, hold on. Well, because I never get to walk it out with you guys, right? So first, the hypothesis is that the horizon remains at eye level as I move up in altitude. So what would be the independent variable would be the observer's altitude, right? And then the dependent variable, which depends on the independent variable, would be your measurement of the horizon.
Fucking so incoherent, man.
So
your horizon is your observer height.
Yeah, the independent variable is the observer's height, altitude.
So let me ask you this. So you don't think the horizon is apparent?
No, I do think it's apparent, but that's
then
not.
How does it maintain the geometric relationship being apparent?
Yeah, well, then you can't get a measurement to it.
No, you could still get a measurement to it. It's just that you have to understand that measurement is contingent on atmospheric conditions.
You can't get, so it's not measurement.
Yeah, then sometimes it won't be at eye level then, right?
Well, this is the interesting thing about it. It gets a little tricky, dude. I don't want to get into it, but basically, if you look through a lens, it can shift the horizon. But when you look at it with the naked eye, it's always at eye level, dude, regardless of atmospheric conditions. It's something a weird phenomena that not too many people have figured out why that's the case.
Regardless of atmospheric conditions, so meaning when it's a foggy day, a thick fog around you, would you be able to see the horizon at eye level?
Well, no, within reason.
On the ocean, yeah. No, even on the ocean, though, yeah, you would.
When it's a thick fog.
Thick fog? How will you do that? Huge mist.
So you are able to see the horizon when it's foggy?
You mean like when you're in a cloud or something?
When it's foggy, you know what is fog. Yeah, it's like cloud. It's that thick vapor that is around us that can't let you see the car in front of you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were just talking about like the fog of the morning that like rolls in onto California or whatever, like that stuff.
I'm talking about fog, real fog, that thick white cloud that is surrounding the environment, the surface, and can't even let you see the car that is in front of you. So you get closer to the car to be able to see it. You are telling me that you will be able to see the horizon at eye level.
No, I already told you.
No, not that. I'm sorry, Negros. I misunderstood what you were saying. But it is kind of true that we live in a fog, right?
Nice.
Like all the time. It's always foggy around us, right? Because we can't see that far.
Second example, Fata Morgana. When you see a fake horizon, a false horizon below eye level, and objects on the surface of water appears to you to be flying in the air. They are not. They're still on the surface of water. The surface of water is just reflecting the sky, so you're not seeing any horizon at eye level, but below eye level.
Dude, we get it, Joe. We understand.
So it's dependent to atmospheric conditions, so what you said was completely wrong.
Dude, it's like you guys repeat what I said. I said it's contingent on atmospheric conditions. It's dependent on atmospheric conditions. I understand that, dude. I know all about superior and inferior mirages, dude. I know all the different types of refraction, bro. You don't got to school me on that, bro. You don't think I've evaluated my position and included that in my reasoning?
I misunderstood you. I was thinking that you said that independently to weather conditions, so the horizon will always appear to be at eye level.
No, but there's something strange that goes on when you look at the horizon with your naked eye compared to when you look at it through a camera, a theodolite, or a telescope, dude. Because of the eye, the retina is orders of magnitude thinner than that of any optical device that we know of right now, right? And because of that, it's less prone to any type of refraction that would be affecting the observer's view of the horizon. Like, and I honestly don't entirely understand why this is the case, but they demonstrated in the 1800s, they use a theodolite and different telescopes, and then they use a steel tube with an opening on one end that had crosshairs on it and an aperture on the other end. It was closed with an aperture in the very middle. It had no lenses, right? When they looked at the horizon through a theodolite, they noticed a horizontal dip every single time, dude. Even a couple inches above the water surface or 6 feet above the water surface, there was always a horizontal dip. Regardless of atmospheric conditions, dude, there was always a horizontal dip. But when they looked through the aperture of that steel tube, lensless steel tube, the horizon remained at eye level consistently, time and time again, regardless of altitude, even 2 miles up in a weather balloon.
What do you mean horizontal dip?
So there's in theodolites is something called a vertical and a horizontal dip. A horizontal dip is when you have a horizontal line inside the theodolite. The axis of the theodolite, it's like a crosshair, right?
Yeah.
The horizon dips below the horizontal line of that crosshair consistently through optical measurements because of the lens itself.
Yeah, it's
nothing
called
to do
optical
with
drop.
Yeah, nothing to do with atmospheric conditions. There's already a natural bias for whatever reason that's yet to be understood, where the horizon consistently appears below eye level through optics. And it's funny because this was written about in the 1800s, and Globers deny this today. They think that optical drop is because of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, but what is your point with it?
My point is that there's a weird phenomena with optics where the horizon appears below eye level, but when you look at the horizon with the naked eye, it maintains at eye level, the very center of the axis of the eye, consistently, regardless of altitude, regardless of atmospheric conditions.
Is that a good measurement? Is that like a good standard or a good way to kind of determine what's going on with the horizon, just looking straight out?
No, it's not ideal.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what any astronomical society did, if they just said, well, when we look out, it seems to be at eye level. Now that's pretty subjective and it's more of an apparent type of thing. So it's like, what does that prove? Nothing really.
I mean, anyone that doesn't think that they don't have to look down at the ground is retarded. I mean, like across a planar surface, that is, not excluding looking up at a hill, right? Being beneath at the base of a mountain or whatever, looking up.
Yeah. So the only way the horizon will ever truly be at eye level is if your face is on the ground.
I used to think that too, bro.
Well, might not be able to resolve it being above or below eye level because of the acuity of the eye, but that's it.
Listen, I don't know,
right? But there's a space between. Say you're at 2,000 feet. There's a space between you and the ground. Between your eye level and the ground, there's a space.
This actually debunks the globe, though, because on the globe model, as you went up in altitude, the horizon should fall, but you should start to fall. But that's not what we see in real life. In real life, the horizon maintains at eye level as you go up, dude. And
yeah, we're well aware that the horizon doesn't match the globe geometry. We know that. Because the horizon's not the edge of a ball, and it never is. It's never where they say it should be, ever.
Yeah, so in optics, the horizon is literally the midpoint of the eye. right? So right where your retina is, the cornea, it's the very center of the axis of the eye. So you have, you have the upper field and the lower field. And the horizon's always at the very center of the axis of the eye, dude. And that I don't understand why that is, dude. I'm still trying to figure it out, but that's a natural phenomenon that's been proven.
Well, for one, all the images that you see, the lower field is actually what you see is the upper field, and the upper field hits the lower part of your eye, right? So the images are inverted on your retina, and your brain turns them right side up.
Yeah, allegedly, yeah.
Not allegedly. You can look through someone's eyeball and see this. That's how they figured it out.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, I don't know, dude.
Yeah, in a world where there is no air, no humidity, no dust, no nothing, yeah, you wouldn't be able to draw anything other than that horizon that would be in the center of your vision, where all parallel lines intersect into. So the horizon is created only because there is a surface that you are standing on. Can imagine that surface being perfectly smooth and even. So that horizon will be there at the center of your eyes. If you imagine that reality doesn't have, or that imaginary world doesn't have any atmosphere. That's a stupid word, but yeah, just we use it. So without atmosphere, so there will be that line in the middle of the image of your eyes, created by your eyes. So what you see. That's because of perspective.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think sometimes we talk past each other. I agree that the horizon is an apparent position. It's not a geometric position of the crust or anything like that. I'm in total agreement. But regardless, the horizon seems to always be at eye level, dude. Now, I know that there's a lot of optics that show the horizon moving up and down, depending on the conditions of the day. That is true. I've seen those too. But when you take optics away, and even though your eye is considered an optic, for whatever reason, the eye, when you compare the footage of the exaggerated the deviation of the horizon throughout the day or throughout the month, the eye isn't prone to that same type of exaggeration. I think it's because of the lens.
Yeah, exactly. The size of the lens that is inside of your eye is not exactly the same size of the lens that is used in the camera. So that would be a thing. And so what do we call it? The angular resolution or something like that. So the angle, so where those conversions happened. So it will be that your eye have smaller ones than the smaller angle than the lens of the camera. Maybe that would be a factor.
What's that? I forget the video. There's a GIF that's going around. It's been a couple years old of the horizon moving up and down. You know what the name of it?
Yes, it's the Skunk Bay one.
Skunk Bay is one of them. There's another one.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man.
But I propose that even with the black swan, even if for whatever reason, depending on the conditions of the day, certain things are resolved, the horizon remains at eye level. So that horizon, it's still in the middle point, the axis of the eye, even if certain things become apparent. It just means that the horizon is now behind the object. But normally the horizon is always at eye level, dude.
Exactly. I wouldn't say that. No. And also, the distance to that horizon, that's a problem, because the position where the horizon is at eye level or not wouldn't matter a lot, rather than the horizon moving upward, forward and backward. So the horizon being in front of the oryx and behind the oryx. So that's claiming that the curved surface is flattening up and curving again.
No, so basically the horizon, it maintains, at eye level, but it can push back or push forward depending on the conditions of the day and make things resolvable. So like, it's still at eye level, dude. If you look at it with the naked eye, like for example, I wasn't there at the Black Swan event, but I propose that even with the Black Swan on that one day where you could see the oil rig, the horizon, if you looked at it with the naked eye, would still be at eye level, regardless if the oil rig's resolvable or not. It's still at the same point, the middle point, the axis of the eye. But when you look at it through cameras and stuff or optics, it moves up and down. But that's not what happens naturally when you look at it with your eye.
Normally, because when you use a camera, just remember that moment when you have a camera, a powerful camera, and you zoom at someone on the top of a mountain that is so far from you. So that person will appear to you like being inside the medium of water. That person will be hazing, moving up and down sideways, so his legs are not stable, so they appear to move like if you are looking at the guy inside the medium of water. What you are doing in reality, you are taking the camera and you are zooming at the object. You are not teleported, moving the camera forward, but you are just condensing that distance between you and the object by increasing the angle of vision. I forgot them. So that angle of view of the camera, it increases so you see the object close to you. But you are just squishing that distance between you and the object. So those molecules, vapor, humidity, so vapor molecules and humidity in the air are condensed, so it appears to you like you're looking at through water. So those will make the image move like if it is there is a haze or something like that. That's just you condensing everything between the camera and the guy in distance. And when you zoom at the object in distance, the molecules in the atmosphere will be condensed. So it will behave like that. When you are using your eyes, I'm not doing that. The person in distance will not even appear to you. Ever tested that? Look at something, or just like, for example, the moon. You can zoom at the moon. You see that moment when you zoom at the moon and you see like if the moon is inside the medium of water? So it happens like that when you are zooming at something in distance. That thing is so far, you take your camera, you zoom at it. And you will see letters. If it is a sign and have letters, you will see those letters moving, waving. Like if they are behind vapor or fire. And also, for some footage where you see those that movement the horizon in distance, like the one that you talked about, that GIF where you see things going up and down. You don't see that with your eyes because you are not using the time lapse with your eyes. You can't do time lapse footages with your eyes. So those videos are just time lapse. Any video where you can see the horizon moving, and that GIF where you see the buildings and the surface of water going up and down. So those are time lapses.
Wait, yeah, every video is a time lapse technically, right? So like if you stood there long enough, yeah, you would see those changes occur.
Completely, yeah. But it happens, but it's slowly for you. You can't see that.
Well, I think what Lion's saying is that you wouldn't see that happening.
You wouldn't see it, at all. But you wouldn't.
No, he's saying that with the human eye, it's like negates the effects of the mirages that are taking place. I don't know about that. It is interesting what he posted in the side chat. Don't know if Lion, if you've got the full book of that, so I can have a read of it. It's interesting. But I mean, like saying that through the human eye, an inferior mirage wouldn't happen, and you've got that false horizon involved in that case, and it could absolutely be below eye level. Just the human eye being able to negate an inferior mirage, right, or something like that, or a superior mirage when you see like a boat that's appearing to float, right? And then you take a snapshot of it, there's a floating boat, you move the camera away, and all of a sudden everything's normal again. I don't think that would be the case.
No, I'm not I'm not saying that's completely impossible to see mirages with the human eye. Clearly that's not the case. What I'm stating is that even with the mirages, the horizon maintains its place at eye level, dude, at the midpoint of the axis of the eye. Even though there could be a temporary mirage, the real horizon would still be, or the apparent horizon, even though it looks like it might be there might be an internal reflection causing it to dip or whatever. And honestly, I don't know for a fact, but I suspect, based off of people in the 1800s that did multiple measurements, and I have this is actually Alex Gleason's book, page 289. That whole chapter is about measurements of the horizon with optics, without optics. And time again, the horizon remained at eye level, even 2 miles up in a hot air balloon, dude.
It's interesting.
Now, I'm not saying that mirages don't happen. Mirages can still happen, but I think that we've been kind of deceived a little bit through lenses, through optics, like cameras and theodolites and telescopes that exaggerate any type of inferior mirage or superior mirage that might be occurring. It's not as exaggerated in nature when you look at it with your naked eye. It's negligible at best. Now, even like when you talk about Fata Morganas, dude, those are very, very rare. You can only see them in certain places around the world, like the Straits of Gibraltar. Certain places that have the perfect conditions. Those are like the very, very rare. I've never seen one. I mean, with the Black Swan, dude, like we're not dealing with an inferior or superior mirage. We're dealing with sinking and looming with the horizon. But even like when it comes to refraction, like that science hasn't really been like ironed out, dude. There's the University of San Diego with their papers with Dr. Thomas Young or whatever his name is, and you got plenty of other people battling him and his observations, saying that he's wrong. So like I'm not gonna make any positive claims on what's causing refractions. I know people state that it has to do with the gradient densities, different temperatures, and the layers. We don't know that to be a fact. Because Thomas Young said it has nothing to do with like inversion of layers or anything like that. It's just it had to do with, if I remember correctly, it had to do with the temperatures gradually, even the gradual change in temperatures can cause things to appear differently. It has nothing to do with like inversions or anything like that.
DJ, what's the name of that phenomenon that's happening in that video that you have with the paper boat on that road, where you see the paper boat being obstructed bottom up by the horizon?
Yeah, that's an inferior mirage.
Oh, okay. That's an inferior mirage. It's not sinking, or is it?
Inferior mirage. Probably the easiest one to replicate on a small scale, right? Because it's easy to like have a hot piece of road or a hot piece of concrete or footpath or whatever. But yeah, look, Lion, it looks pretty much like a Fata Morgana at the Black Swan location. If people want some refracted cranes or whatever you want to call it, some bendy cranes, there's the bendiest cranes you'll ever get in the side chat.
Don't you? Isn't it similar to you, like the effect that you see in that video with that paper boat and the Black Swan? So the paper boat would be like that oil rig that is not moving backward or forward. It's not getting away from the observer. So sometimes you see the horizon behind the oil rig, like in the beginning of that small video that you have. And the other observation where you see the oil rigs like the sinking into the horizon, and the horizon appears in front of the oil rig. So for me, I see the same thing in that small video, like in the Black Swan.
Okay, the one they call the White Swan, right, where you've got the horizon closer to Platform Hill House, right, the 6 Mile platform, and it looks like platform habitat, the further platform, is sinking below it. Right, yeah, that's textbook definition sinking, right? Sinking's just a less extreme version of an inferior mirage, right? So it's like less of, like, you get that inferior mirage when you have, like, a very warm surface, and you have quite a big spike between the warm layer of air at the surface, and then it gets much cooler quickly as it goes up in altitude, but the sinking is like a less extreme version of that. Right, and you don't get the total internal reflection, which is like that area where the horizon is that kind of looks like a puddle or like a mirror surface. Right, sinking's just a less extreme version of a inferior mirage. And yeah, the horizon is said to appear much closer than what it normally would in the absence of a mirage, and it usually happens on a very clear day, usually early in the morning or late in the afternoon or during the night. Right, and the way it would happen,
like it is a completely new one. So the horizon that was behind that small paper boat, so the end of the garage. So because it was in front of a garage. So let's assume that there is the surface behind the boat, so the horizon will be farther than that, and at a certain moment, there was a new horizon forming in front of the boat and starting to obscure that boat from bottom up, and you don't even see the surface behind where the boat is. That's one. You don't see the half of the boat. That's two. And you don't see that old horizon that you could see before. So exactly what's happening in those two observations of the Black Swan.
What I'm trying to say is that you have to be cognitive and wary of the fact that these observations are being done through optics with thick lenses that exaggerate any type of refraction that might be naturally occurring there, basically rendering the observations kind of weak, right? For any type of real evidence. So if you read the paper from the Royal Astronomical Society, they used optics without any lenses. They simply use steel tubes around like 12 inches long, 18 inches long or whatever, with an aperture on one end and a crosser on the other end. And they did their measurements with that, without lenses. And consistently, regardless of atmospheric conditions, the horizon appeared at eye level. Now, granted, you can still have refractive effects, right? Objects like the oil rig can still appear to sink halfway, right? Or even completely, while the horizon is still at eye level. So you could still have the horizon at eye level, the sea at eye level, and have objects appearing and disappearing, moving up and moving down, while still maintaining the horizon at eye level.
So, oh my god. Looking at from a tube with your naked eyes, do you think that you are able or not able to make the horizon meet the crosshair that you have at the end of the tube?
Yes, easily.
No.
Easily.
Do you think it's possible only with one single result? So you put your eye, you will always, no matter what, you will always see the horizon at the crosshair, and you are not able to make it appear below the crosshair or above the crosshair by just you using your eyes.
So all you have to do is, and this is what they've noticed, that as long as you level the instrument, right, the horizon is always at the horizontal of the axis of the eye, or within that steel tube with the crosses on the other side. Hold on. As long as the tool is leveled and perpendicular to plumb, you'll find out that the horizon will always be at eye level, dude.
So, listen to me. If you put a crosshair inside at the end of a tube without any lens, and you put like an apple or a dot that you want to focus to with the where that crosshair is crossing in, so the middle of the crosshair, aren't you able, with moving your eye, to make that apple or that dot move around the crosshair? You are able to do that.
Why it needs an aperture on the other end.
So you are completely able to make you by yourself to make that. Just listen to me. I swear you are not understanding me because you are saying yes. You won't say yes if you understand what I'm saying. So because you want to see the horizon at the crosshair, you will point your eyes to be able to see it at the crosshair. If you want to move the horizon up and down, you will move your eyes and you will see the horizon up and down the crosshair.
And you put a pinhole, dude.
The horizon is not
dependent on one side.
So listen,
Nikos, I agree. Hold on, Nikos.
The horizon is not dependent. It is not dependent to the tube or the crosshair. It's dependent to your eye. But when you use a camera, the camera doesn't have that moving eye where you can, at the end of the lens, behind the lens, the camera will go up and down behind the lens. No, the camera doesn't do that. The camera is fixed behind the lens. The lens is fixed to the camera, not your eyes behind the tube. So you can make that horizon appear at the crosshair.
All right, Nikos, I understand you, and you're right. And this is my argument against the Globers when they bring up observations from mountaintops where the horizon is dipping below eye level, below the crosshairs, right? Now, my question to them, how can you guarantee that the camera is aligned in such a way where the sensor itself, the sensor of the camera, right, is perfectly aligned so that the horizon is dead center to that camera's focal point? The very center of the aperture of that camera has to be centered. If it's not centered, we're talking about, dude, the tolerances that if it's even a little bit above or below the exact center of the aperture, the horizon is going to be displaced.
Yeah, thank you. I tell them
that's not even considering the lenses of the camera, whether it's a DSLR, whether it's a DSLR or whether it's a Polaroid, it doesn't matter, dude. Even if you use the Nikon P900, bro, if it's not perfectly aligned, it's gonna displace the horizon. Absolutely. But that's why we have a very, very small aperture, right? A very small aperture that's perfectly in line and horizontal with the crosshair on the other side of that tube. And when you level it, it's parallel.
Yeah, I said that to McToon in his comment section, and I say that to the guys following McToon who repeat the same bullshit, who uses those images where he shows the horizon below the crosshair on a phone or a digital sextant. I just tell them
the water level,
sure
the water level one with the red dye. That's the most disingenuous one.
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about with the red dye. Oh, look, the
So
horizon's below eye level. Curve.
listen. You know how you can tell from an image how you can figure out where the camera's pointed, namely the center, the principal optical axis. If you draw a corner to corner line and a corner to corner line from the other side, where they intersect, where that X is, that's the direction the camera's pointed. And you'll notice in all of these, the camera is never pointed in line with their water level or the horizon.
Yep.
The camera's tilted.
Yep. And honestly, even if
all you have to do, just for anybody that didn't hear it, you draw an X on the image, diagonals, diagonal to diagonal, diagonal to diagonal, and where they intersect is the direction the camera's pointed.
Yeah, and they use the one from the plane too. The fucking plane is at.
But this is the thing, dude.
The plane is having an angle is tilted due to the angle of attack. The damn plane is pointing up.
Even if we granted them that the aperture of that camera is perfectly in line with the water, with the liquid dye, right? The red dye liquid or whatever, the tube. Even if we granted them that, you have to understand that even with that said, the lens itself, just the lens itself is going to make the horizon dip below eye level, dude. You can't depend on any optics with lenses when you're measuring the horizon for that reason. This is known as collimation. They have to correct for this in any type of theodolite measurement. Usually the total stations has an automatic correction that you just press a button and it accounts for collimation. A lot of times you have to aim the theodolites towards each other so that the collimation cancels out. There's a whole type of methodology for it, dude. I don't want to walk through it right now, but it's kind of confusing. But this is well known, dude. It's called collimation. It's an precision optic for manufacturing. They have to, even when the manufacturing of the lenses, we know there's barrel distortion, there's all type of chromatic aberration, and there's collimation, dude. And even with the best precision optics, like the $6,000 Canon, $10,000 Canon telescopic scopes, dude, you cannot completely eradicate collimation. It's a natural phenomenon because of the thickness of the lens. But my question is, why is it always dipping below the horizontal? Why not above? Why always below?
Why? Why would it go above? Because if there is some effects due to the air and the temperature, so that light will bend down because it is horizontal surface. Because it is a horizontal surface, that light will not reach your eyes, so you won't see it. Only if it is reflecting, for example. That's why I don't think you are able to see that crisp line where the sky meets the ground. There will always be a slight line where there is some mirroring. We have some videos. You know them, Indio, and you posted some videos with that empty horizon. So there is always that shit, that empty part caused by the thickness of the atmosphere or the air that we breathe and the humidity in the air. And there is some mirroring that will reflect the light coming from the sky, bending on the surface at an angle. And then it can reach your eyes. And I'm just
there's always a boundary layer right at the surface. There will always it's documented in the literature. It's not like this is unknown. Basically, like 6 inches to 8 inches above the surface of the earth, there's kind of like I mean, it can go higher too, but like they know at least at that height, there's a boundary layer, like a cushion of air that's kind of different than everything else.
That's funny. I always say it's like a 4-finger distance.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of different reasons for this that I'm not going to get into. There's electromagnetic effects where, I don't know if you've heard this term, like.
You talking about the marine layer or another layer?
I don't know if it's below the marine layer. It's you can read about it in trying to think of it. I know the author's name.
Yeah,
that reciprocal zenith angle paper.
Oh, that 900 one, the 900-page paper or whatever.
No, it's not that long. Hold on, I'll find it. Two seconds.
No, sometimes that's a very small line just above the horizon where you can see during the sunset the sun going on itself, squishing on itself, or forming like an oval shape and fading just above the horizon in that when on its own image. So that line, you'd think it is the sky or its continuity of the circle of the sun, but no, it's just a line, mirror line, like a mirage. I have an image. Just to give you an example, here, like this one, here.
Yeah, sometimes you get the keyhole effect too, right? That's what you're talking about. Like it's above that hard line of the horizon, but there's
exactly. And sometimes it's obvious, like you see in the image. The image is at the right part of that image I sent. So sometimes it's obvious like that. Sometimes it's not, and that's what you see. You think that it's just the horizon, but I think that line is always there. Sometimes it's not obvious. You don't see it really. You can't distinguish it, but it's there.
Yep. Very true.
Okay, it's called monitoring of the refraction coefficient in the lower atmosphere using controlled simultaneous reciprocal zenith angle measurements. And they have, so part of, in the beginning of the paper, they go through refraction below 1 meter height. They have refraction over ice and water. So these are other tests that other people have done. So, you can see the lowest height. Lowest height is 50 centimeters. The point is that, listen, you can test, and I've done this. Well, I haven't done the test, but I evaluated some images this way, is that you can test. So you want to know if there's compression or it's, drop from curvature, right? So what you can do is you can take an image and you take the vertical. So you take 2 points that you know the distance their vertical spacing or their horizontal spacing. Like say you have 2 towers and the towers are a mile apart. You can count the pixels, and you know that, like, say each pixel equals 52 feet. So then you can take that to the image and apply that to the vertical, right? So now you can say, okay, so one pixel is 52 feet high, and what you'll see is the vertical scale and the horizontal scale do not match ever, and it has nothing to do with Earth curve because you can see the entire whatever in the image, right? So you have some another tower or a mountain, and go, okay, from this point on the mountain to this point on the mountain is 500 feet. Okay, so how many pixels should this be? Well, what you'll find out is that it'll be compressed by 10 to 15% when compared with the horizontal scale. Or you can compare infrared to visible. So there's other ways you can do to say, hey, is there actual visual compression? And we know there is because we've seen compressed sunsets. It's actually a thing, flattening of the sun. So when Glovers say, hey, this don't happen, it certainly happens. 100% happens. You can demonstrate it happens. It's not even a doubt. They just don't like it. They want to say, oh, that's Earth curve. This mountain should be above your eye level. Blah 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 blah. But that's just cap, dude. It's just nonsense. Things get compressed visually with this. It's not even an arguable point at this.
Can't believe that many people believe the Earth is flat.
It's not a belief. The globe is a belief. So how do you know the Earth's a globe? Now, how somebody else knows it, how do you know it?
How do I know that what?
Earth is a globe. How do you know it?
No, I mean, you can't know the exact shape, but you can know that it's not flat because of the shadow of object. Shadow of objects. It changes the angle based on where you are on the globe. The shadow of anything.
The shadow of anything.
Yeah, that's correct.
Doesn't that presuppose the distance of the light source?
No, it's not a question of a distance, a question of angle.
Yeah.
It exists a different angle because the planet
shadow
is
angle
round.
can differ if the light source has different distances.
No, but the distance from the sun to Earth remains the same because Earth is circling the sun. It's the angle that changes. It's the angle that changes.
Yeah, that's a cool story.
Is that?
It's our story.
So is that
it's a cool story that the Earth is circling the sun. That's a story, okay? And what the angles will be different depending on the distance from the light source. So you can easily demonstrate this by taking an object on your flat floor, taking a light, putting it 1 meter above your floor, moving the light around. Then move the light 2 meters and move the light around. You'll see all the angles change. They're all different angles.
Well, but that's because you're taking the source as the light that you're holding, not the light of the sun.
Okay, how far is the sun away then?
I don't know exactly.
Okay, so everything you said assumes parallel rays of light.
I'm sorry, assumes that what?
The rays of light are parallel. They strike the Earth parallel. So the ray that hits Cyrene and the ray that hits what's the other place? Can't fucking remember. I can't believe I'm going to see now. I can't remember.
Alexandria.
Alexandria. Jesus Christ! I fucking said this 1,000 times. I can't remember. Alexandria. It assumes the rays that hit both those places are in parallel. Let's say the sun is 3,000 miles away. It's going to cast the identical shadow. And this isn't my opinion. It's admitted in the academic literature. They admit it. Oddly enough, at the same time Eratosthenes was alive, the Chinese did the exact same test with sticks and shadows, and they came to a different conclusion because they had a different presupposition.
I can do the same Eratosthenes thing on my basement floor with a local lamp, and if I take or toilet paper rolls or paper towel rolls, I can do it with a light bulb and a lamp, dude, and get the same results. It doesn't mean my basement floor is flat. It just means that, like, the distance...
The point of observation is immeasurable.
Exactly. So
if you start off,
I can do it in live real time, like right now for you guys if you want. I'll just go get like a 2 toilet paper tubes and then a lamp, and then I'll show you that I'll get the same results as Eratosthenes on a smaller scale. That doesn't mean that it's curved, because my basement floor is level, I promise you.
Yeah, I just posted a video. So this guy hired people to do this, and they proved his table is a sphere.
I do that to my wife every time we go to pool. We love play pool, and we argued about that when she were globe earther. And now every time I go with her to play pool, I just tell her, so go ahead and calculate the circumference of the globe pool table.
It's a pool sphere. You're playing on a pool sphere.
Yeah, pool sphere.
yeah, it's crazy what happens when you start off with false premises. You can draw false conclusions. It sounds like that's what we had happen here.
Yeah, they literally put the sun at a distance that is way too far away so that they can explain the result they're getting out of the wells or the shadows on their Eratosthenes BS. But if you do it on a level surface with a more local light source, like a closer light source, you get the same results. It doesn't mean there's a curve. It means that the light source is clearly a lot closer. So right now, an astronomical unit is considered 93 million light years, or I mean 93. I don't know what it is again, but it's like 93 million miles away is an astronomical unit. So, like, I personally don't think that that's true. I don't think that the sun is 93 million miles away. But if it was, then I could maybe expect to see those results, right? With particles and waves and...
Wait, you think that the sun is closer or longer than us?
Closer. I think the sun's a lot closer than 93 million miles.
But do you know how they derive the distance to the sun, Chow?
I think that it's because of the speed of light, no?
Definitely not.
You'd already need to know how far away to use that method.
So they use the technically the calendar. So they take a measurement or a photo from like when the sun's at the equinox, when the Earth's at this side of its orbit. Then they measure the distance from this side of the orbit, and then they use like an angle or something like that. So they're using like time and distance. They're using it's a whole bunch of BS, bro. They're using their system to model out their system. It's bullshit. Just think of it, bro. Like, can you picture a million versus a billion? Probably not. So, like, you really think that Saturn's 2 billion miles away? And they're sending stuff there? Like, come on. Like, come on.
Wait, they're sending stuff to Saturn. I thought they were sending stuff to Mars and to the moon only.
Well, no, you haven't seen these beautiful pictures of, like, Juno or whatever it's called? Joy Killer. Circling Saturn, taking photos of the rings, man. And it's clearly CGI. And they got like a picture of this like satellite taking pictures. It's so weird. Like, come on, bro. It's a crackpot idea. You're gonna die down here with the rest of us on this flat Earth. Nobody's going to space. That's BS. It's cool. It's an awesome idea. It's great. It's real sci-fi. I love it. Robots, rocket ships. Fuck yeah, AI. But it's not happening. Like, for real. Like, you
not
go
in our lifetimes, at least.
Definitely not. Like, go look at the Katy Perry video, bro. Like, you really think that's what's happening? Give me a break. There's no way, dude. Come on. Parabolic flights is all you're getting. If you want to float, you're going to have to do parabolic flights. And like you can increase the angle or decrease the angle and increase the speed and get a longer flight. But like that's as good as you're going to get, bro. Nobody's on space.
It's way too expensive, anyways. Costs way too much fuel.
Let me just break it to you so you don't have to worry anymore. The vacuum of space and the ever-expanding into nothingness universe that you believe in does not exist as you think it does.
So the universe is not expanding?
What would it be expanding into?
Well, the light reaching the darkness, the nothing.
Sorry, that's just science fiction, bro. We're talking about physical reality here.
Yeah,
right?
physical reality. That the light reaches somewhere, we won't know what exists because there's no light there.
If you consider universal fractals and then three simple words: cymatics, sonoluminescence, Teslaphoresis. So then when you consider those three things and then like consider how everything works on dynamic oscillating frequencies and all that, like it's pretty easy to understand that why the secular person believes that the universe started at some point and then is going to end at some point, and why the believer in Christianity or the Christian or the Muslim believes that the universe started and is going to end at some point. Look at sonoluminescence. It's an oscillating frequency, dynamic, so there's two of them, and then they create a cavitation that expands and collapses so fast that it creates light. I think that's what's going on with the universe, but on a larger fractal. So it's the same speed and the same frames, but at a larger rate, because we're so small in observance too.
Maybe we should get down to like some terms here. What do you mean universe?
I personally think universe means one spoke. I think it's a dynamic frequency. I think it's sound and oscillation that gives you Teslaphoresis. Dynamic frequency and oscillations also give you polarization, shapes, construct, and then obviously freedom of choice. So I think we're in something that's alive. That's what I think.
Okay, well, we don't want to confuse this fellow here. Maybe he believes that the universe is this ever-expanding vacuum into darkness. What is the darkness?
The darkness is a space that always existed, but life has not reached there. I mean, light.
Okay, now how would you go about validating that?
Wait, doesn't that mean it's not expanding then? The universe is already existing.
The light of the stars are expanding.
Hold on. You're saying the universe exists in a finite form and the light is expanding
No, I didn't say that it was finite.
Well,
I didn't say that it was finite.
So but I just want to see if you think you could validate the idea that you're proffering. Is that your idea, or did someone tell you that?
No, it's my idea that the stars that we observe has light. The light travels. So if light hasn't reached somewhere, it doesn't matter if that place exists because there's no light to observe it.
What's a star?
The sun. The sun's a star.
I thought the sun was the sun.
No, yeah, the sun is a star.
Okay, so do you think the sun is some kind of giant ball of gas in an ever-expanding vacuum?
The cosmic
I don't know if the vacuum is expanding, but yeah, it's a huge ball of gas.
Okay, could you demonstrate for me a burning ball of gas in a vacuum in a smaller scale, like here on Earth?
That's called science.
The Chinese can. I can't. I'm sorry.
No, just give me the experiment. Hold on, Heretic. Just give me the experiment then.
The experiment of what? That the Chinese are trying to do?
No, I'm not saying that they're trying to do it. You say Chinese can do it. Apparently it can be done. It has been done. You're going to get me the experiment where they're burning balls of gas in vacuum chambers.
No, like I'm saying that they are trying to. I'm not saying that they have done already.
Okay, so it hasn't been done, so we don't have to worry about your speculation whether or not it could be done. It hasn't been done and won't be done because no one can burn balls of gas in vacuum chambers, right?
So far, with the current technology that we have.
Jerry Lee Lewis. Jerry Lee Lewis.
They've been saying that for 70 years.
That's an appeal to the future fallacy, my friend.
Money has gone into fusion over the last 70 years. It's probably trillions of dollars.
In what?
So
in
far?
Nuclear fusion?
Yeah, fusion.
Wait, it's fusion or there's fission? I think with the sun it's fission, right?
Fusion. Fission is the separation. Fusion is the.
We need a bracelet for that. Everybody in
You turn hydrogen into helium. Hydrogen into helium is nuclear fusion.
Just
right?
for the record, the Bible states that there's darkness in the heavens for a half an hour, and it says that the stars no longer give their light, and it says there's silence. So I think the stars are sonoluminescence. That's what it looks like. Frequency in a medium, creating a cavitation.
Well, you are free to indulge in that. In the meantime, we're trying to get our new friend here to kind of understand that there's no burning balls of gas in
What is
vacuums.
the sun then?
I have no idea. It's a bright light in the
Is
sky.
that a question, Proof?
I think that the sun is polarized from the inside to the outside. So,
So what? Wait.
Thank you.
Look, dude, enough with your speculation, dude. We're not here for that.
Damn,
Yo,
man was
think
trying
about
to
it, brother.
explain what
Think
was the sun and he got muted.
Think about it
That's
like
a lame ass news.
Dude, just think, like, we're trying to have a conversation with this dude about empirical evidence, and we're getting speculation. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, is there anything that we like? What experiment could we do to possibly prove what the sun is scientifically, by using the science, the method, the scientific method?
What can't be done because science only has to do with cause and effect, not what is.
Modern cosmology is just a postmodern religion without a deity.
I think he ran away.
Probably a good idea.
They do have a G word that they seem to refer to like a deity.
Heretic, dude, when you come in here, like, leave the speculations at the door. We got Sundays for. If we're going to engage somebody and talk to them about the actual topic and physics and stuff, don't go wandering off into your worldview, your paradigm. Not helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and the reason is, if we go down deal with everybody's pet fucking project, we're literally going to go nowhere. We're just going to be talking frickin' Alice in Wonderland shit to the end of time. Well, don't get your piggies hurt because it's not personal. Policy. It's how we've been rolling for a few years now. We don't entertain everybody's pet fucking project. Right? We've designated a date for that called Speculation Sunday. Wherever we are, if we're in this one, the politics or the home server. It's Sunday. Speculate to your heart's content. Not everybody likes that, but it's it's a diplomatic move. Let's put it that way. We gotta give people something. we're just trying to deal with what can be proven, right? What can we actually prove? What's the evidence? Like we can all sit here and imagine the way it could be, should be. That's endless.
The hell happened?
What do you mean?
What's all the fighting? What happened?
Stick your head on my ass and fight for air. That was a joke, man.
What is truth?
The opposite of false.
So, what's the antonym of belief?
Say that again.
The the antonym. It's a philosophical term. Antinomy, antonym. It's a fancy word for opposite.
Oh.
What's the opposite of belief?
Knowledge.
How do you verify that?
What do you mean, how do I verify that? It's in the dictionary.
What if I object? And I say, because I can pull up dictionaries on my side too, bro. You know what I'm saying? So if we're just gonna appeal to definitions, right? That's actually fallacious. Because I can actually pull up definitions, bro, showing that you can have belief justified by reason, rationale, and it be considered truth or a fact. Like axioms or principles. I brought that up as an example earlier. It's just not absolutely like when it comes to like the solips, like they don't believe in absolute truth. Everything's like relative. There's a gradual scale of truth, and even when you think it's 99% a fact, an established fact, axiomatic fact, they'll still be like, "Whoa."
So if I believe in dragons and fairies and unicorns, that would be axiomatic facts or something? So following your definition, the definition that you just gave, that you said that if I start pulling up definitions from my own dictionary, so belief, it will be fact, so based. So if you believe that dragons and fairies and unicorns are real, so it's based.
No. That would be considered an irrational belief, because you have to be able to justify your belief. Belief is basically a justified truth. It's justified through many different types of justifications. Some people, you have theological justification, you have legal justification, empirical justification. There's a whole list of justifications for your knowledge, right? And so,
okay. You believe on Jesus is fact based on theological. So the definition that you just said, and my belief in Allah is also correct.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. There's also another branch of epistemology known as I can't even say the word, dude. It's called, it's like the study of history through methodology, through a methodological approach. It's called, somebody help me out, dude. I want to say historiography. Historiography. So that's right there. That's a whole branch of justification for knowledge. Historiography. Go look it up. It's not just blind belief. Like when people say belief, they think it's just blind faith and like the boogeyman or a spaghetti monster. Like, nah, dude, it's not. That's not what belief is. I know people keep saying that and asserting that's what belief is, but a justified belief, synonymous for a justified truth or knowledge claim, is justified, is backed up by reason and rationale and evidences.
Example?
It really is. Like you just mentioned one, Jesus.
Okay, Allah.
Jesus' existence.
Allah.
I'm not even talking about the crucifixion and resurrection, but there's plenty of evidence for that too.
Allah.
There's plenty of evidence for God, dude. There's a cosmological argument, the fine-tuning argument, ontological argument.
There is the Trinity that you believe in, and there is Allah. These two. For me, I just believe that there is just one, and justified.
Okay, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that when you say that belief is the opposite of knowledge, I object to that because belief requires knowledge and reason and rationale. And vice versa. Knowledge of any type, including empirical knowledge, requires a type of belief, whether you're willing to admit it or not. Because there's certain philosophical principles, even in the scientific method, that you have to believe to be constant. Like your senses have to be, you have to rely on your senses, make sure that they're not failing you. Your observations aren't failing. Your tools aren't failing you. That all the variables are controlled for. And if you're not doing the experiment yourself, right? If you're depending on third-party witnesses or experiments, like white papers or scientific journals, you're still going to be appealing to some type of authority, dude. You get what I'm saying? Like when you want to quote Tesla or quote Dayton Miller.
What are you trying to say? What's your point?
That a belief isn't blind faith.
Okay, so it's defined that way, but if you want to say that belief is knowledge, why don't you just say knowledge?
Yeah, knowledge is also based on a type of belief. The acquirement of knowledge is based on certain types of beliefs. The confidence.
Okay, so what is belief to you? What do you think belief is then?
It's a truth, right? Justified. A justified truth.
So you're going by the knowledge is we already talked about earlier, was torn to shreds because that justification, that's subjective. So you can just say, I've justified to satisfy my standards, and therefore it is knowledge.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get you to understand, is that there's different types of justification for knowledge, and it's still considered truth, right? Even if you say it's not, because it's a matter of persuasiveness. All knowledge, all acquired knowledge is based off of persuasion. You know that, right?
Holy shit. Really?
Yeah.
Who persuaded you to say that?
So there's a standard of evidence that some people might not agree with. Some people might not agree with. Some people, there's different types of evidences, right? So some people might not agree with your standard of evidence for justifying your knowledge claim.
So this is a great way to kind of keep your beliefs, because in your mind, in your standard, you've justified it. So you can't tell me that my knowledge, quote unquote belief, is wrong.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, I'm trying to get you to not stop strawmanning our position and stating that we're blindly believing in things without evidence, and that's what belief. But
I'm talking to you.
Well, hold on. People are saying that belief means blind faith without evidence. No, it doesn't. That's not what it means. Even if you find a definition saying that, I can find a definition saying that's not the case. Belief is backed up by evidence.
One? Right. So you just say, no, we're not going to worry about definitions, and then you're going to make your own definition of belief, right?
No. That's not what I'm saying at all, bro. Hear me out. Right? When you look up the definition for belief, there's going to be more than one definition. Now, we can go definition shopping, and you can post your definition, and I can post my. I'm not making my. I didn't make this definition up.
You already gave us the spiel.
We could operate with that definition that's used in here, because it says especially without knowledge of it, right? So it's like there can be beliefs that are true, and there could be beliefs that are not true. That's definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. They can be beliefs, something that you believe that might be true, and something that you believe that it might not be true, but you don't know.
Yeah, like I said,
You just believe it. You just believe it. It's considered to be believed because you don't know if it is true or.
Is he still in the chat?
Hey.
No.
Yo, you're the one I'm looking for.
Uh-oh.
What up? Can you see the chat? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna post this. Oh shit, wrong one. Said, okay, dude, show me a full orbit, which he didn't do, of course. Showed me this. What's the problem? Can you see what the problem here is? This was allegedly taken from Hubble. He didn't know that, but I went and did a reverse image search. He was like, look at the shadows of the moons. Oh, okay. It's supposed to be the shadows of the moons. What the heck? Yeah, like the little black spots, right? And then you can see the little moons that are supposed to be casting the shadows.
You can see moons? You can see planets?
Can you figure out what the problem here is? Think of the scales that they're talking about. What are the sun rays supposed to be doing? Yeah, the shadows are different angles. Yeah, they're coming from the wrong direction. So the artist was technically correct because they drew this with perspective, but they forgot that they don't get perspective to shit that's 16 million miles away. Yeah. Yeah, so the light must be coming from different directions to cast it, obviously. And then as soon as I told him that, you know what happens. Poof, ghosted. Do you remember Quake Arena or wherever it was, where there was this one laser and the secondary function was the laser would be like a heat-seeking laser and just follow you wherever you went? So the laser would curve and track you down and zap you? What's that? Quake? Yeah, it was either Quake 3 Arena or Unreal Tournament or something, but there was a laser Unreal. there. I think it was Unreal Tournament. Yeah, it's basically like if the guy was off to the left, your laser would just curve and zap him. That's what they believe goes on in reality, I imagine. Dude, and the other crazier thing is, if these shadows were correct, that means like the camera's in the center point, and then the moons are at the outer extent of the field of view, right? With the shadows coming in, it's like they drew this like they were like, I don't know, orbiting Jupiter, right? So they would need to be close to Jupiter to get this viewpoint. But this is supposed to be taken from Hubble, which is supposed to be here, not over there. Did you have you heard the eclipse from the moon? Have you heard about that shit? Yeah, I was listening when you talk about it. Oh, cool. So I woke up this morning, Clipcord posted in 24/7 Discord, because I guess he brought it to either the Land of Misfit Toys or one of the other places, and they turned up the saturation, and then it turned like the ring of fire turned red, but there was also blue, right? So the blue went up all of it. So I'm like, that's a motherfucker. Let me go look, dude. And so it turns out they also have a slideshow with the freaking little, I can post this, dude. This is crazy, where you can see the lunar rover. So, hold on, let me post that, dude, because it's, where did I save that? Let me think for a second. I gotta remember where I saved it. Hold on, where the hell? Downloads. Well, it's even worse for them, right? So they have a slideshow where you can see the rover, right? So the rover is completely red, right? Everything is red. Brenda was denying yesterday that it would even be red. Like it was crazy. So, but you can see, right? So because you can see the rover, the eclipse is like very far away. It's like a little dot. So I like zoomed in on the shit. So now they're like completely fucking done because, oh yeah, this is it. So this is what they also uploaded. So this is the eclipse from the moon. So I zoomed in on the eclipse and then got this. Here we go. Whoops. Because they were like, well, it's just going around Earth's atmosphere and refracting and shit. Well, in the slideshow, it shows that the Earth is the same size. If I zoom in on that other video, I get this shit. Yeah, so all the crap they're talking, all their excuses, like their last excuse is gone now. Because obviously this isn't like the one I just posted, the zoomed in one. That's obviously can't be 4 times the size of the sun.
That seems like so low. Why is their camera not even better than that?
Well, the first excuse was Snackles. He was saying it's overexposed. That's why you don't see the red, is so that the Ring of Fire is overexposed. They overexposed the image. Now, that can't possibly be true, especially in the first video, because if it was overexposed, you wouldn't see any of the frickin' little lunar lander here. That would also be overexposed.
Something's overexposed.
And that's getting overexposed. I'm overexposed.
Yeah. More exposed than a 304 on a Saturday night out. Yes.
This is like the gift that keeps on giving. But you can run all this through a histogram, and I did that, which tells you the color values for red, green, blue, and it's saturated in every color. Should be no blue. Is that nada? Nothing. The Earth's, atmosphere should be basically a blue filter.
That's the whole excuse, wasn't it, anyway?
Yeah, that's the excuse, is that the atmosphere is it's filtering out the blue.
Yeah, for it to arrive red at the moon. I'm just waiting for someone to say, "Oh, that's because you see it. You see the Ring of Fire with your eyes. That's a camera."
That's because you see the Ring of Fire with your eyes. That's a camera. So you don't have to wait anymore, AI.
That's right up there with Rob Knox just saying, "Oh, in the Chicago skyline, the second medium is the glass on the windows of the buildings."
Oh my God. What'd he say?
Yeah, someone told him, because he said refraction, and they said, you need two mediums, and he said, oh yeah, one is the glass from the buildings, and the other is the water.
Bruh. Come on, bruh.
At least when Robert Utah called refraction, he said the second medium was the glass on the lens of the camera.
Bruh. Does that count? That doesn't count, does it?
Which is more plausible than the glass on the buildings.
I mean, but that's not being refracted, is it? Like,
so that means everything would be offset.
These guys, bro. What the heck?
Well, dude, I mean, that's refraction at the lens, not refraction that's going on out in the
right. Like, bro.
They literally can't tell. Brenda actually tried to argue that. Brenda's such a fucking tool, dude.
That dude. Who's the best global route right now? Do they have one?
Oh. I don't know, dude.
I can't
you have to judge them by a different standard. You have to judge them. Who's the most effective propagandist?
Oh, jeez.
Because the debate thing, that's not even on the table.
Yeah, they can't cook for sure. Yeah, we need like superlatives: best troll, most honest, best liar, most fallacies. I don't know.
Yeah,
most
that's
triggered.
Most triggered. You like got that's like McToon like in every category.
Where's the guns?
Give them titles. Sophist Sensei.
Sophist Sensei? I like sophist or sophist?
Sophist, yeah, sophistry.
Oh, I like sophist. Sophist, sophist. What is this? Sensei? The sophist, sophist sensei. It's got a ring to it. Kind of like that. Dude, you know what? Castle Queen, he has the same like inflections as Neil deGrasse Tyson. Did you know the Earth is a globe? If you were a cosmic giant and you rubbed your finger, right? You know, like he has the same type of vibe almost as Neil deGrasse.
Dude, like the way he talks, like his tone, like the vocal tone of his voice, sounds like someone's like tickling his balls with a feather while he's talking.
What the heck? Yeah, you talking about Castle Queen? Yeah. Come on, man.
Yeah, man.
It's a globe. Why you all know the flat Earth, man? That don't make no sense, man.
I'm stroking my nuts with a feather right now, man.
What the heck? I wonder how he got involved in this discussion. The first time I had come across him was in that singing competition that he did with Flatsy. He should just stick to singing, bro, because this is not for him.
Hey guys, just saying I'm back. Castle King?
Castle Queen, yes.
Castle Queen side, King side, yeah, whatever. Queen of her castle side.
Castle Queen matcher.
CB, look in the chat, man.
All right, let me take a look. Hold on.
Nice.
Where's where's the guns, Nathan? Yeah. I've seen this one before. I think it's funny.
Yeah, like you can hear him screaming from fucking outer space.
Where's the gun? Nathan! Dude, just him pacing back and forth does it for me. Even if he was on mute, the video of him like pacing back and forth with his little ski pants on,
shouting at a phone that you know has no cell service.
Oh man, where's the gun? Yeah, you pointed out. I think this was a while back. You said like, well, you did what you were told to. What do you mean? Where's the guns? You went and did what you were told, like a good little boy. You didn't freely roam around Antarctica where, like where they said you couldn't go and then they didn't stop you. Like you went where they told you you could go. Like, what do you mean? Where's the guns?
I mean, I found the guns in their own travel document paperwork.
There don't need to be troops waiting for you when you get there, type of thing.
Yeah, it's not like that. I'm going to pull it up here in a sec. Yeah, of course I have to keep scrolling and scrolling because my meme folder is so fat. Yo, meme folder so fat. Shoot, I think I actually put it in my Antarctica folder. Did I actually organize this? I think I did. Do.
Oh, Amish, check it. Like if you scroll up a little bit, you can see they're claiming now they have a slideshow of the eclipse.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And they got the lander in the frame. So if you go up, there's the first video, and the second video, I zoomed in on. So I zoomed in on it. So to get the size or whatever, right? There's like they might, and it would be a stretch. So like only the diehards would freaking believe it. They might have had an argument with the original image that it's like refracted, even though the problem with the red light. But this video, there's no way they can say that Earth is 4 times the size of the fucking sun in this.
Is it because you see the approach and it's not a refracting approach?
Exactly. You can see it approach.
I'll have to check
and then it sits there, and you can see like the light around the rim never goes away.
Busted. So, like, what degree of refraction? Like, if you were to humor the claim for a minute, how many degrees of an arc angle bend would that be? That's pretty freaking enormous. Because you can see the diamond ring of the sun on the bottom right, and then light wrapping around on the upper left.
Yeah, I tried to get ChatGPT or whatever one I used. I used one of the freaking AIs. It said freaking there ain't none. Dude, like I've asked all the AIs, like the DeepSeek, ChatGPT, and freaking Grok, and they all say the same thing. They all say exactly what I say. I even put it like this, dude. I said, I'll actually show you a screenshot. I said to it, I didn't like load it. I didn't ask it or anything about like, can this work? Can this not work? I said, what's this an image of? You can ask Grok like what an image is of, and it said, I said, what is this an image of? And it says, this image depicts a solar eclipse, blah, 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 blah. And I said, what if I told you that is the Earth from the moon? Would you believe me? And it said, if you had told me the image is the Earth from the moon, I'd have to say that does not align with what we know about how Earth would appear from the moon's surface. Let me break this down.
Wow. AI is another one of their unintended consequences, like the internet, or is it intended?
Yeah, you have to. That's a possibility, man.
All right, I can't find this. IAATO.org it's like the International Antarctica, like on the freaking Vacation Operators Association website. And on there, these companies, like the expedition company that they went through for TFE, the website lists these organizations and that they must abide by their respective country clearance security requirements for all travelers. And so basically these tour operators step in and act as an intermediary for the guns. You don't see the guns, but all the forms you fill out ahead of time, make sure that you don't see any guns. If you don't fill out those forms ahead of time for your Antarctic tour operator, you'll see guns at some point or death.
Oh, those are gun invisibility forms.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Make the guns go away because now you're authorized. Now now they can say, yep, you went to the dentist, you got a clean bill of health, you don't have any cavities, so you're not going to die of a toothache in Antarctica, and so on and so forth. It's like getting a security clearance or something. I mean, they basically do this. But anyway,
that's what it is.
I don't have it readily available. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Remember when SAIC and Lockheed used to have the contracts for the Antarctic operation support? And like, you had to have a secret clearance at a minimum to go down there and work at the NSF facilities. I mean, I know because I was looking at the job requisition site because I wanted a tour down there at one point a long time ago. I'm like, hey, this is pretty cool. I was with Lockheed at the time. I'm on their internal company website trying to find eligible jobs in Antarctica.
Oh, damn. When I kind of look at the whole, like, where's the guns thing, it's almost like when you drive on the highway, there doesn't have to be a police officer at every exit. But if you do something fucking stupid, you can best believe somebody's going to come get your ass. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have to be posted up on the highway at every header. But if you're drunk, driving, doing something really reckless, they can surely come get you. So they don't have to be waiting for you, type of thing.
And load to the flat earth chat. Like, what is this? Oh, hey, flat earthers. Hey, y'all. Yes, I'm on, y'all. Flat earthers. Why is the earth flat? Why is it not round?
What are you doing out of the kitchen?
Let me show you.
Your ass is flat.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna turn my camera on.
Shouldn't you be making sandwiches right
gonna
now?
show you proof of gravity. So here you go. Wait, I can't turn my camera on.
I don't need to see you drop your beef sandwich before it's on camera.
Go back to the fucking ground.
Where's my sandwich?
Listen.
Like, what do you say about the photographs of the planet that, like, fucking?
Earth's not a planet.
What's your proof for that? What's your rebuttal? What do you mean Earth? What do you mean Earth's on a planet?
All right. Okay. Name one.
What do you mean by that?
Name one planet.
Jupiter.
Okay. Now name a single resemblance between Earth and Jupiter. We'll wait.
They're both spherical.
Oh wait.
What?
No, you don't observe that. So what else?
They both have moons that. Both have moons that orbit.
All right. What else? What else?
That's about it.
That's it? Okay, so there's the moon.
Type shit.
I'll bring you a membership with the Starlink first as well. Fucking hell.
Listen,
You need to
I
angle your
think
phone
y'all are
closer to
like
the
stupid or
satellites.
something.
Not really. The guy just named
I don't
Jupiter.
really know that
and there's
much
not a
about
single.
physics to like debate you, but like I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
You don't know what our position is and say it's wrong.
I heard you're flat earthers. That means you're wrong by default.
On you.
Your phone's about to die. That's why.
Yeah.
I'm done with it.
Listen, y'all are wrong, but right.
Y'all wrong.
Y'all wrong.
Y'all wrong.
Our international audience gets a kick out of these urban vibes.
Yeah, as the head of the culture department, I agree.
Oh,
You gotta keep it urban and fresh.
Got to keep it real dumb.
Golly. Give women a microphone. That's what happens.
Gravity, look, it dropped back down.
Cool, bro. Nice one, bro.
They act like they're so smart, right? And they come in and they don't know how the technology behind their can of Coke or beer works. You know, and like literally, like the gods might be crazy, right? Like the kid with the freaking soda bottle in Africa, pushing it around with a stick, wondering what it'll do. We're dealing with that mentality from Globers who come in. They don't even understand the gas pressure requires a container, like their own soda cans demonstrate. And then they decry us for being a bunch of Luddites and troglodytes. Don't understand anything.
I don't know what your position is, but it's dumb.
Yeah, I mean it's like you're going up to the dorky kid, and you say all the cool kids said you're a dork. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
You would disagree with me? Stupid.
He probably doesn't even know what he's supposed to think. That's another thing. They don't even know their own worldview to be mad that we're going against it. Freaking incredible. The stamina issue is something I don't know how can be fixed. I find that to be probably one of their bigger weak points is they come in with a lot of bravado, but their stamina bar is like ultra low.
Dude, it's the heretic. What should we call it? The heretic's razor. Have you heard this yet?
No.
Heretic's razor, dude. I think he cracked the code on why this is happening. He said, "So look, modern society tells everybody that flat earthers are the dumbest people on the planet. So where do you think all the actual dumb people want to go to flex and feel like they're freaking Einstein? All the dumb people go to the flat earth room.
This forum.
This is why we're stuck with all these ding dongs every day coming in." Meanwhile, I wager to guess that a lot of people in here are smarter than the average bear. So, yeah, the opposite experience tends to work itself out there, don't you think? Yeah, man. Heretic's razor gets full credit for that one. I think he's onto something.
It's a heretic. I mean, the last guy lasted like 7 seconds. Like, what the heck? I'll give them more credit for lasting long. That's hard to do. I have a lot of respect for the guys that are in here, hit multiple topics, talk to multiple different types of people. It's not easy to do, especially when you're getting cooked by AI and Amish and
even if you're a flat earther, right, with some experience, having these discussions isn't easy. It's a whole different part of your brain that you might be working. You know, you go from receive mode, right, from consuming content, consuming globe earth, flat earth, whatever content, kind of passively, actively listening and reading stuff. But it's a whole different game when you now have to take that and articulate it back to somebody. And it's a whole nother level if you can do that and entertain people, which I suck at. So I'm not good at the small talk, man. But it's super helpful, and I encourage everybody in the flat earth world to come try this out, because it'll help you focus your thoughts better, and you'll become sharper, more clear-headed on these concepts. You know, we do provide a valuable training ground. As some of our friends like Mushkane and One Deck experienced earlier, AI came in with an internal critique, tried to sharpen everybody's swords, point out some of deficient claims being made and counterclaims. So, best thing to do is to accept your shellacking in good faith, like we all have at one point and will continue to receive. Get better from it. It's worse. It's worse to be allowed to go on making dumb mistakes because your friends don't have the courage to tell you that you're wrong. I want friends that'll tell me that my freaking front zipper's down. I want friends to tell me that I missed a spot when I was shaving last night and I look like a goofball. Or that my haircut freaking sucks because it looked like a lawnmower attacked it. I want friends like that. Friends like that are true keepers, man, because, yeah, they're honest, right? And we have the courage with the honesty. It's not just, being honest or having, like, honest moral intent, but carrying that out into the active world. Having the courage to do that is a whole nother level. So... but then at the same point, you have to consider being on the receiving end of that honesty. How do you take it? Are you going to respect your friend afterwards? Or are you going to turn on him?
Right. Good point. Somebody's singing.
Yeah, right. Is that Castle Queenside in the distance, coming around the curve?
It's Quetzal Queen.
Hey, Quetzal, you're singing in the shower, man?
Gay.
Sorry, I've been multitasking all afternoon here. Kind of hopping from one thing to the next. I was on for like a good solid 3 hours straight earlier today. It was a good time. Had nothing else to do. Talked to Phil Bell, talked to Omnivore. I actually had a good parting words with Phil Bell. He was respectful.
Parting words, where'd he go?
I mean, he lives in upside down world, so till we meet again, Dr. Phil. Medicine woman.
I haven't heard from him in a while.
You haven't heard from him in a while. What? Don't you check your DMs?
He don't be DMing me, but actually, you know what? I haven't checked my spam folder in a long time either. I probably got some good shit in there.
It was a good discussion. It was pretty productive. I think I was kind of being a bit harsher with him and knocking him around a bit too polemically. But I think at some point we kind of evened out and matched each other's energies, and it actually turned out pretty good. He had to go right when he was asked to pony up for some data.
Oh, of course. Classic. Like that every time.
At first he denied it. I said, hey, look, great. Satellites, awesome. How do you account for their rotation around the Earth? They have to maintain a down vector relative to a curving surface normal. He's like, no, they don't. I'm like, what, welcome to Flat Earth? Like, what do you mean, no, they don't? And so I went into the history of Skylab and a broken gyro and a heat shield and cooking the astronauts because Skylab wasn't rotating with its orbital period around Earth to maintain down, which means for multiple hours at a time, multiple orbits out of the day, it would consistently cook again and again and again the astronauts inside because they didn't have the benefit of the heat shield rotating into position to shield the occupants from the harmful sun. That's the story, right? So gyros break, this happens. The ISS experienced gyro failure, and they had to overwork the other remaining gyros, they said, in order to make sure that the ISS could maintain proper orientation with respect to down. Otherwise, they would have suffered Skylab's fate. So this is the thing. Like a lot of satellites, even CubeSats, claim to have these gimbaled housings where and equipment that look at the horizon, look at the stars, look at Earth, and look at contrasting light and stuff to figure out its orientation in space, and to mechanically rotate itself to make sure that it's pointed down. This is extremely important for satellite to satellite communications, as is the case with Starlink that's claimed. So, you got different Starlink constellations. They supposedly communicate with each other. Other satellite constellations communicating with each other. One of the means of communication for some trains is using lasers. So in order, if you got a satellite that's 3,000 miles away, you're going to have a direct line of sight to it. It's going to require you to hit it for communications. And then if you got another satellite that's another angle, you're going to have to hit it for communications. You might have to orient your satellite differently at different angles to communicate with these assets, right? So you got all this stuff going on, all this movement. And I'm like, that should be captured in pitch data, like what we're asking for from airplanes. Showing a constant reorientation around a curve. Can anybody show that in anything? It's not just really pitch, it's a reorientation. So we're looking for data at the gimbal. Not showing any constant corrections, not constantly updating horizontal reference plane, which, by the way, you'd have to provide evidence of rotation itself. Otherwise, you wouldn't know that it's constantly rotating to update the down reference around a curve. So, I'm looking for this orientation data, and it's nowhere to be found anywhere in any of these systems. It was kind of funny to hear Phil Bell say, yeah, why would a satellite have to reorient it down? It just does it. Just does it automatically. So, great. Well, if that's the case, how do you know that it's doing it automatically? Right? How do you know when it's not doing it so that you know something's wrong? If these things are multi-billion-dollar platforms, it'd be good to know if they're not pointed properly where they need to be pointing to communicate with things in the right fashion. It'd just be kind of one of those things. Or that, you're rotating a shield into place to make sure it doesn't get fried by the sun multiple times a day. There are important considerations here. And So it's just kind of funny. Somebody like him who holds himself out as an expert in aerospace solutions says that satellites have no inherent need to maintain a proper down orientation. I'm like, I'm just a dude on the internet. I can tell you about 3 different systems that do this. 2 of them involve magnetic-driven flywheels. One of them is a freaking plumb bob in outer space, if you can believe that nonsense. They call it gravity gradient stabilization tethers. Just hang a big ball from a rope in outer space. Oh, man.
Yeah, next you're going to be telling me that when they build a landing module for the moon, that the proposal book should have more than 1,000 pages in it.
You'd think so, dude. That's another thing. Like a lot of the frontline stuff you get out of NASA, the consumer-friendly stuff is just so thin. Like marketing brochures, almost like travel destination brochures, right? There's really very little technical meat on these. You got to go into the technical report server to find the cool stuff. And then a lot of that stuff's so incomprehensible, you wonder if it's even real, because it reads like freaking Star Trek The Next Generation's technical manual. Oh, we're doing cryogenic tests in space. We're developing powdered helium that's going to interact with cosmic rays and expand our satellite balloons into football-sized massive monstrosities. Which, by the way, they did claim that they achieved with Echo 1 and 2 back in the 60s. Powdered helium.
One
it
day
gets
you
cooked by plasma.
One day you will hear like the Enterprise that works with the antimatter reactor. One day you will hear some bullshit like that.
Yeah, that's coming, man. I mean, they're going to call them different things. Like right now, the new hotness are these Alphen drives, ALFVEN, basically manipulating Earth's magnetic field for travel and for consuming and generating power. Flip a switch, you start charging from it. Flip another switch, you start moving within it. But I mean, are these claims even real? Is that how the technology is really working? I don't know. Maybe it is. We've got these reports, right? Like this one double layers in astrophysics PDF. It's like 400 pages, where it talks about how these billion-dollar space assets are too valuable to be placed into the hands of astrophysicists who think that everything's just like orbital gravity gradients and stuff like this. It says, no. This stuff needs to go to the real applied physics professionals who know the latest in like plasma theory, freaking circuit theory, electromagnetism, quantum mechanics, all of the above.
Imagine making something that can surf on those waves that are created by two colliding black holes. They generate those waves. They call them the gravitational waves. They detected with LiDAR or something like that. So
yeah, just shine a laser and wait for a little ripple in the beam, and boop, you got gravity, baby.
And you can surf on that wave. You can make surf because that fabric holds a planet, and so you can surf on that wave.
Yeah, so maybe some of this stuff is going on. Maybe some of this crazy plasma freaking stuff is happening. I don't know. I am not the scientist, but I do know that you don't have clear-cut physics going on. You've got on one hand it's all gravity wells, and on another hand it's all plasma physics, electric universe kind of stuff. So is there a synthesis between the two to be had? I don't even know. I mean, geez. Either way, Earth measures flat underneath all of this stuff. They can't provide a proof of a rotational vector in anything that flies or sails or travels on wheels or hovers in place. They can't provide an actual measurement. They have to calculate one into place.
But remember, the Earth spins under bullets.
It sure does.
And it spins under satellites and geostationary, they say too. You just park something out there. Was it like at a Lagrange point or something? Boom, just got to watch it spin. Well, there's still a rotational vector there, dude. Right? Because it's about a frame, reference frame.
Just ask Tiger Wood if he's taking account of that spin when he's doing those long shots.
Yeah.
Swing.
Just shift the reference frame, man. Come up with a kinematic model. Off you go. Explain anything. So on to the earlier point, I think, which is a good point of discussion. This idea that globers can't use words like angle, parallel, perpendicular, horizontal, and so on, I think is a short-sighted thing to say. Trigonometry is all about like describing circles using angles and triangles. You know, you take a straight edge, you take it like the Greeks would grab a piece of rope and some chalk. They'd draw a circle with that. They'd hold one end of the rope down and they swing the chalk around in a circle. They basically did this on the ground when they'd build templates for their temples. They'd grab a pole, they'd put a chain on it with links of a certain length. They'd drag a big circle around. They'd do a vesica piscis right there on the ground and start marking lines, start marking relationships.
And those 2 points, the needle and that charcoal would be the exact radius of that circle.
Right. They're using angles. They're using geometry. I could use an angle to measure an arc segment. What I need to do is I need to make two chords on that arc segment. And the two chords can't be parallel, so I'm going to do like a chord that is maybe from about the center of the arc to one of the edges, and then I'll do another chord that's maybe from around the center of the arc to the other edge of the arc. And then I bisect those angles. I bisect their perpendiculars. So I create perpendiculars by basically doing vesica piscis with the two endpoints of each of the chords. So there are four circles. And then I'd bisect those chords, and where they intersect is the center of the arc. And then I can measure that using an angle and say, oh, this is 35 degrees. So I'm using straight lines. I'm using perpendiculars. I'm avoiding using parallels. And I'm constructing, using flat angles, I'm constructing a means to compute the arc segment length and degree of separation of the endpoints. So it's kind of silly to say you can't use these things for anything curve related. What's a geometric compass in the first place? You got a pencil on one end, a pointy, sharpy thing on the other. You open it up, subtending an angle, and you give it a little twist and off you go. You got a circle.
I think the point was that you can't measure using those, but you can calculate, but it's not going to be a measurement.
Oh, you can measure. You can measure using the way I described earlier. You can measure. Now, what you may not get so easily is the exact degrees, but you could eventually do that to get the exact degrees just through an iterative process of measuring the degree of arc in that arc segment that I mentioned.
It's not a direct measurement, right?
I mean, I'd say it's direct. I'm creating chord lines across different areas of the arc, and where they intersect forms my point of origin. It's got a radius length.
How do you measure a ball?
I guess it depends what you're measuring about the ball, right? Are you trying to measure volume, trying to measure curvature of the ball, what diameter?
It's basically 2D versus 3D, right? So a lot of the formulas work great in 2D, but what are you actually going to use?
Yeah, like in spherical geometry, you do the PBX triangles, right? You basically have you can do calculations, but you can measure angles. So you can construct a situation where you basically do an azimuth and altitude angle, and you sweep across and derive multiple points, and then you plot your PBX triangle. You're still using angles to derive the spherical geometry. So to my point earlier is to say that you can't use angles at all in anything for curvature related is just wrong. You can actually measure lengths and arc segments and degrees using all these basic geometric principles. I'm surprised that's even in contention at all. And for flat earthers to go on as if globers can't use angles to talk about and describe curvature is just nonsense.
Always amazes me how these guys ask for fucking things that they can't do.
Exactly, India. It's those double standards, bro.
Yeah, I heard this today from a university professor. Her husband are PhDs. They teach at university. She said, one of the modern problems with science is half the people
that's right.
have this metaphysical, what'd she say? A math-first metaphysics. That if you can't model it mathematically, it doesn't exist in reality.
Whoa. Their entire paper is written on this, criticizing that mentality.
Well, it's just dumb on its face, man.
It is, yeah, I know, but there's a whole body, you're well aware. I mean,
let me give you the context too. So they were interviewing a, I don't know, she wasn't an astronomer. She's a physicist of some sort. I don't think she works specifically in astrophysics. So what she said was, basically her thing is there's no dark matter. The reason that the rotational curves of galaxies don't match up is because they're using Newton's spherically symmetric mathematics. And that galaxies aren't spherically symmetric, so it's not nice and neat, right? So because they're flattened disks, and then none of the crap works, they're trying to model individual orbits, and that there's three different people, people that used a different model to model the galaxies, and they all agree with each other within 1%, and it all works out, right? So, and then that's what she said is just a math first metaphysics that that the point they're making is that reality's messy, mathematics isn't messy, and that
really.
And that they try to shoehorn, they come up with a mathematical, this mathematical, simplified, or even complex, idealized model, and then they try to shoehorn reality into it.
Yeah, I see that all the time in statistics and financial modeling.
Oh, of course, man.
Yeah, that's my
daily. In love with their models, right? They're just in love with their own model. Oh, so clever! Look at my model.
Yeah, it works great until it doesn't. It describes reality perfectly until it doesn't, and then what?
Yeah,
it's isn't what you described a bit of a straw man too? If they're going to create a framework of Newtonian space, call it, and then say our Einsteinian interpretations of these geodesics don't comport with this Newtonian Cartesian flat world. I mean, it's to me, that's a duh.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly.
You know, you're saying that this coordinate reference system is not the same as that coordinate reference system, and therefore there's a problem somewhere. And it's like, well, not necessarily.
Relativity is supposed to be like transformation invariant, right? Like it's not supposed to.
Right, across all frames, which it contradicts itself with. You know, with you know, what is the acceleration of g, and does that not vary with mass? Doesn't changing mass alter acceleration?
No, apparently it alters time.
Oh, that's right. Just alters the time. Of course, it alters the very thing that you might use to measure. You can't mess with your own yardstick. You're stuck with it.
Like there is no acceleration. You just speed up or slow down the clock.
Yeah, just warp the space around you too.
Well, they're almost the same thing, right? It's almost like a unit. That's why they call it space time, right? Like
yeah.
Like which one do you warp? Like
whichever one the motion is happening first.
Like because they simultaneously say the same thing, right? That if you increase the acceleration towards the speed of light, then the mass will increase. But then the clock is also fucking slowing down. Like, but which one is it? Like,
well, yeah. How do you describe curved space-time with a clock that appears to change? I mean, to me, that is just incomprehensible.
I mean, I think you comprehend it. It's basically the same shit that reality is some subjective fucking bullshit. Right? Yeah. That's really what they're saying.
Did you hear Brenda's mental contortion for gravitational lensing?
Uh-oh. A really big dog bone causes a massive space-time rupture?
When, in consideration to the annular lunar eclipse that when you were describing with the image, that gravitational lensing is not affecting that particular event, but then it is, but you just can't visually detect it, but it's still happening.
Right. Refraction is more responsible than gravity.
Less you know, the more you know, man. Don't you know that, Alpha?
Yeah, but it's funny how they say an event that's taking place with the idea that any light that's passing around a particular object, like a celestial body, that would be affected by gravitational lensing. So, in accordance with that, it has to be such that the light that's bending around the Earth would be affected by gravitational lensing. It's refraction, but gravitational lensing is a contributing factor to that as well.
Yeah, it's like atmospheric refraction is a contributing factor. Yeah, they got all these contributing factors that are immeasurable. You know, on one hand, they're so important to be there, but they're so negligible to be useless. So it's like, how can you have your cake and eat it too?
Yeah, it's still happening. It's so weak that your eye couldn't detect the difference.
Right. So if it's statistically insignificant, why should it matter? You know, if the error bars are so fat that you can drive a truck through it, and you have no way of getting a better degree of resolution, then your argument's self-defeating. You don't have a way to determine whether or not that you're able to measure curvature in the first place.
Dude, that's like those stupid social polls that you'll see on CNN.
Like what?
They have giant plus or minuses, they have giant margin of errors.
Yeah. Gets me every time. Generally, society is so bad at recognizing outliers and differentiating them from trends. I mean, I mentioned that to you the other day.
Yeah, yeah. So with a large enough margin of error, anything's 100%.
Damn Skippy. Yeah, what's your p-values? Infinity on either side? Now what? Anything goes.
You know, it's really amazing. Like, it's a very simple concept. Like, but like so many people just don't understand it. It's almost I think some people, like, they see some things and they're just like, oh, I can't understand that. That's complicated, and they like give up before they even tried.
Yeah,
it's like it's actually like kind of super simple.
It is. It's true. Like, a lot of people give up. I think it's you don't need like a super high IQ to get involved in these discussions and learn about the things we're talking about. You just have to apply yourself. And there's so many people in school, so many young kids. It's such a tragic thing where they've just lost the will to apply themselves academically. I mean, I'd see
yeah,
this.
But then you get a different crowd. You get a different crowd, like the Shane St. Pierre crowd, and you think you have to have, like, you know, a doctorate just to have a discussion with those guys.
You know, I've talked to them guys about that. Like, you know, they're like, a lot of the times they're just like going so far other people's heads. Though you have to give them credit. They do literature reviews, right? So they actually go and not debate. So it's kind of preach to the choir a little bit. So they do literature reviews where they go over where the ideas from and the history of some of these ideas. Like, you know, the relativity of simultaneity and just crap like that, right? So,
yeah,
it's not like they're just throwing it out there and saying we're fucking smarter than you. They're actually trying to educate people.
I appreciate that too.
Yeah, but they're challenging people on a level that
more of that.
It's escaping the common man. So either way, they're not able to. It's hardly able to break it down to a level where an individual, like the masses, aren't. If you take a group of people, I mean, you would say a very few select will be able to, like, you know, follow along with what they're saying, and everybody else will be like, dude, I don't know if this guy's talking shit or if something I can actually look into. But because of the fact that nobody really has that time to, like, look into it, they're just gonna, like, give them a hard pass. So it makes it really, what's the word here? Not palpable when you're listening to them.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I agree with you. Like, there's only, like, you know, it's always, when you're dealing with that, like, type topic, you're going to go over somebody's head, right? So say you take a guy and what he does for a living is graphic arts, and then you spring that shit on him. He ain't going to have no idea. Nothing that you're talking about. Not a clue.
Right. I mean, most people are going to end up in that situation too, regardless of background, with the kind of arcane crap that we like to get into anyway.
Well, yeah.
But, I mean, enough repeated. If you introduce the same concepts again and again, and people hear it described different ways, it'll start to click.
Yeah, and the other thing is, and this is just the problem generally, is the arcane language of each profession, right? So they all have their terms of art, and that, like, half the time it's just like, they could understand it conceptually, but they're not familiar with the words. So it's just like when you read a book, right? If you're a kid and you're reading a book that's fucking way beyond you, the words you don't understand, you just skip over. Most people don't go to the dictionary and go look up that word to see what it means. They just skip over the word.
Right, but they can still maybe get enough to derive useful content from it.
Yeah,
and intuitively understand what's happening.
Yeah, I guess in the grander scope, I mean, you have to really consider the audience, because we're speaking to everybody, and so when we have the masses, like when we're trying to bend their ear, we have to do it in a way that's, you know, connecting with them. You could use words that maybe go out of their scope of, like, just a common, you know, verbiage, and maybe get a little bit verbose, but at the same time you have to kind of explain where you're coming from, and if that doesn't happen, you're just going to be talking past everybody. And so that's the only thing that I have against that is that
100% Alpha. I agree 100%, dude.
I really don't care if they're verbose, man. It doesn't matter. Like, that's good. They can win on technicality. They could win on, you know, papers that are brought up that, you know, maybe weren't cited the way that the person claiming the Earth is a globe would. So yeah, I agree. They can do that. Not, I mean, for most of us, we can keep up, but
I've said I've
people
said
that
this before.
just joined it, yeah.
Yeah, well, I've said this before, right? So if they have there's a glober and a flat earther, and they're contesting a technical subject they don't understand, those people just default to the glober's right. That's what they do. The globe is right. I just default to that.
Because that's one thing the globe has done. It's made it easily accessible for the common man. Well, what's causing the obstruction? Easily, Earth curve. Duh. Why do things fall to the ground? Well, gravity. Well, why do we have the starlight from millions of miles away? That's easy. Science. So you got these one-word answers that the common man is so used to. And so he'll use that and defer to the scientists, right, when they speak to us, because it's easier to do that. And, for them, it's an easy win because they don't have to explain anything. That's what I'm saying.
That's why.
The reason why, yeah.
No, well, the reason why, I try to, the explanation thing, if I'm talking about, I don't always succeed at doing this, but I think you should always defer to the empirical information, right? The actual experiment, data, what's actually experienced in the real world, because no matter what age or level of education you're talking to, they're alive and they have experience with the real world and they have experience with what things do out in the real world, right? So regardless of the verbiage and the explanations and the physics, they can go, okay, this experiment happened, it had this result. What does this mean? And they don't need all the other wrappings on it.
Yes, unlike flat earthers.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, what the hell
How
are you talking
can you
about?
be so delusional and keep on doubling down on illusions? This is amazing.
So I'm going to ask you real simple. You better fucking answer.
Literally, you just
last chance, dude. If you don't shut up, I'm going to ban you.
Not understanding your simple terms. Anyone is smarter than you. You're the piece of shit that it is below a piece of shit.
Who hurt you? Show me on this doll where the flat earth hurt you.
That's the guy that Shane St. Pierre debated and totally mopped the floor with. He went
talked to him on X. Yeah. You just reminded me. I've talked to him on X, dude.
Yeah, it's an Israeli French dude. He went by the name of Ayal Lev.
He acts more normal on X Spaces. He acts the fool here. Even though he acts the fool on X Spaces. I freaking raked him over the coals too.
Yeah, you have.
Oh yeah, I've got a piece of him a couple times.
You flat earther.
You notice how some of them, especially the Dunning-Kruger ones, they have their little. Brenda does this, right? And so does this guy in a bunch of them. When they get cooked on a point, they don't refute it. They just say, "You guys just don't understand anything."
Yeah.
You're just ignorant. You just don't understand. You're a flat earther, of course, and that's literally the most dishonest. It's not most dishonest, but it's pretty dishonest, right? When you're supposed to be in an intellectual debate and you don't have an answer, and you just say, "Oh, you don't understand. You're a flat earther." You're literally doing an appeal to emotion, or an appeal to someone's bias.
Yeah, like a genetic fallacy.
Yeah. It's almost and it's so the liberal shit, right? Oh, well, you're Nazi anyway, so I don't have to listen to you. They've tried to do that on X, right? Associate flat earthers with Nazis, racists, whatever is in vogue to be the hated person. They've tried to make that association.
It bothers me that we live in a guilt by association society. It's one of the worst things to come out from postmodernism. You can defame someone's reputation if it's justifiable within the cultural milieu by their association with other things.
Oh yeah. Of course, it's because the ends justify the means.
Yeah, thank you, Machiavelli.
Yeah, it's okay to kill baby Hitler. I actually heard a rabbi saying this shit. The doctor goes and delivers the baby. They deliver the baby. The baby, I don't want to go into gory detail, but he described not just ending the baby, but mutilating it. And then he's like, "Well, that you might judge it and say, oh, why are you so cruel? But that was baby Hitler." Oh, it's still wrong, dude. It doesn't matter if it's fucking baby Hitler, dude.
There was an Outer Limits episode about that.
Well, the point is that it shows the mentality, right? Like the ends justify the means, and we all know the types of people that go against us are fucking degenerates, atheists, whatever, right? So that mentality, they have no moral freaking code. They have nothing to stop them from being dishonest because the ends justify the means.
Yeah, you guys are peddling dangerous misinformation.
Super dangerous. You know what Southern Israelite is? Do you remember him? Anybody?
Remember who? Southern who?
Israelite. Southern Israelite?
No, I don't think so. Is he Northern Rebellion's arch nemesis?
No. He's a little off the rails. But he was debating flat Earth for a while. He's got very good arguments. But he said what this is really about, and I don't agree with it. I don't disagree. Is the reason they're actually debating it, if you rip away the veil and all the pretense and everything, is that it's just Nietzschean will to power. It's really just about power from their point of view. Because if the globe-tart atheist materialists, right, if the earth is flat, or people come to believe the earth is flat, they lose power within their atheist materialist scientism paradigm, right? Where
there might be some truth to that, though.
There might be what to it?
I think there's some truth to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't agree with everything what the guy says, but I think that is a underlying subconscious current with these people.
Right, they associate NASA with scientific materialism, right? And all the trappings of that zeitgeist, if you want to call it that worldview, that spirit of the age.
You've heard it, right? Associated. You've heard this topic, or people say to us, and associate this topic with, you guys are against progress.
Yep.
Don't use your cell phone if you don't believe in the globe. And you guys are going to take us back to the freaking 1600s. So, but that was this isn't just they bring up the technological stuff, but that's not the part they don't like. The part they don't like is the conservative moral values. That's the shit they don't want to come back. They don't want that to come back.
Right. So now it kind of gets dark because now it's about eugenics for them.
God forbid, a gentleman hold the door open for a lady.
Oh, eugenics. Where the fuck did eugenics come from, boys? Fucking hell.
Look, dude, they'd be happy with the atheist. They'd go back to horse and buggies if it would turn the whole world atheist. They don't care about any of that crap.
So much of what you just said is conflating shit, though, because I'm a conservative, but I'm not religious. I definitely don't promote eugenics. I'm a globalist.
Yeah, you're also an outlier, dude. Pets. If you haven't figured out that you're a statistical outlier in this fucking room, then I don't know what to tell you.
The rest of us know.
Maybe Indio, yeah.
You are not the general case, man.
Fair play, fair play. I'm special.
You're also a transitionary.
Do you really want to love you with Brenda?
The Cavendish experiment requires a container, therefore gravity requires a container. Oh, Flurf Nobel Prize of 2025.
I love it. Gravity needs a container. Gravity actually needs a surface area for Newtonian mechanics, right? And guess what? Gas molecules don't have a surface area. Oh no.
You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, is that news?
I just love arguments that require the word container now.
You could replace that with Tupperware, and it makes it really funny and still true.
Can't replicate a vacuum with that one either.
How do you have gas pressure without Tupperware? Are you going to burp the Earth's atmosphere?
Gas pressure without Rubbermaid. Well, using the triple point demonstration, I could argue that you can't have the three states of matter existing simultaneously within the same system without a container.
I like that. That's a good one. I'm going to steal it. You can't have gas pressure without an inflator.
Hold on, dude. You just like, dude.
Am I right?
So how, in their cosmology, how would anything ever turn into a solid?
That's a good point. You can't, because
everything's in vacuum all the time, dude.
Well, crystals form in vacuums from what can't be vaporized, right? Like, geez.
Yeah, but isn't it already a solid? They don't crystallize from gases form into a solid without like increasing the pressure.
Yeah, that's true.
What if Rubbermaid made dark matter? That's a good argument point, right?
They've got these opaque containers. You can't see through them.
I know. Why did they ever invent those?
I hate those. I'm like,
so you don't see the mold?
You can just hide the problem. Ew, why does it stink in the fridge, honey? Oh, I don't know. Just don't look in the opaque containers.
You can't have mold without Rubbermaid.
I hate it when mold forms on my Rubbermaid. You can't wash that off.
Oh yeah, the little frickin' triangle grooves, man. Fucking forget it. And the lids, the little frickin' grooves. Like, anything gets in those cracks, man.
Yeah.
How do you have dark matter without a container? Isn't that what mold is? Dark matter?
Dark matter mold.
Tupperware stock's going to shoot through the roof. Rubbermaid versus Neil deGrasse Tyson. How do you have a black hole without a container? This is so funny. I don't know why it's so funny. Or Einstein-Rosen bridges.
Oh man, yeah. Give a flat earther some Einstein-Rosen bridge, frickin' universal topology. We can explain anything to globies.
You just need a little bit of negative mass, man.
Oh heck yeah! That's why things move in the sky, Indio. Next time globies say, "Why does the sun move in the sky?" We're like, frickin' negative mass effects, dude. Have you heard of it?
I wish Einstein was still alive so I could tell him that negative mass requires a container. I'd really like to see his face.
I mean, I get asked all the time, by people coming in and say, so, in your view, why does the sun, moon, and stars move? Why do they go from there to there? What's causing that? You know what?
It's holding them up.
Yeah. You know what I'll tell them? Gravity. Flat Earth gravity does it. What now?
Yeah, it's called flavity, so just freaking...
Flavor.
We could just make something up, right? We could do the same thing. We could affirm the consequent.
Yeah, that's right. And if we come up with math, we can use AI to give us some cool mathematics.
Like why we can't see beyond the horizon. I like atmospheric magnification.
You know what I say? It's the freaking cosmic microwave background. Can't see past 25,000 miles, dude. Just see a wall of energy. It's a wall of causality. Because if you go past that, you might violate causality.
What's funny about that picture is it looks like it's the bottom of a Rubbermaid container.
Way to bring it back. I'm not a flat earther. I'm a Rubbermaid earther. It's Rubbermaid.
Yes.
I mean, in all seriousness, this existence has some finite boundaries and limitations that we can't fully articulate and describe, but we know must exist.
I mean, the non-standard refraction looming. How does Nathan put that shit? God, I gotta go do it again. The non-standard refraction hyena.
Yeah. See your own arse.
The slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of an Earth curve.
Just start going through that list of mentally insane laundry list of adjectives. People who have like mental disorders seem to come up with laundry lists of adjectives for things. Think of the purple-haired WTO protester that goes out there and starts, petitioning their worldview. That's what they do. They're like, you conservatives, you are filthy, vile, and this and that and this and that and it sounds like school bus kids insulting each other in the back.
It was actually, I guess there was a Washington Post article written by I don't know the proper terminology, so assuming trans man that thinks he's a woman. In the comments, fucking cooked this dude. Cooked him. But the best one was a lady that said, women don't go, do I feel like a woman or not? So you saying I feel like a woman, how do you even know what you feel like? You can never even know that. Because women go through all these stages, right? Pregnancy, frickin' menstruation, menopause. So you can never truly know how vulnerable a woman feels in the world. Because you're a man, right? You don't have the same you're not in danger all the time.
Right. You can pee standing up as a man.
Are you guys mansplaining right now?
Yeah, but the level of
we're going a step further beyond that. We're man-spreading this.
Yeah, but because women physically are not. They can't take the amount of damage that a man can take. Right.
It's true.
So physically, if you can never know what that's like, right? Even a weak man, fragile man, a sickly man has more bodily integrity than a female. I have to tell you that, dude. Like sorry, they just do. Like,
yeah.
Unless you have like a serious like freaking, unless you're like Mr. Glass or something, dude. Like fuck.
Mr. Glass.
Yeah, I thought women had higher pain thresholds, bro.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think it's certain types of pain.
Pregnancy.
There's a couple women that can hog tie you and keep you in your line.
Yeah,
but other than that,
your average woman,
the pain doesn't matter when your fucking bones are broken, bro. They don't work, right? So it's like the amount of physical damage you can take before you fucking perish. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about how much you can get beat up and take it.
Well, just pain.
Read about any like invasion that's taken place throughout all of world history in any part of the world. Just pick any time, any place about an invasion or invading army came into a town or village. What happens? What happens? We can get down to the grass.
Obviously, the men get scattered and the women go girl power and they fucking fight back the army.
Yeah, like freaking the new Ghostbusters remake.
No, it's Joan of Arc times 100.
The point is, this is my point, Pads. If you have a baseball bat, if you have a man and a woman and a third person with a baseball bat, it's going to take frickin' 10 blows to kill the man and 1 blow to kill the woman. Okay?
Yeah, no, I got your point. Yeah, no, I got your point, but I just wanted to point out, like, I think it has been proven they do have a higher pain threshold, but their tolerance for pain, sure, men have been exposed to it,
I don't know. I don't know if that's true, man.
Maybe
I mean, just based upon experience, maybe just women whine a lot or something, because that could be it. But in my experience, dude, they get freaking floored by minor shit.
There's a few things they're better at, like, but it's not much. I think one of them's long distance running as well. I'd have to.
What kind of pain are we talking about? Like uteral stretching pain? Of course, men don't have that experience, right? I mean,
what the heck?
Oh, you fucking
some men do.
What are you talking about?
To the point of passing out, I think, like where your body just shuts down because of sheer pain, Yeah, like men could take a beating more, sure. Like 100%, I agree with that. Yeah, like that's not what I'm disputing, but I'm just saying, I'm double checking it as we speak.
They're not better at anything, dude. We're just better now, always.
In 99.9% of all like the ways, yeah, sure, but I think there is a
100%. No, 100%.
Women got to be better at detecting poison.
I think women are better at detecting like facial expressions as well.
Well, because women see in more colors than men. So that's what I'm saying. They have to be better at detecting like poisonous fruit or berries or like whatever.
Yeah, there's some things they're just naturally better at, bro. But like, it's not
like what
competition.
No,
just a very few things that I've mentioned. Like I've named a few.
Look, no man could do what Lily Phillips did.
Yeah, right. I bet we could do it better. We could do it better, bro.
In 24 hours?
Yes. Wait, actually, no. Wait, are you talking about receiving or? Because I'm sure there's some dudes
receiving, dude.
Yeah.
You guys talking about porn or what? What are you talking about?
Yo. Dude.
Yeah, it's that Lily Phillips girl that like slept with 1,000 guys in 24 hours or something.
Oh, jeez. I was joking. I thought you were talking about someone in sports.
I guess that's kind of a sport.
Oh my god.
Well,
it is
so my joke was appropriate.
Holy.
I'm just saying there it is some things they're better at. Laying down and taking it.
No.
Like the French.
Jesus.
I'm sure there's some
some
feisty fellas out here that could do it better.
Frenchmen. So the Frenchmen. You're right, CB. Frenchmen lay down and take it better than women.
Yeah, facts.
They lead. They lead from behind.
Oh my.
It still blows my mind that DNA tests, paternity tests, are illegal in France. Dude, it's so crazy, dude.
Oh, you might find out you're part Algerian.
Oh boy, Moroccan.
That's because the French men have lots of mistresses.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure that's what it is. It's more like you're raising someone else's kids. Everybody's raising someone else's kids, man. No one has their own kids.
Dude, man, it's the freaking orphan trains from Tartaria. I'm telling you, dude.
Yeah, it goes back to
no, you gotta
8,000 years ago.
with Tartarian orphan trains. I gotta hear about this.
You never heard of that? Oh gosh, all right.
No.
You're gonna make me sound crazy for describing what crazy people talk about. I mean, but there might be something to it, like maybe a 10% chance. You know, it's that 10%. It's why I like to look at it. It's why I like to look at National Enquirer when I'm checking out a giant. You know, it's just kind of funny to look at the headlines. Okay, Tartaria is the same thing. But the idea is that so orphanages and orphan trains were like super popular 100 years ago, 150 years ago. Just shipping kids into cities, stuffing them into freaking castles that have been repurposed as orphanages, putting babies in incubator exhibits at the World's Fairs, selling babies out of those incubators for like $5. Not even joking. Like there are pictures of like World's Fair Chicago and Buffalo, the baby incubator exhibit. They're brought in from orphan trains, and you could like take a baby home and just like pick one out, like it's going to a garden shop. You're like, yeah, those azaleas, those toddlers, yeah, let me get some of those and bring them home with me. I mean, it's freaking nuts, dude.
I mean, that's bad and good. I mean, I think kind of looking at it from our lens, but those people back then were like, it was like part of the Christian ethic, you know what I mean? Charity and all that shit.
Right, charity, yep, and repopulate the earth, and yeah, let's.
You can't have kids, so we're going to get 9 orphan kids, you know what I mean?
Where did all the babies come from, Indio? I'll tell you what, they came from the freaking cloning facilities in Antarctica that Whitsitt went to. He tried to expose it.
God, he tried to expose
They got to him.
I just want to know how you have so many orphans. Like, people are like, oh, let's have 10 babies and just forget about them and take off somewhere. And like, I don't even, how do you have all of those?
You answered your own question. You got 10 babies.
Yeah, so that's part of the weird thing about this is you look at like the orphan traffic and you compare it to the population growth and density numbers of the era, and it's like, where did all these babies come from, dude? Like, for it to be a thing, for there to be the whole Cabbage Patch Kids. Remember the Cabbage Patch Kids? That was like an outgrowth of this trend. That was riding the wave of this fad into the 20th century and beyond.
Yeah, adopt a baby. Yep.
Adopt a baby. Yeah, commercialize it. You know, come get your babies. We got babies running out our ears. Got 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds. Go bring home a cactus, a plant. Go bring home an annual, perennial. Bring a toddler home. It's all okay. You can just pick them out and off you go. It's the craziest thing. So where did they come from? Well, they say like, well, you know, there are these parents that worked in factories and their conditions were poor. They would bump uglies and make a baby. They couldn't afford it, so they gave it to the Rockefeller Orphanage Institution, and they put the baby along with all 50,000 others on this massive train and shipped it off to the World's Fair to go sell to rich people that could afford $4 hot dogs in 1900s dollars.
So how is it okay for another group or a guy named Bob Rockefeller to sell everybody's baby, but if you went to sell your baby, they would put you in jail?
Oh, it's totally illegal now for everybody, right? Except for, you know, the baby selling companies that are officially sanctioned. Back then, it was more like the Wild West.
Government does it now.
Yeah, that's right.
Listen,
you have to go through USAID.
The government now does.
You have to go through an NGO.
Everything.
Dude, literally everything. Remember, like, gambling used to be illegal. right? Now the government sells full tickets, scratch tickets, all the gambling stuff. It does all that, right?
Dispensaries, Indio, dude. Jeez, come on.
Yeah, now, yeah, there's that.
In Indio, mate, what's that video you fucking shared of Nathan Oakley, bro?
Funny, isn't it?
It's fucking wild. It's definitely something. Have you been to uni? Yeah. Is it like, I'm guessing you've been to uni or higher education? Do you remember in your? Yeah, have you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember in your first year of studies when you like learn a bunch of new words? So all your papers and everything are just over-explained, and like that's what a video sounds like, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's like reading a first year's paper. It's fucking. I'm not gonna lie. It was hilarious, bro.
I can't relate to that problem.
Oh really?
Plus, I don't remember much of my first year.
Did you hear about the new stuff?
I was like a dog that just got let off the leash, bro.
Supposedly they're discovering new stuff under the pyramids all the time. Coils and poles 60 kilometers down or some shit. I don't know. Never know.
I remember going to college, man, first time. Like, I lived a very sheltered life. And I show up, right, and my roommate has freaking like Budweiser beer freaking stuff, Corona stuff all over the place. Christmas tree lights up. The whole room looks like it's built for a freaking, 12-hour drinking binge on a Tuesday. My dad looks at me, he's like, son, I don't like this room very much.
One look around, yeah.
Like, oh man, this is fun. Don't worry about it, Dad. Don't worry. This is just the way it is. It's just art.
Yeah, it's art, yeah.
It's art. Yeah, it's an art form, all right.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man. Yep.
Well, at least you didn't get a weird room with like a Dahmer or some different type of art. You'd be like,
I would imagine nowadays.
Well, I switched majors like 5 times and was on the Van Wilder freaking scholarship program. Took me like 6.5 years to get my undergrad. So
nice.
Dude, when you walk into a college room nowadays, imagine what would be hanging on the wall. Fucking rainbow flag, fucking Black Lives Matter flag.
Dude, yeah. And meanwhile, we had like freaking, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Budweiser and freaking Cowboys cheerleader stuff on the walls.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Yeah,
Cowboys, cheerleaders, W.
Yeah, man. I graduated in the 90s, so.
The 90s was the one, bro.
The Cowboys cheerleaders in the 90s were fucking hot.
That's right. They made the freaking card decks and stuff. Jeez.
W misogyny, guys. W misogyny.
Cindy Crawford, Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, dude. That was the best. Heidi Klum, Sports Illustrated. Oh my gosh.
Damn, Heidi.
When was Gills Gone Wild? Wasn't it like 90s or 2000? Gills Gone Wild. When was that shit? Oh shit.
Yo, she married that dude, Seal.
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah.
That dude must have like the fucking giantest cock, dude. That dude is uglier than a box of rocks.
He left him for a bodyguard,
bro.
It looks like somebody took like an African spear 9 feet long and plunged it through his cheek.
Yo.
She left him for a bodyguard.
I was going to say, where are you going with this?
She left him for a white bodyguard.
Oh man, just like the movie, right? Bodyguard.
The same bodyguard that was with Chris Cornell the night he passed.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby.
Oh no, here comes the Hollywood conspiracy stuff.
No, it's not a
Somebody called Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer in here, man. Hollywood freaking conspiracy stuff. Jay Dyer's the best.
It's not a conspiracy. It's a dude that was messing with Heidi Klum. He's a bodyguard. Chris Cornell had the same bodyguard. And then Chris Cornell passed. The dude was in the next room. And a whole bunch of weird shit, and yeah.
Hey, okay, CB, dude. I want to see the red pill explain Heidi Klum and fucking Seal. No way. There's no way.
I have a hard time with that too.
No way.
He's got status, bro. He's got hella status, dude.
So does she. And she
That's
can
like
get
the
any dude with
highest
status, man. She had more status than him.
Whoa.
Maybe Seal had
He
pudding
must have
pop.
something else going on. He probably put that thing on her. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yep.
He sealed the
He
deal.
put that thing on her, bro. He sealed the deal? Yeah, facts.
You got a 12-inch
Seal
tongue that can
something.
roto rooter or something.
It's a freaking
God
life
damn.
preserver.
Honestly, I can't even. It's too vulgar. I can't do it. Yeah, I can't do a chat.
No, I mean, yeah.
Dude,
Duh.
the dude is excessively ugly. It's not like he's like just like a little bit ugly. Dude, he's like, listen, looks like someone poured gas on his face and dried it off with a cheese grater. The dude's fucking ugly.
Yeah, he's messed up looking. Yeah, he really is. Maybe it was like a publicity type thing to where, look, if I go with this ugly guy, any guy will think that I like him.
As it was love. Yeah, I guess, right?
From Arise.
Yeah.
Well, how old was she when that happened? How old was she when they got together? Was she like over 30s
30s or something, right? Yeah.
Then it doesn't
That was like
matter. She's
what,
cooked,
like the
bro.
late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, she's cooked. I mean, if you
They got kids together, right? What a tragedy, man. Goes from like Sports Illustrated and that, and jeez, now like she's divorced like 4 times or whatever.
I'm gonna go see what she looks like right now. I gotta get my eye bleach out.
Dude, I watch America's Got Talent like anytime it's on. She's on there all the time.
Grandma.
Still looks great.
She looks like your grandma.
She still looks great, Radwin. Shut up. She still looks great to me, Radwin. Meh. Fine, you know what? Hey, Radwin, you're a grandpa. Oh.
He got married at 32.
Wow.
Just Seal. She was already married, though. She got married 3 times. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, there we go. I got married in my 30s.
She's for the street. She's for the streets.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You can look that great, to be honest, in 2025. Yeah, she's post wall for sure, bro.
I didn't even know who Seal was until I moved to Germany, and he's like all over the charts over there. I'm like, who the heck is a Seal guy? What? He's married to Heidi Klum? Huh? Man, I miss the 90s. I think the 90s was like peak Western civilization in the modern age. Peak NASA, peak everything. Like the deception was full on. Everything was working. Everybody was doing the thing, man. Voting Democrat, voting Republican, Clinton versus Bush, Al Gore, Dan Quayle. I mean, that was it. That was the freaking inflection point before everything went to crap. Not that it wasn't going to crap, but I mean, like, everything went to crap for them. We started waking up. People started kind of waking up around what, like the Balkan crisis, maybe. The internet was new. People were checking into conspiracy theories, JFK, flat Earth, all kinds of stuff. And things started to come apart, man. The wheels came off the wagon.
The Kosovo war as well. A lot of people were really not happy with Kosovo. It brought like a lot of attention to shit politically.
The internet was a mistake. Somebody call Vint Cerf and give him a call and be like, dude, you really messed up with this whole internet thing.
Internet 2.0 soon, bro. Let's go.
Didn't Seal do the soundtrack for the Batman movie, The Kiss by a Rose? I mean,
he did. Yep.
How could any woman, no matter how ugly he is, he did the
He's
soundtrack.
got a smooth voice, dude. He's got a good voice. His album from that is really good. Objectively.
Our
He's got a
choice
good
was
voice.
marry the guy that played Batman or marry the guy that made the soundtrack for the Batman movie. And she took the ugly guy.
Come on, India. Women aren't stimulated visually, so they gotta go with what's not visually stimulating.
He serenaded her, right? That was it. He
serenaded her when she sat on a subwoofer.
Oh, God. Playing 120 beats a minute techno.
Come on, baby, do it again. Go like that. Whatever you do, that. I love that.
You owe me a new speaker, man. You shorted it.
She's gonna require a container after she sits on that speaker.
Oh no, she's going to be swimming out of that container.
I don't know if you guys remember, but the best one ever was Christy Brinkley.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, dude. Yep. Wasn't she on like that freaking like doctor whatever medicine? What? No. She was on like one of those 80s shows.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yeah, National Lampoons, National Lampoons. She's the fucking best, man.
Oh,
they're in that Ferrari, mate.
Oh yeah, that's the Vegas one. Vegas Vacation, bro. Sure it is. Nah, Denise Richards.
It was the one where they're going down to Florida, wasn't it? The original one.
Vacation. Just Vacation.
Yeah, that's it.
And then the brand new 2023 or 2024.
Testarossa.
How are you?
Is it Testarossa?
How are you?
Yes.
How flat is the Earth really?
Yes.
Kind of flat.
Yes, it is.
100%.
Is there no such thing as mountains? Like, is it just straight plain, or is there such topographical difference? No, I'm just positing a question. Don't get all riled up. I'm just positing.
Hey, stop, man! You're gonna turn Pads into a flat earther if you keep this questioning up.
I'm just trying to ask: are there such things as elevations in different elevations on this flat Earth?
Yeah, no shit. No shit.
So then, how would that work then? Because it's not exactly flat, is it?
Bro,
I don't get it.
You want to really continue with this line of banning? I mean, questioning.
Banning.
Hey, you get to banter. I think you meant, but yeah, bro. I'm just
I didn't mean banter.
I think
we're not doing.
You know what the
we're not doing pedantic, childish bullshit, dude. We're over it. Go argue with that shit with other fourth graders.
Who mentioned the? Oh, go on. Sorry, go on. Kill the Glober first.
No, go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna go back to chatting shit. That's all. Go ahead.
He thinks Earth is smooth.
Yeah, I don't know why he thinks that flat earthers have never heard of mountains before, bro. Yeah, and also the ocean doesn't have mountains either, so.
Yeah, how do you measure that mountain too?
Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
It has mountains. They're called islands sticking out of the ocean.
Oh, shit. Is he still here?
Yeah, I muted him. I mean, do you really want to entertain this? That's up to you.
Should we cook him? Let's just cook him, bro. Well done.
Okay, I'm going to unmute you, dude. Apparently, they want to entertain your retardation, which does make good content. I'm not gonna lie, but there's a stipulation. If you ask a question, wait for the fucking answer. Don't talk over before the person answers.
You're done.